Hello. Okay. Time for me to, I guess, work on fixing the stream. Let me see if I can make this happen. Sorry for this late delay. Oh man, this hasn't happened to me in a year and a half, and I don't know how to avoid this happening again in the future. There doesn't seem to be a solution. Sometimes Streamlabs just breaks and deletes all of my settings and pre-made scenes and everything. So let's see. We need to maybe do something like that. Maybe that. Is that better? Let's do like this. Get rid of that sidebar thing. This is just so awful. I hate it when this happens. Okay. I mean, now it's just like not even the right size. How's this gonna look if we go into a table? I guess we're about to find out. I'm going to click on a table. Let's at least pull some bridge up while I mess around with settings. I don't know, is that good? That's probably good. Yeah, I see you, Craig. Let's see. I feel like this thing on the right needs to go down a little bit. Okay, hopefully my microphone is working. I tried to pick out the right one. It's good enough for now. Well, yeah, but I mean, I can't actually do anything with my current setup. I mean, we can watch this. Everything is working. Great, great. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, you all don't notice that anything's broken, but I do. Well, I guess here's the plan. We'll just try our best today, and maybe after stream I will have to rebuild everything. All right, let's hop on Discord. I'll be there in 1 sec, Craig. Oh, what a disaster. Hello.
Hey.
All right. So, seniors round robin. Looks like we had a little bit of a separation between the top three, the next four, and the bottom three in the standings yesterday. Leonard and Hammond, this match is actually going to be relatively pivotal, I think, for the standings, because both these teams are in the mix of qualifying for the top four.
Yeah, so what is the format? No one is eliminated. This is purely for placement?
Well, no, I mean, no one's eliminated, but the top four go to USA 1 and the bottom four go to USA 2. Or bottom six go to USA 2. All right, first hand in. Actually, we're like 5 boards deep. I just... no, this is only board 2, right? Because we're playing 12 board sets. Okay.
49 through 60, I believe.
Yeah. All right, 6 imps to Hammond on the first board. Let me pull up convention cards and stuff, and we will make do.
Oh, yeah, good point.
I don't know why I picked this table. We can go watch the other table. This was just the
I
first.
have no preference. I suspect the Kibbs might be more interested in seeing Hammond in this table.
Yeah, all right. Let's go to the other room. Also, we have come in on quite the auction. So Smith opens a heart, 2 clubs. Could be redouble.
Oh.
2 hearts, 3 hearts, 3 spades, 4 clubs by North. Double by East, 4 no trump key card, 5 clubs showing 3 keys. We got all the key cards and the trump queen. There is a bid we can make to show that. Oh, apparently South wasn't convinced partner had any key cards, so signed off in 5 hearts.
Yeah,
the classic.
I was trying to construct hands where partner has no key cards, and they are possible.
Yeah, okay.
King, queen of spades, king, queen, jack of clubs, king of diamonds, something like that. It's perfectly valid 2/1.
Well, North-South have gotten to 6 hearts, and this looks like a pretty good spot. One of 2 diamond hooks will see this contract home. Plenty of entries to the north hand, even after you pull trumps.
To the Smith. Why can I not find there? There we go.
Is it possible to strip the hand? Hold on. Is Danny right about this? Ace of clubs, club rough. Like heart to the king, the jack falls, club rough. Ace, king of spades, spade rough, heart to the 10, club rough. We don't quite have the entries, do we? Yeah. So this looks correct. Just take 2 diamond hooks. So this will come home. We had yesterday that Katz and Smith had a little bit of a slam disaster. So it's good to see them kind of rectifying that issue, getting to a good slam here.
Yeah, I missed that. Did they just get to a slam off 2 aces or something? Or was it more aces?
What exactly was it? I forget. But they got to 6 hearts and got doubled the other day. Oh yeah, it was the splinter. So Smith held like king, queen fourth, like 3 small, 2 small or something. And partner opened a minor, he bid a heart, and partner splintered in spades. And then he signed off, and partner bid again, and he signed off, and partner then bid a slam. It was okay because the game was not making. So they went for 800 against minus 100 in the other room. It wasn't so bad. It could have been worse if the game was making.
So Hammond and Chambers are playing 15-17, and their system says natural is transferred over 1 club, and they are actually not playing 2/1 game force.
Wow.
They're playing like the old style where if it goes like a spade, 2 clubs, something, 3 clubs, that's non-forcing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so on the other side, let's see, for Team Leonardon, we have Smith and Compton, who generally just play a pretty simple,
Smith and who now?
Smith and Katz. I keep forgetting. I know Compton usually plays with Smith, but yeah, Smith and Katz. I forget that this is the partnership. But yeah, they do play a relatively similar style.
Yeah, 14 plus 17, and both these guys are fairly down the middle.
Jake asks, if we play old school, shouldn't we open a spade on the west hand? I mean, I think some of the newer style things have been adopted 15 to 17,
Yeah, I mean,
five card major.
I don't see why one would affect the other.
Transfer to hearts, double by South, asking for diamonds. 2 hearts, 3 no. Ooh, Bob? Bob?
They may not play the stopper showing 2 heartbeat here.
Well, 2 hearts normally should show a fit. Oh, I see. So Bob
Well, he
probably
does have a
thought he
fit. He
did
has
show a
3 of them.
fit, and East offered 3 no. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You were commenting on Hammond's failure to correct. I wonder if
Yeah.
Chambers thought that Hammond was showing 3 hearts and a diamond card.
I mean, this actually could make, and 4 hearts could have gone down. I guess 4 hearts was going to make whenever this makes. If you guess the spade queen, you would make 4 hearts. But you also make 4 hearts if the king of hearts is on side.
Well, you'll make it. You only have one trump loser here with the Jack 10 doubleton.
That's true too. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess 4 hearts would have just been easy on this lie of the cards, but it looks like a better contract. Danny thinks he doesn't guess the spade queen here. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and if he goes with the theoretical odds, he'll play north for it, and he'd be right that they're 3-2.
Yeah, it looks like he is crossing to the club ace to take a first round spade hook.
First round finesse, yep. I mean, it seems like the right play, single dummy.
Yeah, so then this is going to be very costly, not getting to 4 hearts on these cards. Well, or 4 spades, but 4 hearts seem more likely given the start to the auction.
Yeah, there's really just no way to get to spades after a 1-0 opening.
No. But I guess we can question whether or not this was the system's fault, if East-West didn't know whether 2 hearts showed a fit, or should West have corrected 3 no, or should East have corrected 2 hearts to 4 hearts if it did show a fit.
Yeah, and Danny, like, it's nice to have that kind of tool, but, I think, Bob Hammond is willing to make some concessions to modernity, but not quite that far. And East and West have played a decent number of boards over the last few years. Sometimes just some of these nuances just don't come up.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess another reason to play 2-0 as your puppet bid, that extra step really can give you a lot of options.
All right, Hammond claims. 3-0 down 2. We'll see if they do manage to get there in the other room. At the other table, Compton, sitting in the west seat, did open a spade. And so they're having they're just going to get to 4 spades at the other table. And with no opposition bidding, that's going to have no trouble whatsoever making. Declarer will just naturally play a spade to the ace and a spade back.
We have yet another 3-card limit raise method on display in that room. A spade past 3 clubs.
Yeah.
3-card limit raise.
All right. On to board 53. So a couple passes down to South, who's not going to open in third seat. Hammond will get the first crack at it. 15 count, but not balanced. He'll open a heart. So a heart, a no trump, 2 diamonds, and Chambers will have the first decision to make.
So, I think if he does anything, Hammond probably is going to take a third bid, right? His hand is pretty promising.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if Chambers makes the false preference to 2 hearts, then Hammond can bid 2 spades to pattern out and show some extras. And if Chambers bids 3 diamonds, Hammond might also bid 3 spades similarly to just show his shape again and try and get his partner to declare 3-no if he has some club stuff. Danny says pass over 2 diamonds. Cowardly, but it could work.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you meant pass 2 diamonds or pass if East makes the false preference. I mean, I don't like 3 diamonds on East. I think pass is fine, a little conservative. 2 hearts is also fine. I think 3 diamonds is a little misdirected.
Pass by East.
Chambers agrees with the pass.
Also cowardly.
And it's, also a hand where it'd be nice to be playing Gazilli, where 2 diamonds is limited.
Oh, Bab says today's bulletin we got Ron Smith and Meet the Players. Some pictures from back in the day. They do have bulletins every day at the event, similar to basically every other tournament that gets run, so you can find those on the USBF site.
Alright, I do have to look and see what's going on here. The 2025 USBC. Is there anything to this hand? I guess not really, right? You're going to lose 2 spades, a club, a heart, and probably that's going to be it, right?
Declare might lose a second heart after this switch.
Maybe this 9... Yeah, this 9 of hearts might, might confuse the issue.
Yeah, so he does go up with the ace, and he might just pull 3 rounds of trumps now and then lead another heart.
I'm impressed that they go to the trouble of making up a bulletin for a relatively small tournament.
I think they're just accustomed to doing it in general.
Yeah, it's a decent amount of work.
South switches to clubs, which seems like an unusual play.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his long-term plan on this hand is. And you can see the dummy. He sees nothing's going away.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the club switch. But with both the ace and queen of clubs on side, Katz was going to have to hop up with the ace at some point when Hammond led a club up towards the king-jack. So Katz just exits a spade passively, and it seems like Hammond might just be trying to cross-ruff his way home. King of clubs pitch a heart. Like heart ruff with the 8 of diamonds, for example. If the 8 of diamonds holds, whether or not South shows out, because North might have the 10, then he can just claim the rest on a high cross-ruff. Yeah,
Yep,
so
exactly fine.
Ruffs with the 8, and this will be the rest of the tricks. King of clubs, club ruff low, and then we do just have a claim.
Well, you can just draw trumps now.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, we can draw trumps at this point. Nine tricks. So they avoid getting too high, but with the hearts being friendly, 3 no trump might actually have some play on that hand. Anyway, Leonardon picking up 13 earlier.
Its contract is duplicated in the other room.
Oh man, they got to 3 no trump as well on that hand that we had talked about, Hammond and Chambers kind of avoiding the heart fit. But with South not making a lead directing diamond bid, Declare got a club lead. And so Declare ended up picking off the spade suit in 3 no trump, had a little bit more flexibility, and then of course the hearts did come home. So Declare made 12 tricks in that contract for 13 imps to Leonardon. Hey, Therese. 1 spade, 2 no trump, Jacoby.
Yeah, it's possible he doesn't have a splinter available. Like, a spade past 4 hearts might be natural.
Right.
Or it's possible that this Chino includes a lot of the splinters. So 3 clubs, probably showing a minimum. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 clubs minimum. And can West picture a slam opposite the right minimum? Like, what if East has nothing wasted in hearts, the queen of spades, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs? That would be a 10 count, and we're close. East would also need this shape, basically. And there's still quite a lot of work to do, but that's still a 10. If East has one of the minor suit queens, that would be a 12 count, and slam is probably on ice.
A 6 spade from East would be a huge asset here.
Yeah, that as well.
Make the transportation a lot more flexible here. With the spades 4-0, you do have some trouble getting back and forth because you have to rough all of those hearts. Let's say even you find the diamond on side on a good day, you have to rough all those hearts, and you only have the 2 aces as non-trump entries to East hand. So, you have to rough a club back, things get a little dicey.
Okay, a couple of alerts from West, not explained. It's possible that, okay, Bob is ready to rock 4 no trump keycard. Well, he's going to get the information that he's hoping for. The problem is he's just not going to know whether this red ace is in diamonds or hearts, and it makes a big difference.
Yeah, 4-no does seem awfully aggressive, right? He showed a minimum. West 3-no is presumably serious or non-serious, whatever it was. He now has a mandatory Q-bid. Maybe West should be bidding 4 diamonds just to give East a little more input into this auction.
Yeah, So Bob, of course, does go on to 6 spades. He's hopeful that his partner's ace is in the diamond suit instead of hearts.
I mean, he's not down yet with the queen third of clubs roughing out.
No, South on lead is going to have to find something to do. He might lead a club.
There's just too much work to do anyway. You can't catch the club anyway because you would have to get to dummy after drawing trumps, and that's not compatible with roughing your hearts. And you can club finesse to the 10, that would work.
All right, hard opening lead. What's Chambers going to do? We win the heart ace. Bob is going to grimace a little bit about that card getting played.
Says 3-no might have been heart shortness. It's very possible. Hammond has not explained any of his asterisks here.
Yeah, that's true. So heart to the queen and
I guess
ace.
that would make sense if three diamonds is kind of asking bid, then three hearts, spades, and no trump would be clubs, diamonds, and hearts for shortness possibly. Anyway, I mean, this certainly rates to be a swing board. It's hard to imagine they're going to bet a slam in the other room.
How sure are we this isn't making? Because a pretty natural line of play to me. Now, granted, I think the queen of clubs is more likely to be in South Sand than Norths, given the opening lead. But, like, here's a line of play that just, like, makes the slam. Heart, ruff, club to the 10. We need entries to the east hand to ruff all of these hearts. Heart, ruff, club to the ace, heart, ruff. King of clubs, pitch a diamond. I mean, I guess once club to the 10 wins, we just go ace of clubs, club ruff, king of clubs, pitch a diamond, club ruff, heart ruff, club ruff, or whatever. And we ruff all of the hearts in the west hand. I mean, there's really nothing to the play once a club to the 10 wins. So we're not that far off. I guess that actually means that club to the ace, club hook is also just as good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so okay,
Yeah,
then maybe the line of play is actually just club to the ace, run the 10 of clubs. Oh, we're in our hand, but yeah.
yeah, we could ruff a heart and play a club to the 10.
Well, I think club to the ace, 10 of clubs, probably. Take the hook against South, who didn't lead a club. Oh, also 3 no trump can't show heart shortness, right? South will let a heart. So I don't know what 3 no trump shows, but it's not heart
Yeah, good point.
shortness. The other table got to 4 spades in 2 bids.
How is that possible? Are they playing precision where one a spade past
No,
four
no, no. I
spades?
mean, it was a spade 2 no, 3 clubs, 4
Oh,
spades.
okay. Yeah. Two
Like,
rounds, yeah.
yeah, everyone made 2 bids and got there. So same start to the auction, but then West did not just blast 6 spades over 3 clubs, which is what happened here. Okay, he leads a diamond, which is going to be the end of the hand. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
That's
Mike,
definitely the simplest route to 12 tricks, right? Just find the ace of diamonds on side.
yeah, I mean, this is one way to do it, right? Yeah, like, eventually you still plan on cross-ruffing, but take your king of diamonds, take the ace king of clubs, rough clubs and hearts, and eventually score 12. That's a good plan. Mike Alpert, thanks so much for the $5 sticker that you sent on YouTube. Appreciate it. I don't know what Katz is thinking about. Just cash the diamond queen, bud.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that anything bad is going to happen.
Okay. Well,
You know, even if he's had a singleton diamond, let him rough it, right? What's the difference? And he doesn't because surely Ron would have led Jackson 8, fifth of diamonds, rather than whatever his heart holding was.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, Declare is just going to go down 2 now. Maybe this is just a brilliant Grosvenor by Katz, because Declare is now just going to go club to the ace, club to the jack.
I'm not so sure, because now he has to rough three hearts and they're attacking his trumps, right? So isn't it better to play heart rough club to the 10 because it makes more sense for his transportation issues?
Well, no, I mean, if you can cash 3 clubs pitching a diamond, you just have a high cross rough. All you need is to take
Right.
3 club tricks, and you make it from here.
Rough a diamond with 3 of spades and get away with it.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to do that. You're going to win this with the ace of spades and dummy. So all you need is to survive a heart rough
Sure,
with the 5 of spades.
Right. Either way, you need to survive a red rough with the corresponding low trump.
What is the 8 of spades? Okay, heart rough. I mean, this is going to be insane if he plays a club to the 10.
If he does get this right, boy, is this going to be embarrassing for North.
Oh
Wow.
my god. I mean, also, why would he play it this way? Like, but, well, this worked. Now, ace of clubs. You need to survive another heart rough, but when North doesn't get to pitch a club on that trick, king of clubs, pitch a diamond, high cross rough. Easy game. I mean, just what is Katz doing not cashing the diamond queen? Alright, king of clubs, pitch a diamond. We're about to see the claim.
Yeah,
Wow.
So that'll get back to the imps they lost on the 3 no trump deal.
Yeah, and then some.
Is that true? I thought they lost 13 there, and this is win 13.
Did they lose 13 there? They did go down an awful lot in 3 no trump, didn't they? Down 2, yeah, so okay. They do get back the 13 imps that they lost, you're correct. So Hammond back on top by 5.
Yeah, they're on 5 diamonds and the queen of spades they got, so pretty easy down 2 once they misguessed.
Alright, South, 11 count. He does open a heart.
Well, Ron has a pretty good bridge temperament, but I bet he is just fuming right now.
I mean, this would not be the first time that we've seen Katz do something completely inexplicable. And so, I don't know what the deal is, but when he plays with nickel, they seem to get some good results. We have not witnessed the same thing here.
Yeah, although, to be fair, we've seen him and nickel be, appreciably weaker than they were as a pair 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. Age catches up to us all. So a heart, a no trump, take out double by East. He does have 17.
Katz also plays relatively little bridge for top level player, right? He doesn't, he's not really a full-time working pro. He plays the main events, but I think doesn't play a ton in between them.
Two spades from West, of course. And is Chambers going to raise this? Is this his plan? Or was he planning to do something else?
I mean, I don't know. Why wouldn't we just pass here?
He could pass.
Partner could have been 3 spades or 2 hearts if he wanted to. Yeah, I think a raise is okay. We have a nice hand, but, it's not a great hand. It's flattish. He does try the raise.
Alright, 3 spades. So this is going to go all pass. Hammond does not want anything to do with this hand. And the Singleton heart lead is going to cause some problems.
And even with the club on side, I mean, theoretically, Can they do anything? Like, I think not, right? Just two hearts, a diamond, and they have to guess the jack of spades.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty important guess, and Hammond may get it correct, but he does elect to. I was wondering if he might do this instead.
Just to try to pitch a club on a heart, and is that the idea?
I mean, probably just that it might not be so obvious for South to continue hearts at trick 2, and South can't get in immediately to give another ruff. So if North started with a Doubleton spade, then he was always getting one ruff, and now this has, reduced his guess for the jack of spades. But as things lie, this is just going to lead to an easy set of the contract. North can switch to a diamond here. His partner asked for diamonds. Come on, cats.
And also, everyone's looking at the ace king of clubs.
Yeah.
Carefully return the 5 of hearts.
Yeah, it's not actually going to matter if he doesn't switch to a diamond, but South did specifically ask for diamonds with that 5 of hearts.
Yeah, so South can just hop up with the ace of spades, give partner another ruff, catch a diamond. Doesn't really want what order he does those things in.
Right. Yep. So this will be down 1 immediately, but the club goes away, so Hammond might be happy he didn't have to take the club finesse, even though this time it's onside.
Wow. North-south, standard signals. 7 of diamonds, encouraging.
We've seen a lot of standard signals in the senior event.
Yeah, I would guess East West are playing standard. I think Hammond's basically refused to ever consider anything else. Yep, they are. They are playing Smith, but their count and attitude are right set up.
Wait, speaking of Smith, Smith and Cats are playing Smith against Suits.
I'm sure they just put the box in the wrong place or something.
You think so?
No. Oh, sorry. Look at the Hammond Chambers card. They're playing Smith against Suits. You know, I'm so bad at reading the new card. You're correct. I'm sure that's a typo. I can't believe there's a box for that. Like, does anyone actually play that?
Apparently, we found the pair.
I mean, at least they took the Foster Echo box off the card, but why do they have a Smith Echo against Suits box? It's just going to encourage people. Alright, I'm not sure why he hasn't hit the button yet. He has to pitch for his club, obviously.
Maybe he'll lead the Jack of Clubs just to see if he needed to pitch the club on the Ace of Hearts. Okay, it looks like he just was fumbling around with trying to find the claim button. 8 tricks, 3 spades down 1. The other table got only to 2 spades, with East taking a little bit more of a passive route throughout the auction. So this could be a swing for Leonardon on that one, bringing the match all tied. Pass by West.
We'll see if North opens. Seems a little marginal. He does try a diamond.
Yeah, it's an 11 count. Lots of points in short suits, though. Pretty bad diamonds. So Chambers will pass. South will bid a heart. 2 hearts from Cats. No. And I think Ron's just going to bid 4 hearts.
I think the team decides for itself who its captain is going to be. So actually, it's not uncommon for the sponsoring player not to be the captain because not the captain has a lot of work to do, but like lineup cards. If there's appeals, they have to deal with it. So a lot of times it's easier and better to have one of the more experienced players act as the captain. So like when you see a sponsor player who's not the captain, that's usually the reason.
Yeah, and of course for Hammond's team, Hammond is always the captain. This is just the way that it's been for the last
Yeah.
175 years.
Not all those years he played for Nickel.
Okay, well, a lot of the years. And
It's true.
it's also the case that kind of similar considerations will happen if you're playing in like even a pairs event, but generally like a board a match or other sort of team event at a lower level. The person whose name goes at the top of the entry is the one who becomes captain, and that it's just like a weird directorial thing. Is that you want to have one of the pro players at like the top of the entry so that they can handle any sort of appeals and stuff like that.
Yeah, the captain is your official representative to the directors, so you can see why having more experience in that would be useful. And for the Worlds, I believe the USBF requires that every team have a non-playing captain.
Mm-hmm.
Not 100% sure of that, but most teams choose to. Again, just someone to deal with the lineup cards, get the other team's systems, and make sure everyone has a copy. Just, all the, like the Charlie work of being on one of these bridge teams.
Yeah, so in front of us, the 4 Heart contract is actually quite fascinating. We'll see how Smith manages the hand to try and keep East off lead, because it looks like he has a spade, a diamond, and 2 clubs to lose with both of the clubs offside. But in fact, he can keep East off of lead and diamonds by just leading towards the ace-king small and covering East's card. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
And he's correctly remembered not to split, which is not that hard at this level, but...
Oh, my.
And in fact, Declare also could have cast the ace of diamonds there before playing a spade.
Yeah, I mean, there were other ways to make it, but the simplest would have been to just keep East off of lead by ducking that first round of diamonds, set up the suit, unblock it, and then play a heart over to the ace to run the diamonds, pitching 2 club losers. Now Hammond can get out a diamond, and Declare is going to be trapped.
Yeah, East has a guaranteed entry and only one thing to do with it. No, Bob!
This could be a carding fiasco. I know that Bob is not a huge fan of defensive signals in general. He tends to prefer playing poker-esque tactics. So it's very possible that he just ignores Chambers' count signals, or Chambers ended up false carding. What actually happened on the spades? It went spade to the queen and 8, and they're playing standard carding, and then Chambers followed with the 9 on the next round of the suit. So even though that technically was the proper signal for an odd number of spades, Hammond probably believed that he was playing low up the line, and it was still safe to just exit a spade, because then Declare was marked with 4 of them.
Although, yeah, I suppose, but... yeah, I guess maybe Declare would always have played this way, if he started with 4 spades. As long as he has 1 trump and dummy, he can play on diamonds. I don't know, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably just hoping to try and force the dummy to kill the long diamond suit. But of course, he can also work out that if his partner has a diamond card, then he just plays back a diamond, his partner gets in, and then plays a club throw, and he has the ace-queen of clubs sitting over dummy's doubleton. So it did feel a little bit sloppy by Hammond there. Missed opportunity to beat the contract.
Yeah. I think you're right, but if forcing the dummy there would kill the diamonds, doesn't it mean that South played it pretty horribly to that point?
Yes. Yes.
Anyway,
Well, a club by
so
North, a spade
shaky
by
all
South.
around. Yeah, Chambers got that slam right, so he gets a gold star. Everyone else has been a little shaky at this table.
Yeah, club, a spade, and
So
no trump.
probably two diamonds by South to start diagnosing what, if any, major suit fits they have.
Yep. And I know for a fact that Ron Smith's most hated convention is two-way new minor or XYZ. Oh, they even play two-way new minor. I was going to say I would be shocked if they had it on the card because he despises that thing.
He wants to be able to preference openers minor.
He did not give a reason. He was just like, I don't understand what everyone's fascination is with this, and he went on a long rant, and I'm like, fine, we don't have to play it. All right, two diamonds, artificial game force. So this is two-way new minor forcing.
I mean, I do think that it's nice to be able to play two clubs in some of these auctions. Like two diamonds is never a problem because you can always bid two clubs. But especially like I think I used to insist on this when I played with people, like a heart, a spade, and no trump. I don't think it makes any sense to play two-way new minor there. Like there are reasons why you might want to, but I think there's even more reasons why it's nice just to have your two of a minor bid be natural, or even worse, a club, a diamond, and no trump, right? You can just reverse into your major, and on those auctions, you really often want two of a minor to be natural.
For sure, yeah.
The
All right,
world disagrees.
Are we frozen? What's going on? Hammond
I'm stuck also.
Okay.
Who knows? I mean, diamonds 87. Maybe went to the bathroom.
Well, in the other room, I will say that Declare has correctly in four hearts ducked the second round of diamonds to the west seat on that previous board. So four hearts is going to make preventing East from ever getting in and pushing a club through. And Declare makes 10 tricks. Well done over there by Silverman.
Silverman and Chambers played together for many years, but obviously have both moved on to their partners. I think they might still play a little bit, but Chambers and Hammond certainly been playing a lot. So there's the pass, there's the two spades, admitting to three of them, and I think South is just going to bid the spade game here.
Yeah. Ron doesn't really like to mess around. He actually pretty infrequently goes after slams. So that 7-4 hand we saw earlier from him, where he was able to just ask for key cards, a lot of the time he doesn't like tiptoeing around to try and find a delicate slam. He'll just bid the game, hope to conceal information.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like, they don't really have a slam here, but it's not so far. I mean, I think double dummy, or maybe in real life they'll make it because he can rough a couple of hearts, and, no, I guess you can't quite make it. West can rough with the jack on the third round of hearts, but, you're sort of North having a real opening bid away from making a slam here. Just give North a jack of spades.
Well, we're off two aces.
I'm sorry, you're right, two aces.
Yeah, it's... No, I meant in general. I mean, this South hand, he only has a 12 count, so This would not be the type that he would look to explore. But I mean, even if he had like a 16 count, I think for Ron, a lot of his slam bidding decision tends to be around like, if I bid Blackwood and we have enough aces, can I count to 12 tricks? That seems to be his style. And this is not the type of hand that he would be going around looking with. Hey, Lenksinoff.
I believe South has played a lot of money bridge in his life, and that's very much a money bridge kind of attitude.
Yeah.
Like, take the game bonus unless we're positive we have a slam. Like, At Imps, maybe you want to bid 60% slams, but for money, you certainly do not.
Right, right. Yeah, the total points is a lot different than imps in that regard. So Hammond led a heart at trick one. Declare is knocking out the diamond ace. Hammond continues another heart. So heart gets ruffed. I imagine we can cash the queen jack of diamonds and then play a fourth heart if we want.
Yeah, I probably want to take them both, right? So someone can't pitch a third diamond on the fourth heart.
Yeah, I mean, it might have even been practical to go ace of clubs club rough before doing all this. We can still do that now if we want. Just try and elope with as many small trumps as possible. But this will work out just fine. The 8 of hearts gets led. Hammond can hop up with the jack of spades, and the ace of spades will still take a trick, but Smith won't have to guess very much with the ace-10 doubleton of spades on side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and West can take his jack of spades here, but unfortunately, there's no way for a third or a fourth defensive trick to score.
Right. And if Hammond doesn't get the jack of spades, then Smith will probably guess what's going on in the spade suit when he leads a spade. He might not.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try sticking into. He can stick in the 10 though, and I guess then it doesn't matter what declarer does, so he might as well exit low if he thinks he says ace jack 10.
Okay, there's the jack of spades rough. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that if it does go 8 of hearts, West doesn't ruff spade 10 king, South might infer that West was afraid of roughing with the ace of trumps and try and pin the jack 10 doubleton from East.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, good point.
But yeah, as things lie, Hammond plays back a spade, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, the spade return, but it's just going to speed up the rest of the play. South can't really claim yet because East might have the last diamond, and if he plays a diamond through, South would have to guess what to do. But club return, up with the ace, pull trumps. 4 spades making 4. At the other table,
I would have thought that was going to be a push almost everywhere, is it not?
well, the other table got to 2 spades. North opened the bidding, and
What?
South did not game force. Yeah, they got all the way up to 2
That's
spades.
Really bizarre. I mean, not only didn't game force, but didn't even, make a try over 2 spades. Like, I don't, North there still could have had the maximum for his 1 no trump bid. Everything he had done to that point was forced.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, it's going to be costly, so Leonardon picking up a game swing on that board. East passes in first seat. South has 11. He will not open this hand with both minors. So West gets to open a no trump with his 15. Is Cat's going to come
we'll see
in?
if North. Yeah, I was wondering if he would. I mean, I was gonna say I think the arguments are pretty good against it. Your suit is a little bit weak. The opponents know where they're at. You have no game.
Yeah, he did have the ability to show his suit naturally over a no trump. He could have had 2 diamonds to show hearts, as opposed to the more generic 2 diamonds shows 1 major. So that would be an argument in favor of bidding, but I do like the pass. So Chambers going through 2 clubs. He was probably planning to treat this as a 2 clubs, 2 red suit, 2 spades invite. But now that Bob has bid 2 spades, Chambers decides to just blast the game.
Yeah.
And how is this going to work?
100%.
Well, North is not going to lead the Jack Doubleton of clubs. So.
Yeah, and Declare is going to pick up the Jack of clubs and probably just lose 1 diamond in the Ace King of clubs. I mean, I think East 4 spade bid over 2 spades is 100%. You know, once you hit the fit, your hand is huge.
Yeah, certainly. So King of Hearts goes around to the ace. Declare can pull trumps. And Declare might not even lose a diamond because the 4th round of clubs could take care of it, depending on how the club suit gets played.
Yeah, I mean, South possibly gets a little bit end played too, right? After a club to the 9, if he's out of hearts at that point. And trumps have been drawn. You know, he has with a diamond. I mean, he can have it with a Jack of diamonds, but then he's got the same problem on the next club.
Yeah, I think the 7-6 of clubs are a little bit too much double dummy for the defense to
I'm not good.
Sorry, for Declare to necessarily. Okay, now that Katz hasn't covered the 8 of clubs, now Hammond can actually set up the 4th round of clubs pretty easily. So a club goes around to the king, the 10 of hearts comes back. Declare can rough this.
Yeah, no, you just lead. Yeah, you can play dime to the queen, low club.
Okay, but what's he actually going to do? Because diamond to the queen, losing to the king, and a diamond back would be a disaster. So I don't think we can play a diamond to the queen.
I guess that's true, and we can afford to draw 1 more round of trumps across the ace of spades.
Yeah, spade to the ace and a club to the 9 does look relatively effective. But the problem is then another heart forces us. We don't get the 13th club. So what if instead of all that, how bad is it to just cheat and play the queen of clubs here? I mean, if clubs are 3-3, we still get the 4th round of clubs and we can fall back on the diamond finesse. If clubs are 4-2 like this, we just have a claim because they can't lead diamonds through our ace queen enough. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, Declare does have a little bit of a problem. I guess we could play a diamond to the ace in a club. Actually, that's probably best, right? North can't have the king jack of diamonds. We'll start there. There's no way that South, looking at a bunch of small diamonds, would have forgotten to play a diamond through when he was in with the club king. So given that North can't have both the king and jack of diamonds, it actually sounds as if South is looking at just the jack, or at least the jack. So a diamond to the ace doesn't really cost us a diamond trick, and then we can lead a club up to the 9. I think I like that play best. But there are alternatives. We'll see what Hammond comes up with.
Yeah, although, I mean, I guess we can just sort of decide that North never has the king of diamonds, but don't we have the problem that if we do that and then play a club to South, South can play a low diamond and make us guess?
But it's not a guess, right? That's my point. South has to have the jack of diamonds. Like, South has to have the jack of diamonds for not leading a diamond looking at dummy.
I see.
Like, this
Yeah,
heart
if you
back
think
from
that's 100%
south...
reliable, sure.
Yeah, like, this heart back from south just doesn't make any sense unless south has diamond stuff. And if south had the diamond king, he would probably just switch to a diamond. Because he can see the clubs are setting up, so he needs to get diamond tricks in. So south just has to have the jack of diamonds. That's the only reason he's not leading it into the 10. But yeah, Hammond does need to kind of puzzle through what to do. I mean, I honestly think the Queen of Clubs play makes some sense. Spade to the ace and a club up is like okay, but then you don't pick off 4-2 clubs. You would have to go spade to the ace 10 of clubs, which is fine. I think diamond to the queen is actually okay as well, but that looks like my least favorite option. Let me refresh. I feel like I might be frozen, but I know Bob
Yeah,
could be
I know.
thinking.
I think this is just a tank. Yep. I mean, at some point, I mean, he's got time. There's 22 minutes and 2 boards to play, and once he commits himself, this will be quick. But like at some point, you just have to, you know, pick one and stick with it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the more thought is really gonna, make much of a difference here.
Exactly. So I think we've talked through all the options. Now we're just waiting for Bob to choose one. I mean, maybe he'll come up with a third option. I guess you could play the clubs the other way. You could just play a low club towards the 10, hoping that south has ace-king doubleton. That's possible.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not sure that that's super likely. I mean, obviously, none of these layouts are that likely in and of themselves. That just seems one of the less likely ones. Yeah, what is going on here? Come on, Bob.
Yeah, he already took his break earlier. He can't take another break, especially in the middle of play. I'm still kind of on board with my whole plan of diamond to the ace. But lots of choices. The other table has also reached 4 spades on a different auction. East ended up transferring to spades and bidding 2 no as an invite, which is a little bit frisky with a 7 count. And currently, Declare has no issues whatsoever in making 11 tricks. The defense was not as strong at the other table.
Yeah, I think this makes me wonder if there's more going on than just a tank, because this feels like, we're now like 3 minutes from when I commented that he just needed to play a card already, which means he's at least 5 minutes in the tank, which seems excessive on a hand like this.
It has been an awfully long thought. And I mean, maybe he is really working out the percentages of what's most likely. I don't think Bob plays bridge that way. I don't think Bob really is like a percentage calculator. He just kind of Okay, he's leading a diamond. And up to the ace.
Hey.
Well done, Bob. I love this line of play. Now a club. The jack pops up. He's going to be very pleased with himself.
I would say, like, not a percentage in, like, the way Michael Rosenberg will calculate it down to the fraction of a point and then go with it. Like, obviously, every bridge player is going with the odds on a macro level.
Harris, this is live. Just for your information. But
It's 30-minute tape delay, but effectively live.
yeah. Yeah, there's a 30-minute delay on the broadcast, but we are currently live. And I have no idea how old Hammond is. I think he's like 82, maybe.
No, he's older. He's going to be 87 sometime this year, I believe.
Okay, 86 then. There we go.
Yeah, he will turn 87 right after the Philadelphia NABC.
All right, Heart Rough, club pitching a diamond. Hammond is also alive. That's true. Yeah.
And that guy's gonna live forever. I don't totally understand how, but he just obviously is.
All right, we got our claim. All the rest of the tricks. Well done, Bob. It ends up costing him an imp, but I like his line of play. Ooh, whoa. We got some things happening in the other room on the very next board.
Uh-oh.
I guess we'll load in and find out if this table can duplicate the auction over there.
Yeah, I guess probably not. I feel like maybe synthetically, like, I don't know how North-South are showing both majors, but I would guess. Yeah, actually, they're playing transfer overcalls, right? So they actually might have the same double multi-way available.
Well, West probably doesn't open a no trump here. It's a 14 count.
Oh, that too. But in fact, 2 clubs for North-South over 1 no is the majors.
Yeah. So West opens a club. The other room, they opened a no trump on the West hand. I know Compton frequently likes to upgrade, of course, especially if he's playing with sponsors. So a heart by North.
It's not even that big an upgrade, right? You have 14 with, a 5-card suit, a pretty good 4-card suit, and you want the lead coming into your King 10 of spades?
Yeah, certainly. So heart, 2 hearts. Hammond's going to dip out of this auction. And looks like 2 hearts is where we're going to land. Cats does have a nice 12 count. I mean, I'm actually very surprised that South bid only 2 hearts. South has a 9 count, but he's a passed hand. So this feels like a perfect spot to Q-bid and show extras. Well, East on lead.
3, but 2 aces.
Yeah, East gets to lead a trump. Cut down on Dummy's ability to rough that 4th round of spades.
So how are we doing here? We're going to lose at least 2 spades, at least 2 diamonds. Even if we lose a 3rd spade, we're still in okay shape. 5 hearts, king of diamonds, and 2 aces. There's 8 tricks.
Yeah, and that looks like exactly what Declare is going to end up taking. So 2 rounds of spades, and go to Hammond's king. He gets to play back a trump, preventing that 4th round of spades from getting roughed. When Chambers gets in, he'll play a 3rd trump. So good defense from East-West.
Mhm. Three of clubs. Does seem like you might have been able to afford D8.
That standard signal. You gotta tell partner you like clubs, you know? Alright, the 10 of hearts holds. Declare can probably duck a diamond just in case. And then lead up towards the king. Or just play to the king immediately. This works too. So 2 hearts is going to make 8 tricks in this room. At the other table, they managed to make 10. Underbid for sure. So 2 imps going the way of Hammond on that one. And we're on to the last board of the set. And then we'll take a look at the standings.
10 tricks seems like a lot.
10 tricks really was a lot.
Like 9 tricks on an on-trump lead, sure. I'm dying to know what the 10th was.
I think the queen and king of spades both crashed on the same trick.
It must have gotten crashed, yeah. That would make sense.
And so Declare also was able to then ruff a spade.
Who's dealing here? West. So this one will certainly open a no trump.
Oh yeah. 1 no, 15 to 17. Duh. I mean, I guess we transfer to clubs and drop it as East.
Well, I mean, that's going to be our plan, but South is going to thwart it, right?
Yeah.
And, East West might find their way up to 4 clubs, which obviously is not going to make, it might be a little tough for East to sell out here. In North South, they're pretty close to making 4 hearts, right? You lose 2 hearts and a diamond, and I don't know. I mean, that's kind of it.
Yeah, 4 hits is just cold. 10 of hearts dropping.
And there's a little bit of work to do, but really only a little. And I do think they're going to get there, right? East will do whatever he does. South will come in with hearts, and North, I think, has a mandatory raise.
Yeah, so it's going to go 2 spades from East, which is a transfer to clubs. Always a transfer to clubs.
I think South is supposed to bid 3 hearts here. Like, he could wait and balance with 3 hearts, but why would you? Doubles, get that lead director in.
That's true, yeah. This could be a little bit awkward because now they might reach 4 spades.
Right.
Okay, so Hammond bids 3 clubs. He is thrilled to show some club support.
Well, 4 spades is not going to make, right? Because East is on lead with a singleton.
I mean, it's not even that it's not... Like, yeah, this is not the contract that North-South wanted to end up in.
I mean, I guess they're probably not going to get to 4 spades now, but...
Well,
I don't know.
How sure are you? Because...
I mean, I have no idea. Like, I wouldn't be in this position, so I don't know what South spade is.
Yeah, so Chambers first has to decide if he's going to do something over 3 spades. He has... I mean, 3 small spades isn't great, but his partner rates to have a doubleton on an auction like this, another reason why it's dangerous to trust the opponent's sequence.
Said he likes clubs well enough.
He does preemptively save with 5 clubs. I think South is just going to double. He passes. I don't know. What you do is cats. You double this, you pass.
Ugh.
He passes. Okay,
Yeah.
well, crisis avoided. We fortunately, I mean, South got the lead he wanted. If they got a heart lead, a spade loser would go away.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty quick down three. Three spades and two diamonds.
I mean, it's not so clear. Because it's going to go king of spades,
It's
ace
not.
of spades, spade, right?
Yeah,
So
I guess that's true. And then
Declare
can
could take the heart
finesse.
finesse.
I mean, he's not doubled. It's only 50 a trick, so, why not live a little?
Yeah, he just has to decide which finesse to take, the diamond finesse or the heart hook.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
King of spades, ace of spades. North has followed up the line. So the opening spade lead of the 8 and then the 9. They would be giving, I think, standard remainder count, is my guess. Therefore, South should know that a third round of spades is cashing, and he does play a third spade. Okay, ace of diamonds. Cats is just like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, pretty understandable.
5 clubs down 2. The other table also failed to get to a heart contract. They're defending 4 clubs east-west in the other room. But with South having bid hearts,
Possibly a flush. Yep. Oh.
North ended up
Yeah,
leading
already.
a heart at trick 1, so spade loser went away. Oh, we're done in this room, so we can
down
jump
2
over
for 50
to
and
4
shit.
clubs.
Yeah, so I guess it ends with 2 imps to the Leonard Inn team.
Yeah, which means they'll secure the victory over Hammond. Um,
Yeah, I wonder, sometimes in these events they do split round robins. Remember we played in the trials where it was like that, where the match was scored as, let's say, 12 boards, but you would play 6 on day 1 and 6 on day 2 to ensure that every player had to play against every other team.
yeah, because this is a round robin, they're just doing the full 12 against each team to divide them into the categories. But then in the USA 2 bracket, they are doing a double round robin so that
Right.
everyone has to
But you
play.
could do a split round robin where you play 12 boards against every other team. That's 108 boards, but 54 on day 1, 6 against every other team, 54 on day 2.
Yeah, they could have done that. This would not be the strangest mistake that they have made in terms of their scheduling.
No, it's a little weird that they know the concept because we've played in the events when they organized it that way.
That's true. Well, Wolfson continues to dominate. They're over Capelli by 26 in this set, so they have the biggest win. Goodman finally bounces back. They get a win over Reynolds, although it's probably not by enough, considering that everyone's been beating up on Reynolds. Leonard and Hammond, we just saw that match. That was close. Falk and Wildowski, also close. A few boards to play still there. And Bramley over Lal by a few points. So that brings our scores currently. Wolfson is running away with the event. They're almost a full match ahead over the second place Hammond team. Lal is in third. Bramley, Leonardin, and Wildowski sitting in fourth through sixth. So we have a group of 5 teams, Hammond through Wildowski, that look to be competing for 3 different spots. And then beneath them, Capelli, Goodman, Falk sitting down here in 9th, and Reynolds still struggling down in 10th place. I assume you're going to take a break, Craig, but were you planning to join me again for the next set?
I will, yeah. When does the next segment start?
I have no idea. There is a schedule on the USBF site, so I would recommend looking there.
That seems like a plan. All right, I'll see you back here in a few.
Cool. See ya. All right. One thing I noticed, we have no donation bar. Let me go try and fix that. So let me move my camera and add a thing. What? Somehow the information has just been saved? Okay, hold on. I have it. We have the donation bar. Look at this. I don't know where this came from. We should probably... Let's indicate that we're getting a little bit close to the end of coverage. I'll make the bar yellow. And it'll be red if we're really running up against the last day. So currently we have today and tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last day of coverage unless we get more donations in. Also, why does it say 6 days to go? That doesn't feel like the right number of days to go. Whatever. We're just going to leave it. This is the best that we're going to run with for now. Why is it... Let me go ahead and get a background for it so that it doesn't just appear like white text on white web page. All of the problems with streaming that people don't get to see because I usually do all of this stuff offline. But I was not expecting my Streamlabs to crash this morning. There, how does that look? Good? Good-ish? We'll just leave it like that. Who donated the 0.6019 set whatever cents? I don't know, it was probably some Canadian. Or some European. Because there's like a currency conversion. That has been there for a while. I mean, I think it does update every time I get euros. This looks easier to read. I feel like this is the exact same thing I've had. Or are you saying the yellow bar? I was trying to color code the bars. Like yellow is we're like getting towards the end of coverage, and red is going to be coverage is about to end. All right, what else do I need? The black background? Well, I had the black background yesterday, right? I've had the black background the whole time. Did I not? No, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm certain I did. How does this look at a table? I mean, I think this is what it's looked like the past couple of days. I could be wrong, but this is what we're rolling with. Oh man, it's the Simpson table again. They're so slow. Where are they? Yeah, the Simpson table is just like every single round. I mean, I have no idea what's missing from my Twitch thing. Oh, chat! Chat, you're gone! Chat, where'd you go? Okay, hold on. So we haven't had chat on screen this entire time. We didn't have the Discord bubbles. Let's see. Okay, I think I got chat back on screen. Is there anything else I need? Oh, I wanted to kibitz. Let me try and find some little boxes to cover up for kibitzing. There we go. And let's get another one. Hey, Shift. Thank you for testing the chat box. Also something to cover up the other table score. Did I get a new computer? No, I didn't change anything. I woke up this morning and Streamlabs did this. This happened to me like 3 or 4 times in the past, and it just eats everything. I don't know why. Like sometimes when I open Streamlabs with, I haven't like updated anything, it just decides to delete all of my scenes. If you know the answer to that problem, let me know, but I asked on Reddit, no one could explain the answer, or no one could explain it to me, and other people appear to have the same problem as well. So, I don't know what does it, but I had to remake everything, and I'm continuing to do so. Let's see. How does that look? Good? Good-ish? Hey, J.R. Rothschild, it sounds like you're about 45 minutes behind live coverage. I don't know how this continues to happen to people, but, you know, I'm feeling generous today. I'm going to go over to YouTube, and I will let you know that you're about 45 minutes behind live coverage. Just because I'm feeling generous. You were hopeful that I accidentally got a new computer? Yeah, I did not, unfortunately. All right. Thank you, Richard. I'm glad you're on board 60. I mean, we're currently looking at board 60, but we did see board 60 earlier. Oh my god. Refresh. Refresh everything. Okay, we're back to the scores page somehow. So, well, Bramley's 1 imp penalty looks like it might end up costing them. I mean, currently they're only a bit over 1 imp, or not 1 imp, 1 VP. 1 VP penalty. They're only about 1 VP out of 4th place right now. In fact, their imp total is even better than 4th place's imp total. So that means they have not been doing well in the VP match stakes. They've been losing some close matches. Oh, I don't have the donation alerts. Thank you for bringing that up. S. Peterson, thank you so much for the... I mean, it looks like $100. It looks like only 50, actually. I got a double notification for it. But thanks so much. I really appreciate the donations, and I'm glad that you've been enjoying the coverage. Let's get rid of this and this. What'd they get the penalty for? Probably slow play. I don't know. I mean, this is not the team that should be penalized for slow play. It's definitely... Where is Simpson? Simpson is on Team Falk. Okay, well, Falk is not going to qualify, but they should be getting slow play penalties, I'm sure. Hey, Civilian. Richard DePaulo asks, how do you contribute? There should be a link beneath the YouTube video. Let me try and do this thing again, because I know that people constantly ask about this. If you're not comfortable using PayPal, then this is not going to be helpful, but I will link that in YouTube for people. It is also in the description of the stream, so you should be able to click on the stream description just beneath the video and get to that link. There's a message saying donate for USBC coverage right down there. But I would appreciate all support because I think everyone does want to see the coverage continue throughout the remainder of the seniors trials. And that's what this little dono bar is for. If we do hit 1800 today, I'm going to change the color back to green, because then we'll have more than 2 days still covered. How should you read penalty points? It's already accounted for in this score. So the 53.15 already accounts for the -1. So they're just 1/100th of a VP behind Leonardon currently, and they're just 1 1/3 or so VPs behind the qualifying spot for the last position in USA 1. Hammond is not safe. Hammond has... yeah, they would have been 5th without it, and they would have been very close to 4th. But yeah, Hammond has some tough matches coming up. They've played against a lot of the teams that are towards the bottom of the standings. Goodman, Falk, Wildowski already. Capelli even. So, you know, they do still have a match against Reynolds that they can hopefully pick up a lot of VPs for them. But they are not safe in the 3rd position. Lal doesn't necessarily look comfortable either, but they're still, you know, close to 8 VPs ahead of Leonardon, who's in 5th. And Wolfson looks like they're just cruising. This is, of course, going to be the team to beat. Right, I wanted to get my donation alerts up. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. Man, it's been so long since I programmed the donation alerts. Let's see. No, I'm gonna have to research this. How to add donation alerts to Twitch. Oh, did you try the TTS thing? Yeah, I also don't have that, so this is, I mean, this is just what happens. Everyone's like, oh, it looks fine, you know, like, what's different about the stream today? Well, we didn't have chat up on screen for the first while. I'm the TTS. I guess I haven't been reading a lot of donation messages out loud or sub messages. I have the TTS read it for me. I could step in and start doing that. Okay, where is the... I just don't remember how to add this thing. All right, one sec. When does the next round start? Let's figure that out. How much time do I have? I have 2 minutes to set up donations. Or donation alerts. Did I do it? I don't think this is the one I had before, but... I thought there used to be a way where I can... Oh my god, so loud. Hey, NN, thanks so much for the $10. Well, I guess I did something. I guess I'm going to leave it. Why did it happen twice? Why did it happen twice? I don't know why it happened twice. Maybe that was just on my end, but I heard 2 sounds. Okay, I think we're back. We're all set up. I don't have any other scenes, so if we need to do something on BBO, we're screwed. But this is gonna be fine for now. We did it. Way to go. Stream is back up and running. Hopefully it doesn't break again tomorrow. Hey, Craig, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's time. We gotta kibitz our boy Mech, if he's in. Oh, they're playing against Falk.
Okay.
Okay, no one saw anything. I have kibitz Mech. Great. No one was paying any attention to the hand, were you?
No, I made sure to avert my eyes.
Good. Yeah, well, it did flash on screen for a second.
Yeah, there's no way to avoid that. I just kind of keep my eyes on the relevant side of the board. So, I know we have seen Mexstrith play with Camel. Are they playing basically a natural system?
They are, yeah. Mr. D, thanks so much for the $10 donation. Best high-level bridge analysis. Appreciate your support.
And this is against Lusky and Falk, who I think are a little bit scientific, but basically in a 2-over-1 context.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the convention cards for this table, but I will not be watching the action in the other room. So we do have some fun gadgets on the card if it ever comes up. We are playing a 3 no trump opener as a good 4 of a major bid, which I think a lot of the Italians like. Mm-hmm. We won't need spoilers because Simpson's in the other. That's great, actually. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think the 3-0 opening show for a major is pretty popular in the U.S. as well. Like, I think gambling is also very popular, but it just comes up so rarely.
Right. And having a way to distinguish those 4 of a major preamps is actually kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, we haven't quite decided exactly how we're doing it, but Glenn and I, when we play, are going to be doing that. Just, as you say, like, especially if you'd like to preempt 4 of a major, it's really nice to have, a good one and a bad one.
Look at this! We got Gazilli into the seniors.
Gazilli, yep. And not a surprise. I think both, this East-West pair is relatively scientific.
All right, so 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. If North has... Okay. Well, North bids 3 hearts. I was going to say if North has a weak hand, North will end up bidding 2 spades here to show clubs and spades weak. But 3 hearts, 6 or more spades, not solid. Okay.
I wonder exactly, like, or semi-solid. I wonder, like, quite where they draw the line. Like, Ace King Jack 10 6 is that possible for this, or would it have to be like, or would Ace King Queen 10 6 be like semi-solid?
Well, I would. My guess is North has a hand that looks pretty similar to a 2-no rebid with a 6 spade, is what I think might be happening.
I guess I would have thought that it could be almost any shape. Like, I mean, even 6-4 I would have thought was possible.
Well, right. But I'm just saying, like, if I had to guess a hand, that's probably the most likely. Sure. But yeah, North could have a bunch of different shapes that just has some sort of not solid or semi-solid spade suit. So if you're asking about, like, spade quality, something like King Queen 10 6th probably qualifies for this type of bid.
Oh, yeah. And I'm just wondering, like, if, there's another bid that shows semi-solid or better, like, how rigid the definition of semi-solid is. Is it, like, as rigid as Ace King Queen 10 6th or better?
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that, but that is a good question. Babs, I think 65 is the age for seniors.
That is actually a good question. I don't know what the age criteria is.
Because I think Weinstein is 64 right now, and that's why he is not playing with 11 in this event, because he doesn't qualify.
If you want to talk through the early play, I'm taking a look now. Of course, why would it be in the conditions of contest?
Yeah, exactly. Raj actually brings up an interesting bidding theory question about what to do over this 3 no trump showing a major preempt. He says that 4 of a minor is Michael's is kind of a cool use. I think that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically a natural Michael's. In other words, like 5 of the suit bid and 5 in the other.
Yeah, so we play standard at trick 1, so that explains the 9 of clubs from Mexstrath, encouraging in the club suit. Ace of spades. So North spades could be Ace King empty 6th, They could be I mean, ace of spades is kind of a weird play. I mean, it could be ace empty six then, so our partner has king queen third over there is possible. I think we're going to get a bit more info on this trick.
This is insane. That none of the conditions, actually, even the special senior condition of contest, say what the age criterion is. That is insane.
All right, partner's up with the spade queen, so it's starting to look like partner has king queen third of spades. That's going to give North maybe everything else. Ace of clubs, ace of spades, ace of hearts, ace of diamonds. So North just has a 16 count with all of the aces. I mean, North could have the diamond queen as well. Queen of clubs comes. We're giving standard remainder count. So the four of clubs is going to show an odd number.
According to Wikipedia, it is 60 and older.
Really? No, there's no way.
Saying that. I mean, not no way, right?
Well,
it used to be 55, I think.
But Weinstein would be playing. Wow.
That is a good question.
Wow, so Declare actually had ace king 10, sixth of spades. He was just taking a safety play against 4-1.
Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you, Raj. And now I do see it on the WBF page. Yeah, so I guess it's like it's sort of, born before X year until they finally stop it at 65, I think is the idea.
All right, two passes to us.
A notch where you could have a notch where like people were eligible and then weren't eligible.
2-0, 20 to 21. Anyway. Partner just did 3-0.
It's 64 currently, and it goes up to 65 on January 1st, 2026.
Are they really just trying to gatekeep Weinstein out of playing? Is that what's going on
Probably. Now? Yeah, if you want to give me link privileges, I can paste the conditions in if anyone cares.
Okay, club opening lead. What is this 9 of clubs?
I am looking, and it appears to be a Rusno lead.
Cool. Crink, thanks so much for the $50 donation. Appreciate it. I am going to change that bar color.
Right, that the USBF just kind of woodenly follows the WBF eligibility rules for any event, other than forcing the mixed teams to sit in certain seats.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so this 9, probably, I mean, now it has to be honor 10-9 fourth, because if it was 10-9 empty fourth, he might have led low, but also South would have played an honor for sure. Presumably the Rusino guarantees at least 4 cards in the suit. That's how almost everyone plays.
Right. Yeah, so we decided to play low on trick 1, attempting to block the club suit, which makes a lot of sense. And now...
And possibly catch on or under Doubleton and South, that would work out really well for us.
Yeah, that's true as well, if it was 10-9 fourth. So, knocking out the diamond ace. South unblocks the club king, and now we're going to have a decision about what to do with the spade queen, but what we do is we can run all hearts coming down to king doubleton of spades and the jack of clubs in dummy, opposite ace jack third of spades in hand, and North is going to get squeezed down to a doubleton spade. So we'll watch Mexstroth execute the squeeze, and then he's going to have to kind of judge based on the opponent's discards and carding where he thinks the queen of spades is at that point. he might just cash out, but he might go king of spades, spade finesse, and so we're going to have to pay attention to what the opponent's discard on the run of the red suit. So we'll run the heart suit first, because we don't want anyone to be able to save a diamond in the end position. So 3 more hearts, probably pitching 2 clubs and a diamond from the dummy. We could pitch a spade now as well, but...
Yeah, I mean, it will be quote-unquote free for us to take the spade finesse because we will have 9 tricks at that point.
Right. Yep. So hearts are 3-3.
2 more hearts, a diamond, and the king of spades.
North pitches a diamond. We get to throw a club. Someone is going to have to pitch a spade at some point because we're going to come down to a 3-card ending. So Falk pitches a spade, not giving away a ton of information just yet. Now, the last heart...
North and South obviously are, not quite as strong as our East-West pair here in Mexrith and Camel, but they're both very good players. So, they're not going to make Declare's life easy for him. Like, they're both, plenty good enough to conceal the position.
Yeah, so North is down to 2 clubs and 2 spades. So it looks like South started with 5 spades. He's pitched a second one now. So Jack of diamonds, North pitches the 10 of clubs. We could pitch a club or a spade. It doesn't really matter. And so we know that spades started 5-2 between the 2 hands because we have a full count on North's shape.
Mm-hmm.
So Maxtroth could just go with the odds. Spade to the king, spade to the jack. He will have taken 9 tricks at this point. So as Craig has mentioned, it's not too big of a risk to lose to a doubleton queen of spades offside. Or he might judge that the way the play has gone, North is more likely to hold the spade queen. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, South's defense looks pretty natural.
Hang on. Hasn't North come down to 3 spades in 1 club here?
North still has the queen of clubs.
Right. But he pitched his other club, so that's his only club left.
Right. North now has 1 spade and 1 club.
Yeah, so I'm saying he came down to 3 spades and 1 club.
We were in a 3-card ending. All right, spade to the king, so it looks like Maxtroth guessed that North was, in fact, the one to hold the spade queen. He goes against the percentage odds, but...
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought South had started with the 4th diamond. I missed one of Lusky's diamond pitches.
Yeah, so the way that I actually think about these squeeze endings is a lot less about trying to count out the shape. I mean, this is kind of a prerequisite to being able to do squeezes, what Craig's talking about. Like, we count out North's shape. North started with, depending on whether you've been paying attention to the discards, which is a little bit challenging. North started with 2 spades, 3 hearts, 4 diamonds, and 4 clubs. So you could do it that way, but the way I like to think about it is just what cards do they have to hold in the end position, and then we can work out the rest. And here, North had to hold a club, and if North did not hold on to 2 spades, we would effectively just have a free guess. We would play low to the king, and North's spade would get collected. So North effectively had to hold on to 2 spades and 1 club in the ending, which was necessary. So you still want to pay attention because, sometimes the opponents make your life very easy if you've been counting out the hand, and then there is no guess. But yeah, in this case, Lusky did come down to the ending we suspected, and Maxtroth decided to play the hand as a show-up squeeze, I guess. So pass, pass, pass. We didn't open our 11 count. I'm sure Jeff is very disappointed in that. He doesn't get to play his precision system anymore. Spade by partner. A no trump by us. We're past hand, so this is non-forcing.
Yeah, and our hope is that whatever partner does, we can bid 2-0 now. But I think if Camel passes, even red, probably we're not going to be too worried about having missed a game.
Oh, 3 clubs game force. Okay, this is about to get spicy. So 3 clubs artificial, showing a variety of hand types. Could have hearts, could have clubs, could just be single-suited spades. Pretty popular treatment, in fact. Jody, thanks so much for the $50 donation. Appreciate the support.
This is, people, basically everyone should play some variation of this, and I think basically everyone does, even if they don't realize it. Like, if you have 7x2 in a game force, you just bid 3 clubs and hope to get away with it.
Yeah, so 3 diamonds by us. We're going to ask about partner's hand. And we have realistic slam chances. I mean, if partner has this hand that's 5 spades and 4 hearts game forcing, then partner's going to show us the heart fit. We have a 8-card heart fit. We kind of have a maximum passed hand. Ace king of diamonds could be working. The jack of spades could be an important card if partner has like king queen fifth over there.
Yeah, and if partner has a single-suited spade hand with a stiff club,
yep,
our hand is enormous too.
Yeah, like
so
6-3-3-1 shape would be great. Okay, so I think 4 diamonds should be a cubid. Yeah. Now, there is a downside to making this cubid.
I was thinking more like 7-2-3, like 7 spades for, if we define a 1-suiter that way.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's possible. So the downside to queuing 4 diamonds here is if the hands just don't fit very well, like partner has a singleton diamond, this is going to alert the opponents to the fact that they should be leading clubs. And that's something we want to avoid. But I think the hand is a little bit too good to pass up on the possibility of reaching an excellent slam. So we do queue 4 diamonds. Great bid by Mexstroth. And we'll see what partner does. If partner doesn't have a club control, partner will know that we are also denying a club control and he can just sign off in 4 spades. We'll respect that. And if partner does have a club control, he'll probably give us a last train with 4 hearts. And then we have a decision to make. Okay, partner signed off in 4 spades. We're just done.
Yeah, and I wonder if 4 hearts really would be last train here, given that North is showing a game force. Like, is there really a hand where he might want to do that after we bid 1 no trump limiting our hand and now have a diamond cube bid? I don't know. I think 4 hearts there maybe should just be a straight up cube bid.
It probably should be, yeah. But we would have a decision to make over 4 hearts with this hand because our trumps are pretty weak. Civilian asks if this is online or in person, and the answer is yes. Well, we have missed out on a very good slam.
Play for a grand, right? We're on picking up the spades on this lead to make 7.
Yeah, this is, I think, a pretty big error from Camel, because he doesn't even need the jack of spades from us, I don't think, for slam to be good. He could, as long as spades split or an honor drops, he can pull trumps and then hopefully rely on 3-3 hearts or the club finesse.
Well, 7 would have gone down.
The Lee guy! Thanks so much for the $250 donation. Oh my god, we are getting close to our goal now. I really appreciate all the support, guys. I'm glad that people are enjoying the commentary.
Probably it is a little weird that North didn't do something over 4 diamonds, probably 4 hearts. Like, it doesn't really commit him to anything.
No.
He had to know that South wasn't going to be able to cooperate further, given that North was looking at 4 key cards.
Yeah, exactly. That does feel like we might have missed an opportunity our way. So we can understand Camel not pushing opposite a passed hand, but we did kind of have the perfecto that just fit really well with his cards. The ace king of diamonds opposite the doubleton, the king of hearts that nicely fills in the heart suit, ace queen third, and the jack of spades to even help out in the spade suit. So
Yeah.
disappointing, but
Yeah, we'll take a look at the frequency chart afterwards and see how other pairs handled it.
yeah. All right, now it's the opponent's turn. We are going to pass throughout in this auction, try and build a picture of the opponent's hands, and partner's probably going to be on lead because that's usually what happens in these auctions. North is either going to declare hearts or no trump, usually.
Yeah, I think there's some chance we'll be on lead against a no trump contract, but
Yeah.
it's hard to imagine at this point. The ops are headed to anything other than one of those two spots.
Yeah. All right. Two hearts on our right or on our left. Let me see if I can figure out whether or not that shows extras. I mean, extra length.
Actually, I would guess probably not, but who knows? East west or north south rather are, I've played a decent amount against them and know them a little bit, and I think they're a very good ethics pair. So I'd be surprised if Two Hearts did show an extra one and Lucky didn't alert it.
So 3 hearts by south. 4 club non-serious slam try. Okay. That's not great for us.
Strengthening my contention that Two Hearts only showed 5. So
yeah, our king.
yeah, so.
I mean, I'm rooting for them to sign off because our king of clubs is on side.
Partner stuff is going to be on side because South almost certainly has a stronger hand than North.
Yeah, if South continues over 4 clubs, South is going to have a pretty good hand. And of course, with the diamond suit, our partner's diamond could get finessed. Like if North has, or our partner has the diamond king, then.
Yeah, I could, South possibly promised 5 diamonds. Again, didn't alert it, so who knows. But if he goes slamming, he's certainly going to have a diamond source of tricks, and we can see that they're going to work pretty well for him.
Pog, chat. George Brad, you filled in the donation bar. Oh my god, we're over donation.
Yeah, the longer South thinks, the less I like this.
I will do my best to put on some future events. But thank you all so much. We've reached our goal. Craig, we have reached our donation goal. I'm covering the remainder of the event.
Hey! Yeah, I just looked and saw that you were, I think, covered through the middle of the week.
I was.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Thanks so much, everyone.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Okay, 4 diamonds last train. So first thing that we know, South has a spade control. We can deduce this from the auction because North would have bid 3 spades with a spade control. So North is denying a spade control with the 4 club Q bid, and therefore South must have a spade control for the 4 diamond last train. So we know that much, but it does look like partner's going to be on lead. So we will get a look at dummy, but it is worth noting that North is, in theory, denying the ace king of spades, or singleton or voidant spades for the 4 club bid. 5 hearts.
Yeah, so, and North South have been playing together seriously for many years. So, I think whatever it looks like to us, in our preferred partnerships, I don't think there's any question that these two know what it means.
Right. And so the 5 heart bid, usually this is going to be a ask for good trumps. I think that's frequently how this is played.
So that was certainly how it was played in the old days. A little less common in an era of keycard Blackwood when our Blackwood bid asks how trumps are.
Yeah.
So it's pod like 5 hearts could just be like sort of quantitative, like look at your hand and bid a slam or don't bid a slam,
Mm-hmm.
which would really mean asking for a diamond source of tricks. Well, it was
Yeah.
obviously not asking for good
It
trumps.
it was not asking for good trumps. Yeah, so
I
I think you are
For what
right.
it's worth, I prefer the quantitative interpretation for that reason that we have a bid that asks about the ace king queen of trumps.
Yep. I am totally with you. So spade opening lead. Um
I mean, this looks pretty grim.
yeah, let's think for a
Maybe
second.
this lead will. Partner somehow has the ace of diamonds, then this lead at least is going to start the work of trying to cut off the diamond suit.
Yeah, queen doubleton of hearts might be helpful. Obviously it would fall under the ace king if that's what
We
North
wish we didn't
has.
have the 10.
Yeah, the 10 of hearts makes it a little bit unfortunate, but it's possible that Declare could end up I don't know, trying to safety play or something in the heart suit itself.
Yeah, so obviously this certainly looks like partner has the ace of diamonds, but that's good news, bad news.
McMary, thanks so much for the $50 donation. I appreciate it. All the support, guys. Yeah, we'll see if we can continue covering more events in the future.
And I would guess North has at least two diamonds because again he could have blackwooded.
Yeah, it's generally a little bit weird when they don't bid Blackwood and they just turn up with some sort of balanced hand. So I'm not sure I understand what North's hand looks like yet. But I think you're right that he was just looking for a trick source in diamonds, which is what he kind of has.
The whole thing is weird though, right? Because North made a non-serious Q-bid, and in light of that information, South was still willing to go on to a slam with what looks to me like a fairly minimum for having made a slam try earlier.
Yeah, South's
Is he really
decision.
counting on his partner for ace king queen of hearts and the ace king of clubs and not having bid 3-no to show a better slam try? I don't know.
Yep. I am totally with you on this. That yeah. So Raj says, curious about what Declare has for 5 hearts after non-serious. I mean,
Right.
okay, let's try and give North a hand.
Well, I was going to say until partner showed up with a small heart, ace king 6 of hearts was consistent with North's bidding, right? Where his hand might be kind of light in high cards and controls, but his trump suit is better than expected.
What if it's ace king queen 6th of hearts, or sorry, ace king queen 5th of hearts and the ace of clubs and out? So partner could have beat this on a club lead.
Right.
But partner decided to lead a spade through the spade cubit and dummy, looking at the king himself, which makes a lot of sense. He was just hoping that we had the queen of spades to set up a trick when he gets in with the diamond ace. So, I think North could easily have this 13 count, and now that the diamonds are set up, Declare is just going to make this. Even if he started with a stiff diamond.
Right, I mean, the diamonds are probably set up. If he started with a stiff diamond...
He just roughs a diamond and goes king of hearts, heart to the jack, pulling trumps, and then runs the diamond suit.
So if he started with ace king queen 5th, yes. I'm thinking if he doesn't have the queen of hearts, now he has options that might be good for us. Like, if he tries to play diamonds first, we can rough with the 10 of hearts and promote a trump trick.
Yeah, so... Okay, he does rough a diamond. Yeah, I mean, this feels awful for us.
Yeah, I think we 100%. I guess it's possible that Lusky had the ace queen of clubs, and maybe that would be kind of, the hand that straddles the border between non-serious but willing to go slamming over 4 diamonds. In which case, then we haven't actually lost anything.
That's true, but I mean, Camel could have ducked the ace of diamonds.
Right.
So it was the ace queen of clubs. Yeah, I think you're right that just ace king queen fifth of hearts and the ace of clubs is not enough. Now, should Michael have ducked the ace of diamonds? Maybe. I mean, it's a tough problem from Camel's perspective.
Yeah, the whole thing is weird. I mean, also one possible defense is if we do go with our read that North Stockton is more consistent with a doubleton diamond than a singleton, ace of diamonds and a diamond after Lusky led one is possible from East. I mean, again, then maybe Lusky made an error by not showing a second trump, but whatever, it's something that Camel was thinking about.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, and Raj says that's pretty heavy for non-serious.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I think his concern was that he had a singleton opposite his partner's diamond suit, and that doesn't fit very well. But yeah, you're correct that this was a little bit strong for a non-serious. He has 3 key cards in the trump queen. That's a lot.
And I think the auction kind of suggests he realized that, right? That he made this non-serious bid as part of a Q bid in response. And over 4 diamonds, he suddenly realized that his trumps were so strong that South was never going to be able to take another Q bid if North only bid 4 hearts. And he couldn't bid 4 spades. So, so he was a little bit stuck at that point.
Right. Well, okay. That feels like a pretty terrible result for our side.
Yes, it does.
1 club on our right, 2 or more, only a 4-4-3-2. We overcall spade. Partner gives us the 2 club Q bid. But partner's a passed hand. We have no game interest opposite a passed hand. We'll just bid 2 spades to hopefully buy the contract there.
Yeah, it's possible that North can scrape up a belated something or other, but I think most of the time this ends the auction. Certainly East is done here as a passed hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Raj points out that it's possible our teammates get to the slam on this board because they'll have more of a serious slam try auction.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that yes, the king and jack of clubs are on side and the king of spades is on side. So even if our partner had ducked the ace of diamonds, Declare could maybe technically make the slam, but it's not so obvious to not just play for 3-3 diamonds at that point. Try and rough the diamond suit good. So, and I also don't think our teammates are going to get there.
On the spade lead, half the time or possibly more if North is less inclined to lead away from a king, we're just down to trick 1. So, if our teammates save the board, terrific, but mentally I'd be banking that as a likely loss.
Yeah, I think we tend to believe that if a slam is good, our teammates will get there, and if a slam is bad, our teammates will not, and this was not a good slam. So
you might have better teammates than I do.
Well, okay, but I mean, that's kind of a easy enough way to evaluate whether or not we won or lost the board. You trust your teammates are going to do the right thing. Sometimes you just get to bad slams because that's the way the auction works out. But if you don't want to put in the effort of mentally reconstructing how would the opponent's auction go in the other room and what our teammates are going to do in these positions, then you can just look at the board and be this is not a good slam, our teammates won't be there, or this is a good slam, our teammates will get there, sort of thing.
Yeah, sometimes there's just an inevitability about missing a good one or getting to a bad one, but this board didn't have that feel to it.
Yeah. So my suspicion, teammates are not there, but they might be.
So North overtook his winning 8 of spades to be able to take the next spade finesse.
Yeah, this guy's so good. Man, just every time I see him play, he just does everything right. We pulled trumps.
Yeah.
Not much to the play on this hand. We can play a heart to the 10, and South is going to get end played in 3 suits. So I think we're just going to do that.
We can play King of Hearts heart to the 10, right?
We could do that. Yeah, King of Hearts heart to the 10 is fine. Who is in for
No,
Wolfson
if
in the
North
other
drops not it.
room? Great question. It is.
Yeah, if South had dropped an honor under the King of Hearts, now we could play it and pin pick off Queen Jack Doubleton.
Yeah. It is Wolfson and Garner are in the other room.
Against Simpson and Zwirling, so a little bit of a Pacific Northwest feel to the Falk team with Lusky from Portland and Zwirling as well. I think Zwirling is Portland. I know he's somewhere in the Northwest.
Okay. 2 rounds of hearts, a third round. We've thrown South in, which is quite nice, but it kind of had the feel that the Diamond Ace was onside the entire time, right? Ace of Clubs is off. King of Spades was off.
Yeah, and we can just do a little counting. If South has Ace Queen, possibly Ace Queen Jack of Clubs, King of Spades, and something in Hearts, there's not really room for him to have the Ace of Diamonds.
Right. Yeah, so despite the opening bid, the Ace of Diamonds does happen to be onside, so we can collect this trick and I guess try a low club. I mean, I don't know. There's no real hope for extra tricks here.
No,
Max Stroth might find something, but he just claims his 9.
What he
Well
found
played.
was the claim button.
Yeah. Well played. Oh, okay. We find out something like this. The wheels start turning. North forgot to open up Diamond Preempt, or maybe they couldn't. No, they did have a Diamond Preempt available, and they just didn't utilize it. So our teammates could easily earn a swing on that board if they do open 2 diamonds with that North hand.
So, club by Camel, not 2+, maybe slightly surprisingly.
Yeah, I think these guys just like to play kind of a very natural system. So club, a spade. Okay. We don't actually get to see this bid until it comes back through the screen to us, but 2 hearts. Now we see that our left-hand opponent's overcalled.
Yeah, so I think we're done now. The partner denied 3 spades.
Yeah, partners denied a spade fit. Maybe at match points we would think about reopening, but at imps, why compete for part scores, right? We'll just let them play 2 hearts.
Even though, unless partner has 5 clubs, we probably don't want to be in clubs, and we know the defense can start out spade, 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 rough, and then, that's 0 high cards from partner, and he opened the bidding, so I'm not sure that I would be, even if 2 hearts came back to me, I think even at match points I'm done. My apologies if people are hearing the church bells ringing.
I cannot. I thought I almost heard something when you mentioned it, but no, it's not quite. Okay, 2 spades on our right. So we will pass.
Yeah. No reason to double this, for one thing. It probably, isn't consistent with his hand, and partner's going to lead a spade no matter what, since we know he has a most 2.
Yeah, I think double of 2 spades is like I was planning to bid that.
Yeah. Yeah, so in this one, we're probably pretty happy if North South get to a game. We know we're going to start the first 3.
Well,
I mean, I guess spades could be 5-2, or partner's hypothetical rough could be with a natural, but most of the time, this is going to be pretty good for us.
yeah, let's see. I mean, if spades are 5-2, North has to, our left-hand opponent has to be the one that has 5, right? Because right-hand opponent would have just overcalled a spade. So they do get to 4 hearts. You're right.
It's wildly unlikely that they're 5-2.
You're right, yeah.
We could consider doubling this, by the way.
Yeah, that's...
doesn't, but I think double is very much in the picture.
Double might say don't lead a spade, and that's probably a useful meaning for that bid, so...
Maybe.
What?
I mean, double saying, partner, they're not making this is a nice message to be able to send also.
What is this dummy?
Here,
what do you mean South didn't overcall a spade? What are these guys doing?
He's, I was going to say he's red-white, but he's not red-white. We are.
Oh, boy. Welcome to the seniors.
That does seem like a fairly conservative pass. I mean, it's marginal. It's a 7 count, but with a singleton club taking up the whole 1 level, I would certainly bid a spade.
All right, we play standard carding on trick 1. So Mexroth decided to conceal the 3 of diamonds. We're going to follow up the line, probably the 9. Oh. Was the king something special? Hold on, I need to go back and look now. No, we just lead king from ace-king.
It's possible the king was asking for count. I don't know. Whatever it was, Mexer's 3 certainly confirmed he started with 4, so I'll let Camel continue the cash out. But boy, like, you know, it turns out we didn't even need to have my hypothetical 2 spades in the rough defense to get at least down 2.
This is a really weird hand.
I mean, Camel doesn't have a double. You know, he's thrilled to death that 3 diamonds cashed, but no reason to think they would.
Well, I guess we can hope that our teammates don't manage to get to 4 hearts on this one.
Boy, really just totally ignoring that 9 of diamonds, huh? Not that it matters. I mean, if we give declare extra club tricks, what difference does it make?
Right, yeah, Camel probably just... I don't know, didn't want to lead the 10 of spades from 10 doubleton or something.
And it's not going anywhere, so there's no urgency.
Right.
Yeah, presumably that implies that East has nothing in trumps to promote. Yeah, as in fact he does not, obviously.
Okay, 2 rounds of hearts.
So Mexers can hit the claim button now.
Okay, I was going to say, like... Alright, now we get to take 2 spades. King of spades, ace of spades. And this is going to be down 2. Yeah, I mean, a club pass a spade, 2 hearts. I think that makes a lot of sense, and our right-hand opponent's hand might just bid 4 hearts in the other room. I don't think that bid's so crazy favorable. I mean, okay, fine. Right-hand opponent will probably overcall spade, and then they'll just get to 4 hearts that way.
Yeah, now that's much harder to double. But on our auction, I think it's a little surprising that Mexer didn't take a whack at it.
Alright, we got a nice 14 count. I mean, this has to be an upgrade into a no-trump opener if we get the opportunity.
Totally agree.
So pass on our right, we'll open a no-trump. And then partner becomes captain.
Nope.
Oh, we have opened 1 spade. Whew. Wow. Unexpected.
All right, Mike, come on. What are you thinking about here? 3 diamonds. Is that natural invite? It is. So over this, I'm certainly a 3-no bidder on this hand. I don't know about you.
Yeah, for sure. We have extras, so we're at the maximum of our weak no trump if we decided this wasn't worth an upgrade. We do have a fitting diamond honor.
King Queen 6 of diamonds is, close enough to 6 tricks.
Yep. And for anyone wondering, we do have the lunch break at the end of this round. I was wondering. So this is going to be our break segment after this.
So is today, I guess there's 10 teams in the event?
There are 10 teams in the event.
Is today the 5 or today the 4?
Today's the 5. We had the weather delay yesterday.
Right. I wonder if there were apparently storms all through the the south and southern Midwest, so probably related to that. Hey,
okay.
King Queen 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, King Queen 6 as advertised. So win the opening heart lead, ace of diamonds, diamond, test the suit. We are completely protected against bad splits. I guess that's not entirely true. We could, in theory, lose a diamond, 2 spades, and 2 hearts if we misguess a spade switch from south. But now that the diamonds come home, there's no trouble. So... Six diamonds, a heart, and 2 clubs is 9. I guess we can just knock out the ace queen of hearts for a 10th while protecting our king of spades. That's probably going to be our plan.
And it's possible, but we could try the jack of hearts now, because there is some chance that south has the queen of hearts and wanted to put in a spotted trick one. I mean, that's, otherwise north underled ace queen, probably 4th of hearts. We're just going to play a heart to the king.
Yeah. Heart to the king. North is in. We can just knock out... So club will come back, probably. We can win the king, knock out the last heart, and eventually we lose a black suit trick for 1 over trick.
Yeah, possibly 2 black suit tricks, right? Because there is still some possibility, I think, that the heart loses to south. Maybe not a huge possibility, but it's not 0.
Alright, heart comes back, so north is up with the queen, and they can take the ace of spades now, or they can play a club. Those are the 2 choices.
Yep, so that'll be 630, feels like a reasonably good result for us.
Yeah. I think everyone's going to get to game on this one. I mean, our hand really is worth a no trump in second seat, but maybe Mexstroth and Camel just agree to not, upgrade ever. And if that's the case, then you have 14. You gotta stick with your guns.
Yeah, they are playing puppets, so that was not what dissuaded him. I was wondering if possibly he was worried about burying the spades, but they did have a way to get back to him.
Alright, we got 11. We're in first seat. No one vulnerable. Is this
there we go.
Going to be an opening bid? Mexstroth says yes. 1 club, 1 spade. And now we do have a decision. 1 no trump or 2 spades. This is a little bit about partnership style. If you frequently raise on 3, then this hand is a clear 2 spade bid. If you don't frequently raise on 3, then you just bid a no trump.
Yeah, I would not consider 2 spades with this hand. Sort of sub minimum, no singleton. The queen jack of hearts are much more no trumpy. We don't want to encourage partner with garbage like this.
Yeah, so 1-no.
Yeah, I don't mind raising on 3 without a singleton, but I would not do it on this hand.
Three diamonds. 5-5 game force. Interesting. Most players who will play like the XYZ or two-way new minor forcing would go through 2 diamonds with the game force, and so 3 diamonds would be a 5-5 invite for them. But this is good news for us. I mean, I'm not sad we've opened the bidding at this point when partners game forced and we found a spade fit. Our 11 points are relatively pure. We're missing a fitting diamond honor, but the Queen Jack of Hearts could help with a heart finesse. Jack of Clubs might come into play. They're on board Infinity. Yeah, the deal is rotated because we're kibitzing.
Yeah, they did take away a board in one of the matches. I don't know if that was Simpson related or not.
Every set Simpson has had boards taken away, I think.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I didn't check the scoreboard, but I wonder if they have assigned penalties.
There are some penalties, but none for Simpson's team, somehow.
Yeah, it's the 0.25 for Hammond, 1 for Bramley, and 1 3/4 for Lal.
Okay, 4 diamonds from our partner. We bid 4 spades. Our hand is not really slam suitable opposite the diamond 2 suitor. Our Queen Jack of Hearts could be completely wasted.
Yeah, although if East is showing 6-5, our hand isn't so bad, right? I mean, oh, we could have a slam opposite, like, Ace Queen 6 of spades, Ace King 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, it's possible, but
it was 5-5, and his hand is, so he was just cubitting.
Yeah, 4 diamonds just a cubid. We had showed spade support, so King of Clubs lead.
South. Otherwise, we could have knocked out the heart to pitch our losing club away. That will not be an option now. And we could try ducking this, and if they don't cast the heart, that'll go away.
Yeah, I would definitely be a lot more concerned about 10 tricks than trying to swindle them out of a thing, but you might be right that ducking is still going to be a good play. I think it might even be better to... What were you thinking?
No, we'll just ducking it, not so much even as a swindle as the defense is now guaranteed a club trick, so why not duck it and hope something good happens, given that the defense is already off to what we can see as their best start.
So I think that the play is probably win the club ace, and I was going to suggest a heart to the king immediately. Because if they don't take the club queen, then we do get to pitch a club on the queen of hearts. And if they do take the club queen, then we have 3 pitches set up in dummy for diamond losers. So that seemed like a pretty nice line of play. I mean, taking the diamond finesse is something that also makes a lot of sense. If Camel wants to just work on diamonds immediately. So there's a lot of options for declare, but heart to the king looked relatively tempting to me at trick 2, just kind of forced them to take their tricks or not take their tricks. Jody says Simpson's in your district and he plays very slow regardless. We've seen that multiple times now with a bunch of different partners that Simpson has just been very, very, very slow. Okay. So declare has the rest if spades are 3-2, which means the question that we want to ask ourselves is, what can we do about a bad spade split? Oh my god! Well,
your heart to the king play is looking better and better.
I mean, this whole diamond to the queen, you don't expect it to be this bad, but Yeah, I mean, this was not great for us.
Yeah, so we're already minus.
Yeah, suffering the diamond ruff was a pretty big problem. And is Falk following? No, he's showing out. He was 5-5. Wow. All right, we do have the rest. We've pulled trumps, and now we can utilize these three losers, which we could have done as well on the heart to the king plan. So maybe not the right line of play chosen from Camel. This whole plan of playing to, a diamond to the queen, I think is looking forward, like way ahead into the hand and saying, well, if spades are 3-2, of course I could just play heart to the king, they cash the club queen, and then I have all these discards. I can go ace, queen, king of spades, pulling all trumps, and then run all of the tricks from the west hand. But what happens if spades are 4-1 and I don't get to pull all 4 rounds of trumps? I still think that this is probably the best line of play, though, because even if we lose a spade trick, probably the queen, jack of hearts, and jack of clubs cash, and then we can take a diamond finesse afterwards. So anyway, there were lots of reasonable lines of play. I don't hate the diamond to the queen plan, but I thought heart to the king was probably what I would have done at trick 2. We're on to the next board, though. A club, a heart, 2 clubs. We have a 12 count. Our queen of clubs has kind of grown up a bit, so this does feel like a full game force now. We'll bid 2 diamonds, artificial game force.
I mean, we might just bid 3.
We might just bid 3 now. That's
like,
true, too.
Scoring for? Like, partner doesn't have 4 spades, he doesn't have 4 hearts, so what are we looking around for besides a no-trump game?
Well, I kind of want partner to play it, but this is fine, too.
I mean, I don't know. Look what just happened.
Fine, no, you're so right. We can't let Camel declare any more hands. All right, queen of diamonds lead.
We could, just starting with 2 diamonds and bidding around. Probably just, might just give partner ideas they don't want to put in his head.
That's true. I would just really like to protect partners.
Block the seed or ducking it?
Yeah, good question. All right, so we will probably duck. Ducking the diamond makes some sense. I don't think we can afford to duck a second diamond, though, because if we do, then they could switch to spades.
Play a spade, yeah.
So we have to win the second diamond if they play it. The hope is that our 10 of spades is going to be enough to stop the suit, while our 10-8 combination will be enough to stop the suit if left-hand opponent does switch to spades. So the jack of diamonds gets continued. This is really good for us because now the diamonds will block.
Yeah, but we have more problems in this, right? Which is we only have 1 guaranteed entry to dummy, so we can unblock the club and, maybe try a heart to the jack. But, or even, run the queen of hearts. But, if the clubs aren't coming in at that point, either jack doubles in or 3-3, we've got some real problems.
Okay, I mean, there have been so many things swirling through my head, so many thoughts. So let's see. Mike Strath is thinking on this track. I mean, he's definitely going to win the diamond ace, and then he's going to play club.
I think they're certainly going to unblock the club first, but after that,
Okay. Queen of clubs holds.
I kind of like heart to the jack because we run the queen of hearts and it loses. We have our 2 entries, but that's not necessarily good for us if it loses. So once we're assuming that the heart is on side, I think a heart to the jack feels better.
All right, heart to the jack.
Yeah, Maxwell agrees.
So it feels like this is going to lose.
Yeah.
unblock the Diamond King. All right, we can pitch a spade, I guess.
Spade, probably.
So now spade comes. Oh! Queen Jack third of diamonds. You scoundrels.
Wow.
Someone's been listening to my stream. Just honor third or good leads against 3 no trump.
Now we can pitch a club. Yep.
Yeah, we do need the clubs to come home. Even if we get a bunch of heart tricks, we just don't have enough tricks. So heart to the ace, ace king of clubs.
Yeah, and we'll either make it or not. Go out.
Club, a heart. So let's see. North has 4 hearts. North is 4 triple 3 with 4 hearts. Is that what we think's happening? Nope. South has once again forgot to overcall a 5-card spade suit. Stop doing this, South. Please. Please stop.
And South could be 4-3-4-2, right? Yeah, there's a third heart. And it looks like he was.
So what did North lead from? North had 4 clubs, 3 diamonds, but North had 4 spades, right? Then? So this opening lead didn't make a lot of sense?
Yeah.
No, North was... Oh, I was right about the shape. I just miscounted the spades. That's what happened.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I said South. South was known to be 4-3-4-2 after he followed with a third heart.
Yeah. I know. I just miscounted the spades. I was right about North's shape. We could have worked this out.
Right. Yeah, although to no point since it didn't really matter what they had.
Well, no, it did because we had to.
It mattered that,
we had to guess the end position. Because if North had the last heart, then we could have thrown them in with a club to lead into our heart tennis.
Oh, sure.
So
we were already down at that point, though.
Yeah.
You know, the throw-in trick is the 5th defensive trick, so it's, not to save anything material.
Well, I mean, it's down 1 versus down 2, right?
It's another trick. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Mextroth, I think, took the read that I did, which was that North was 4-3-3 and played a heart to the queen at the end. To get out for down 1.
Which makes sense, I think. Once he's known to have 4 clubs and led from a 3-card suit, he kind of has to be 4-3-3, right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, well, South finally has mustered up a one of the
the one spade. I mean, this must just be a complete moose of a hand. He's going to come down with like a 22 count with 6 spades.
Every other table is doubling and jumping.
Yeah. All right, 1 spade on our right, followed by 2 diamonds after the cubid. So left-hand opponent has signed off in 2 spades, and is our right-hand opponent going to take another push?
Yeah, it feels like yes, right, partner? No, I'm wrong. So, our hand is bad. South showed already some extras of bidding 2 diamonds. East couldn't act. Oh, nice hand with Lusky.
Yeah, so Mextroth gets off to a trump lead. He's elected to lead the 3. Why lead the 3 over the 2?
I think just conventional, right? In trumps, don't people normally lead low from small doubletons?
Yes. Yeah, so maybe this is middle down up is the way that we're going to play the trumps.
Yeah, just to let East know what the count is. I mean, East probably will know South only has 5 spades anyway, since he might have bid more with 6.
Right.
But might as well give partner as much information as we can.
All right, spade to the queen and ace.
Doesn't really cost anything. Declare was always picking up that queen.
Right. And also, it could be important to lead trumps on an auction like this when South has implied a 2-suiter. So diamond continuation. We probably have to hop up with the queen here to play another spade.
Well, what do we think South's diamonds are for this play?
They're probably
Like
ace
probably
empty.
ace fourth.
I
Yeah.
mean, it could be ace nine fourth, in which case Declare could now win the spade king and take a diamond finesse against partner. But our queen of diamonds was going to rough out anyway.
Yeah. But then what is our partner shape? Is he 4-5 in clubs and diamonds, or is he the kind of guy who opens a club on 4-4?
He would open a diamond with 4-4. So,
Well, I think so. So that means that South has a singleton club.
right. Or South could have 5 diamonds.
Or South could have 5 diamonds. That's true. Yeah, he couldn't have made a two suited bid over a club, so that is possible.
It does look like our partner has the diamond 9.
Yeah.
Or,
And 5-5 also, South might have tried 3 diamonds over 2 spades, kind of, one last chance to get to a game opposite King Doubleton or something.
right. Yeah, so, okay, ace of hearts.
Also a little strange that Declare didn't try a club to the king if he had a singleton at some point. If he had a heart, if he had a losing heart, that seems like probably the ace of clubs is offside, but you never know. We do have 6 points.
So partner gets to cash the 9 of diamonds. We'll give a count signal in clubs.
Yeah, so I think we're reasonably sure the partner's king of hearts was his last one.
Yeah, so partner's down to just clubs, so partner's end played into giving the king of clubs a trick, is what we think might be going on. It's not like this would be really weird for Camel to miss the defense of unblocking the heart king under the ace.
Well, he also could have cashed the ace of clubs. Oh, he did have 4 diamonds because he. Oh, sorry, he was 4-4-3 too.
Wow.
Yeah, he could have also cashed the ace of clubs, played a diamond, and we could have roughed that and cashed a heart if the heart was cashing, but it wasn't.
That's true. Actually, oh my god, yeah, that's so true. You know what? Yeah, Mexstroth was thinking on the 9 of diamonds. No, he did pitch a club, though, ultimately. But
Yeah, he did, but I think he was thinking about roughing and cashing if he had the same incorrect read that I did.
right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, that's
Another
a
14.
that's a card in our partner's wheelhouse, opening a club with 4-4 in the minors.
Yeah, and very much like all the old New Yorkers used to do that, and Camel is kind of quasi old New Yorker, grew up in northern New Jersey, so I think a little bit of that tendency. A club on 4-4 with minimum hands.
Gotcha. So a club and no trump, we will just pass. Good luck, partner. Looks like the opponents are not interested in coming in, or they would have done so already. George
Simply
Mads.
and effectively, there is a chess clock since each team has its own time bank. So it's not like you're, handing off the timer to the other team, but the time is monitored, and your side has its own allotment that's independent of the opponent's. It's not the table's allotment.
Right. Oh my god, dude, no. It's like they can't come in over a club, but they can come in at the 2 level. These guys still haven't worked out how to overcall their spade suit. I mean, I would not be at all surprised if this is a 5-card spade suit. This really should be 4.
This should be 4 spades and 5 clubs.
Yeah. But I think North just has like another one of these 7 or 8 counts, like 5 spades. Okay, time to balance over a no trump.
I don't know. I would give Lusky a little more credit than that, but we'll see.
Well, it is known to be at least 5 spades because partner bid a no trump over there.
Right.
George Brad said, think that's the first claim seen with an explanation. Usually the players, I think, will explain in person when they claim. So they'll talk to their screen mate and just agree on a thing and then press the claim button, and, the other person would theoretically agree at that point. But I have seen a couple of explanations.
At this level, unless it's something that requires a little bit of explanation, like, you assume that if it's something like, I'm going to rough the suit good and cross my hand and, I have these tricks, that people give you that much credit. Like, I would expect that most claims of that type that you would explain playing in, a lower level event, or not explained here. It's just everyone kind of can, give you that much credit.
Right. Okay, 4 diamonds, 2. We're playing upside down, count and attitude after trick 1. So partner appears to have 4 diamonds.
Now, I thought Camel was T-neck or Tenafly, but since you were in the area at the time and I was, theoretically I was, but wasn't playing bridge until the mid-90s, we'll take your word for it. But he was definitely part of the old Bergen Bridge Center cohort, when he was very young. He was playing there when he was like 14, 15 with his mom and later Michael Golden, among others. And he was already certainly an up-and-comer at that age.
What?
Interesting. Go us.
Somehow the 10 of spades just scored. Like, we cashed the ace, so Mexstroth was nervous. I mean, it looks to me like partner has led the jack of clubs from king jack 10, right? Because declare, if they had the ace king of clubs, could have gone ace king of clubs club rough.
Right, surely would have.
Yeah, so given that that's partner's hand, it was safe for us to lead a low spade from ace king third rather than cashing a high one first. But I guess Mexstroth was just like, I'm not going to mess around with this. Declare's given me an opportunity to pull trumps. Let's just go ace and a spade. So he does that, but this kind of gives away the spade position. And yet our left-hand opponent has misguessed.
Well, isn't this just a mistake, though? Because he played us for ace king 10 fourth and east for singleton jack. But if that's true, we're going to get those few spade tricks anyway. Like, he can sort of get this quote-unquote right, but,
Yeah.
we have the same number of spade tricks whether or not he does.
Right? Yeah. All right, so Camel is in. He also knows that we have the club queen, so it is safe for him to lead a low club to us if he started with 4, and if he started with 3, it's safe for him to go king of clubs, 10 of clubs. Now, he might be a little bit nervous, kind of given the 2 spade bid as well, that this should imply clubs on an auction like this, about actually cashing clubs from 3, but we would prefer if Camel does cash clubs.
Yeah, well, we know we can cash, well, quote-unquote, no. Like, if North has 4 clubs, with a 9 dropping from dummy, we have 3 rounds of winners.
Right.
We can overtake partner's jack.
Yeah. So it's starting to look like North's shape is playing out as either 5-2-2-4 or 5-3-2-3.
I mean, yeah, like North could have. Well, I guess North does have 6 spades, right? Because it feels like partner has jack 10 double 10. And maybe
partner could have jack 10 third.
Jack on the first round of the suit.
Yeah,
he could have false carded on the first round of the suit.
Yeah.
But that gives, I mean, I guess whatever North has, it's an atypical hand because queen empty 5th and whatever he has, And it feels like East might be worried about North having good hearts where the hearts are a source of tricks. He also plays a diamond here to make sure a diamond trick is set up.
Yep. Yeah, we can always get to the clubs later.
Right.
All right.
It doesn't feel like we actually have a diamond trick.
No. Our partner didn't know if we had, if he needed to knock out the diamond entry, but now the queen of spades comes, so partner follows, we get to win the king, and it is time for us to cash our clubs. 3 of clubs back.
So, see if Camel remembers to unblock the king here.
Yeah, if he started with king jack 10, he does need to play the king on this trick, but if he is king jack 10 fourth, then it's okay to play the 10. So it sounds as if Lusky started with 5-3-2-3 shape, is what it seems at this point.
Yeah, although I'm not sure why Camel won the 10 of clubs and then started looking around.
All right, king of hearts.
So. Well, I guess someone should have been doubling this.
Oh, we have partner has gotten himself end played, it seems.
Yeah. Partner did, in fact, I think, forget to win the king of clubs.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so partner can cash the club king here, but then is going to have to play a red card into the south hand, which is good to declare his other club loser. Oh, no, never mind.
4 clubs all along.
He did have 4 clubs all along. All right, well done. Wait, North had the wait, what?
What?
Okay, sure.
Can
Sure.
we see the real hand record now?
Okay. No. I finally figured out what North was doing. I mean, obviously North just has a normal 1 spade overcall over a club. But North wanted to return to hand after roughing a club to try and rough a 4th club. Very greedy. So North took a diamond finesse, hoping to go diamond to the queen, club to the king, club rough, ace of diamonds, diamond rough, club rough. If he had just gone ace king of clubs, club rough at trick, 1, 2, and 3, then he wouldn't be able to get back to his hand to play a 4th round of clubs. Oh boy. Well, we made our game. We made the opponent's contract. 2 spades.
Well, I guess he was never making it, though, right? Because even if the diamond finesse had worked, once you've roughed a club, you have 3 guaranteed spade losers.
Yeah. There was never any chance to make this thing.
Right, the 4th round of clubs is always going to be a problem, so you lose a club, 2 hearts, and 3 spades once you've roughed a club, because you lead a spade toward your hand. Someone wins it, and now you're out of ways to lead spades toward the queen, even when they're both on side as they are here. Sal can just hop up with a spade on her.
Yep. One Under Trick Wonder asks, how is the round robin going? Well, we're about to finish off this round, and then we have a lunch break, so I will update on scores.
Yeah, so I guess we're getting Simpsoned here.
We are. I mean, it's every round. That guy needs to be banned from playing in events. How have they not been penalized? This is the thing that's surprising to me, because they're the ones that are using up all of the time.
Yeah, that is weird. And is it possible that the other penalties were not time, and they're waiting to assign time penalties at the end when they see... That would make sense, because you still need to see what your status is in progress, even if they're escalating.
BZL says they've only had 1 board pulled so far. That can't possibly be correct, but
only 1 though, right?
I'm sure that you actually went to look at this, but there's no way.
Yeah, but the correct number of boards to have pulled is 0, though.
Yes, I know for a fact that we saw them playing +5 or +6 minutes on the clock. Now, these time penalties are just way too lenient. I think, as Raj had explained a while back, it's not just that you get a little bit of grace time for the team that you can use as an extra time bank, but every single segment you're allowed to go 10 boards over. Or not 10 boards, 10 minutes over. Every single segment you're allowed to take an extra 10 minutes, and that doesn't cut into your team's time bank.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Right. And And so, I think they really need to have stricter enforcements on this thing. Raj says 5 minutes in a 15 board set. Okay, you're allowed to go 5 minutes over in a 15 board set. And that doesn't cut into your extra 10 minutes that you also have allotted for this segment of the event, this round, which is the round robin stage. This needs to be fixed.
One team did have a board pulled in the previous round, but unfortunately I cannot figure out on this. Here we go. Maybe I found it here. Falk Wildowski had a board pulled, and it was pulled at the Simpson table. They did not play board. Oh, sorry, but board 60 was the previous round. It wasn't last night.
Yes. Yeah, board 60 was the previous round. Bridge and the easygoing attitude towards time management. I mean,
It's history.
it's just history, right? Like, this has not been something that bridge players have been used to or accustomed to, and so there's a lot of pushback whenever there are changes to the rules. That's just what always happens. So hopefully we can get this added, but
well, and particularly, the directors all deny it, but they're lying. They would give a lot more leeway to experts than to less well-known players.
that too. Yeah.
So the experts all got used to having effectively unlimited time without being penalized.
Yeah, which, I mean, just add clocks. Like, chess has had clocks forever. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult of a thing. I know that it's, like, relatively inconvenient, but as someone who grew up on chess, you get used to pressing the clock after every action you take.
You do, but yeah, it's different though, right? Because chess is a game where there's approximately 80 moves per day, give or take, but like call that a ballpark figure.
Yeah.
And bridge, with 4 players, 52 cards, fine. Most of the time we're not going to the end, but 52 cards plus a couple of rounds of bidding. We're talking, 50, 60 plus ticks of the clock per hand. It is very different. Like, tablets solve the problem by doing it automatically. Asking the players to do it mechanically, I think, is a little unrealistic.
I mean, it's like a blitz game of chess, and for blitz tournaments, you'll play like 9 rounds in a day of chess games.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm just like, I'm looking at it as if, like, because this happened in chess, and like, is it annoying to press the clock after every move? Like, sure, I guess, but you get used to it. If we just start adding this rule in, people will get used to it, and it's just a thing that that could solve a lot of these problems.
I'm on Roger's side here. I think the way to get used to it is to have the tablet do it for you automatically, and you see your clock tick, but you're not responsible for maintaining it. I think that's a much better solution than asking players to tick clocks.
Yeah. The tablets are great, right? And so, like, this has been a very effective way of keeping track of the time.
Yeah, that's a good point also. You can't hit the clock behind screens because people will hear it.
That's true, yeah. I mean, unless we have, like, a silent thing. I was just thinking of, like, you have, like, a touch sensor or whatever for each player. So it doesn't have to be one of those, like, loud ticking clocks like in chess. But
I mean, I think we're all in agreement that there needs to be some kind of accountability.
Yeah.
This old thing where, like, someone who's a famous expert takes forever, and he tells the director, well, I'm sorry, these hands were really hard. The director's like, oh, that's okay, sir. You'll do better next time.
Mm-hmm.
I've told the story many times of, Andy Stark. They got penalized the year they won the Platinum Pairs because Andy's a slow player, and the next year, the director's like, oh, like, it's fine, sir. Just try to get caught up eventually. There's really, like, the directors all say that they're impartial, but they're not. No one wants to be the director who cost nickel or some other really top seed a match or an event on a time penalty. Again, like this takes it out of the director's hands. It just does it totally automatically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right? Sure, all these technology solutions are possible, but tablets are also very good for other things. It's really nice having a complete play record of the entire event, both for the commentators, but also, cheating remains a problem in Bridge, and having a complete record of non-feature tables is really nice. If you want to go back and look at any pair over the course of the entire trials, the only way to do that is with a system like this that's recording all of their plays. Is much better than ViewGraph, right? Because that's at the mercy of operator error. This isn't.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think tablets are a great way to
Yeah.
improve the spectator experience as well as the player experience. But there are a few kinks that need to get worked out, and I think, like for me personally, the time penalties is one of the big ones that really needs to start getting enforced and needs to be more strict.
Yeah, but that's really an operator issue, not a tablet issue. Like the tablets do it very well. The operators just haven't quite figured out how to handle it.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, given that basically for the entire Bridge lifetime of everyone playing, even in the seniors, which is going back 50 years or longer, these penalties have never been enforced. Like a transition period where the penalties are mild and people are on notice maybe as appropriate as everyone kind of gets used to this new world. Like, I don't think so, but I can understand why you would want to give people, some time to get used to the idea that, like, no, really, we are watching your clock, since it's never happened before.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, but I also feel like this has been out and around for a while. Like they've been using this for the USBCs for quite some time at this point. And it kind of feels like they've just decided that this is the way the penalties are going to be awarded. Well, my food is here. I will be back in like 1 minute.
I think, just like in Bridge as well as in life, no one wants to be the bad guy. And if you're the director who's like, nope, this year we're really going to enforce them, now you're the bad guy. Again, like, I don't think any of these arguments are compelling, but I think they explain some of the real world considerations that are going on here. One time there was the suggestion that if you go over and not before tablets when it was just kind of ad hoc monitoring, that if you were responsible, you couldn't play the next segment because every expert, it's sort of a joke, but it's kind of true that every expert figured they could always get the imps back by just thinking harder, but their team was going to be completely lost if they were banned for a segment. So the incentive was, very strong to keep up on time if you thought that your teammates couldn't possibly win without you in. Meanwhile, this is quite a long delay. I do wonder if, this table probably will get to play the board, but I do wonder if they're in danger of having another one pulled. I'm not sure how long we've been waiting, but it's quite a few minutes at this point.
I am back. And we're still waiting.
Speculating on whether we are going to see board 12 here.
I think we will in this room. But yeah, how far behind are they in the other room?
I don't want to look because it'll show us the scoreboard.
They're playing the board, but we can't see it. Actually, it's not the other room's fault. I'm just looking because I have a spoiler for, like, there is a result on this board that we just played. So it must be a different match this time.
Yeah, I don't, like, head-to-head I could see what board they're on. I don't know how to do it on the round-robin view.
Let's see. It is Lol against Leonardin.
Leonardin. Yeah, they're 2 boards behind. Oof. Yeah, I think, hold which I believe Reese Milner can be kind of slow if he's in, but it looked like they were on board 9 at both tables, so there's obviously a lot of responsibility to go around in that one.
Yeah, we will get a speed up for the play when play does start. It's Weichsel's table, but who knows who's to blame.
Oh, yeah, that certainly makes sense.
There are some overly slow players in this event, we have noticed.
Yeah, he's certainly always been famous for slow plays of play, but of course he played with Sontag for so many years. On average, they were pretty normal.
Yeah. I mean, I was making that comment the other day when we watched them play, and I think Weichsel didn't have a ton of decisions. He did end up making a couple of pretty bad ones when he was declaring a contract. But he was relatively quick at the table that we watched. I think they finished early. Man, this is excruciating.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are some events that are played with barometers, and as you say, it does introduce a different dimension. I think, it's somewhat abnormal for teams, somewhat common for pairs.
Yeah. Like the Platinum Pairs Final is a barometer.
Yeah, the World Pairs Final effectively is also everyone's playing the same boards, and I think maybe there's like a 1 round lag or so, but you basically get the results in real time.
Right. The Risinger is a barometer.
Like the earlier stages, there's too many tables, but the Risinger is a barometer in the final.
Yeah.
I think until the end, like the World Pairs, the earlier stages aren't because there's too many tables in play, but the final's small enough that they can manage it.
Mm-hmm. Come on, we only have one more board to play.
Yeah, I mean, this has now been... Yeah, it was actually we've now been waiting about 15 minutes for a board, which is crazy.
I don't think that's the best use of AI to do some machine learning analysis on how much time should be expected for a specific board.
I mean, people have been playing this form of bridge for a full century now, right? I think the game was invented in 1925. We know how long a board takes. I mean, any given board, no, but a 15 board segment, we know how long that should take, just period. It is not a complicated question.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly without screen mechanic, sort of screen benefits, but not the physical screen mechanics that slow things down. The time controls in this event are plenty. If you go over that, almost certainly you're at fault. No hands are that hard. I would say that some hands are that hard. No long segments are that hard. There's 1 or 2 hard hands a segment. You take your time on it, and then you just get on with it.
Well, I think the time constraints are just really important because if you allow people to sit there and think for, an hour on every deal, they'll probably come up with the best line of play or the best line of defense or everything. Point. And so you really need to put a time constraint on it so that it's actually a challenge, like it's a competition. You're not allowed to just think and think and think until you come up with the absolute guaranteed best line of play on every board. You need to manage your time properly. So,
and in the old days when the experts didn't get penalized and the commoners did, if one team is playing unlimited time bridge and the other team is playing limited time bridge with consequences, they're just playing different games.
Yep, absolutely. So, a lot of the mistakes that we see players make is really due to time constraints. It's not due to them. I mean, there are some where it's just like misevaluation and stuff like that, or misguessing the position, or just taking nullos, which will happen. But a lot of it is just going to be based on, this is the line of play I've come up with, and I don't have time to calculate, what is more likely between like this one distribution or this other one. Or like, I don't have time to deduce, like, if my opponent had this hand, would they have overcalled a spade or not? At this table, I think the answer is no. They would not overcall a spade. But, against most tables in the event, it would probably be yes. So you have to manage your time and spend the time thinking in the right places. And this is something that comes with experience, is learning what situations you need to actually allocate your thinking time to.
Yeah, and of course, you're coming to it as a chess player where time management has always been a really important skill in chess tournaments in a way that historically it just hasn't been in bridge tournaments.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But as you say, it's just a different game, right? Like, if we all could just sit here and, like, puzzle out every single problem to all of the finer details, then people would make a lot fewer mistakes. But we would also get through 4 boards in a day.
If you want to do that, like, enter par contests.
Yeah.
Or play at home with friends who don't mind if you're in the tank. But tournament conditions require some mechanism for keeping the tournament running. That's ultimately that's what time management is about. You can't have, like, we had one of them was in the mix where we had someone basically playing until the start of the next session. You just can't have that.
Right.
It's not fair to your opponents, it's not fair to the organizers, and it's not the same game.
I still would like to organize a par contest. If there's anyone in the audience that knows or has any interest in making this happen, please let me know. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to create enough interest from, I guess, the people who would be participating, as well as like organizers. But if you are someone who's involved in the bridge world and want to help organize a par contest, I am on board with trying to make that happen.
Did you ever talk to any of the people who
I did.
Like Bramley, I think, was very involved in that big one in Geneva, whenever that was a long time ago.
Yep. Yeah. I talked with Bramley. I talked with, I think I talked with Rosenberg. I mean, I'm certain I reached out to him, but I don't remember if I actually talked to him. I could try refreshing. I've tried refreshing like 4 times.
It won't help.
Let's go back. Yeah, everyone's on board 11. I mean, just like, I don't know what's going on.
Extra delay, 21:30. Good work, everyone. I think you would get some interest from people playing it. I think just the work of setting the hands and all that, especially for that level, they have to be perfect, is, it's just so much work that I think probably no one wants to deal with that aspect of it.
Well, that was the thing.
If you came to them with, and hands like ready to go, you might actually get some takers.
No. But I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I talked with Bramley and whoever else, and they were just like, and I talked with what's the guy's name? Barry Regal. And he was just like, hey, here's my contact for hand constructing. It's Rolescu, who is like the greatest hand constructor of all time or something.
Stefan Rolescu, I think.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And so, like, I mean, I've
he has
seen
a good eye for bridge problems.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've seen his like constructions, and he seems to do a great job for it. But he never got back to me. Like, I reached out 2 or 3 times, and I never heard back from him. And I was like, hey, Barry, like, he's your guy. Can you get me in touch with him? And Barry's like, sure, I'll shoot him a message. And so, like, I was unable to get in touch with him. But I think if there's like a way to get a little bit of organization started before, like, being like, hey, I'm interested in doing a par contest. Would you be willing to help construct hands? Then at least get things moving would be nice. But yeah, that's where things died down.
Sort of help, test constructive hands, just like make it sound like he's doing less work.
Yeah, sure.
Like play testing is like, like setting the hands, is a lot of work, but beating them up to make sure that they really are one solution hands must be, must be super challenging.
For sure. And so, that's part of the reason why there needs to be some organization to it, because I think it would be cool. I mean, personally, I would like to participate, but par contests are not really my type of declare play. I would still like to do it.
Right.
But I think there needs to be funding for it, is the first
I think
problem.
that actually might have been one. Yeah, funny, but I think one problem with the last one was I think some of the experts found it a little bit humiliating because par contests are hard and they're just a different skill from playing bridge. But I think if you're an expert who's facing these problems and constantly getting them wrong, as a lot of top experts did, it's not really that much fun.
No, but that's what I want to show to the public. I want everyone to realize that people are bad at card play. That's not my underlying reason for the par contest. I think it would be cool to do another one because it's been a long time, 25 years maybe. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have this
longer. I think that one was 1990 in Geneva, the famous one.
No, 1998 in Lille is the famous one.
Where it was Lille, yeah.
But
still though, it's what you're calling it declare play, but it's really one weird exaggerated aspect of declare play, right?
Of
card
course.
reading isn't you could make card reading part of it, but really it's pure technical analysis.
Well, so I read through the solutions. Okay, 100 Trick Wonder asked, what's a par contest?
Yeah.
We can do this during the break. I can pull up oh man, do I have the old thing? I'm sure it's probably in my correspondence with Bramley. I think he sent me the
short
thing.
answer is, if you go on Bridge Master and do the hardest level, it's those.
Not quite, actually.
It's in that family, though, of sort of pure declare problem solving, where there's an optimal answer, and a lot of times it's very, double dummy problems, solved single dummy maybe.
Okay, so it is, if you're familiar with math contests, it's like that for bridge. So if you competed in the USAMO or the IMO in math, one of those contests that's basically what a par contest is, but with bridge problems. They will give you a written problem, and then they will ask you to write out your solution to the hand. Now, that's not actually how it worked when people got to Lille for the finals, but that's the essence of how the problems are set up. So, okay. It looks like we're on break, so I don't know if you want to hang out, Craig, but...
I mean, I can or not. I think if you want to talk people through this, no reason why I need to stay on Discord.
Yeah. So anyway, thanks, Craig.
I'll certainly hang out and learn. Yeah. So I'll see you same time tomorrow, presumably.
Sounds good. See you then.
Cool. Catch you later.
All right. Let's see. First things first. Thank you once again to everyone who donated for all of the coverage. I know I tried to get all the thanks in during the broadcast, and we are covered through the entire event. Now you can see the donation bar. I might do a little bit of update and just let everyone know that we have reached our goal, but this is really awesome. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it, and this is super cool. So we will be here the remainder of the trials covering the seniors. Now, let me go into my private message history on bridge winners. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh my god, why do I have so much private messages on Bridge Winners? Larry Cohen, Barry Regal. Okay, Bart Bramley. Is this the one? Crap. Where is it? Okay, maybe it was in the Barry Regal messages. Okay. Nope. It wasn't there. Man, okay, hold on. Maybe it's on Bridge Winners. If I search for par contest. Nope. Leal. Nope. What if I just search on Google? Leal 1998 par contest bridge. Par contest hands. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Yes. Okay, great. Here. Let me pin a message to both Twitch and YouTube, and we will take a look at this during the lunch break while I eat. I've got my food here. I need to use the restroom. Let me pin this message so you all can read this thing. Oh my god. Streamlabs has signed me out of Twitch. Why has Streamlabs signed me out of Twitch? I don't know what my password is. How would I ever find out my password? Okay, I can figure this out. Let's just make sure I'm not pulling up my passwords on screen. This is like the worst day of my life. Now I need to use my cell phone to authenticate that it's actually me trying to sign in. This is going well. Oh my god. All right, can I please chat in my own channel? Yes! I can chat in my own channel. Okay, we're going to pin this until the end of lunch. I'm just going to say 60 minutes. Oh, apparently I can't do that. 30 minutes then. Great. And now let me pin this to YouTube as well. Sorry for all the delay. Wait, is the next session already starting? There's no way. Wait, is it really starting? Oh my god, is the next session starting? They started already. Oh, this is what. Fine, I guess we're not going to do this then. We'll do this later. Unpin. Alright, we'll come back to this later. Apparently, I am going to eat some lunch. I'm going to use the restroom first. I've picked a random table. Which table should we use? Let's watch some of the other teams that we haven't seen. I want to give everyone some screen time. We have not watched Capelli or Reynolds. Let's see if we can get Tom Reynolds on screen, because I know that he is... Is the par contest a threat or a promise? Yes. Okay, be right back. And then I'm going to have my webcam off while I eat, but we will do commentary for this set. Okay, I'm back. All right. Let's go webcam off. Let me try and put up some message to let people know that I am eating. Oh, I need to create another thing, don't I? There we go. Perfect. All right, what did we come in on? 4 spades. Looks like Declare has the rest. King of Hearts on side. Made life very easy. This might be loud. Okay. Next board. So South has a nice 12 count. South gets to open a diamond. I've successfully not made a mess so far. Getting my food out. That's a good start. Oh no, not again. This is why they're in last place. They're another weak no-trump pair. This is where the problem all started. So 1 no past 3 no. West on lead is going to have to, I guess, choose between the minor suits. Normally your longest and strongest is the way to go. So a club is pretty attractive. Oh, Craig says north-south or precision. Gotcha. Precision with a weak no trump, huh? Yeah, let me get some convention cards pulled up. Capelli and Reynolds facing off. Okay, I'm all set. So West does get off to a club lead. Over to the queen. Club comes back. One under Trick Wonder says, aren't you supposed to lead a major here? I think that's generally a false theory. I know that I've heard support for that sort of idea, but the South could have majors. I mean, North can have majors, apparently, right? North had a 4-card heart suit and bid 3-0. Where are our tricks coming from? So West connects at a spade here. Not a spade, a heart. LOL tricks. Fine, good point. It looks like 7 tricks. That is the number that I counted as well. Heart to the ace. Oh, just kidding. Well, the diamonds are blocked, fortunately. So this is not going to cost. Unless we put the jack of diamonds on the 9 here. East decided to be clever and false card with the Jack of Hearts. Oh my god. We have covered the 9 of diamonds. So this is down 3. Whoopsies. The other room got to 3-0 from the other side of the table. And ended up getting a low heart lead from the Jack-10 8/5. Just a system loss, guys. It's okay. Move along. Well, so West is 7-4, but North is 7-5, and North has the majors. Who's going to win this battle? So South gets to open. This is precision, right? They'll open a diamond, or do they open 2 clubs with this? No, they open a diamond. Wait. Unless they open a weak no trump again. Seat vulnerability. So South is just going to open a no trump? I can't take it. God, stop doing this, guys. This isn't how you play bridge. Oh my god. Okay, so West can bid a lot of diamonds. I think I would be in the mood for 4 on that hand. But 3 is okay. Oh yeah, meanwhile, East-West are just cold for 6 diamonds. And so 4 hearts by North. Yeah, East is just gonna bid 5 diamonds. 6 hearts is a good save. Important discussion is passed by South forcing here. I think a lot of people have this agreement that when they're vulnerable against Nod and they bid a game, that they should be in a forcing pass. System loss will push East-West into 6 diamonds. Yeah, can we just continue collecting? How did East not double 5 hearts? I'm sorry, what? I guess you have no diamond tricks. But man, he was right? Was he correct? Hold on. Oh my god, this is just cold? There is some action on this set. This isn't even just Jones cold, it's just cold. Like, you just rough with high trump here and pull trumps. Well, that's gotta be pretty disappointing for East-West. Nice result for Reynolds. System win for their weak no trump. The other room, West elected to overcall only 3 diamonds over a club opener. So we'll see where they end up at the other table. Pass by West. North gets to open a heart. So a heart. Is South going to game force the 12 count? 5-5. No heart fit. There's already a 6 diamonds doubled in the results. I mean, that does not surprise me. South is sitting on 2 aces. I was like, why are we frozen? Okay, North does open one heart. It looks like South is starting with a spade. So 2 clubs by North, and then we'll see how South feels about game forcing or not. I mean, North could bid 2 spades, I guess. That'll make South happy. South will bid a game over that. There's the 2 spade bid. Now, what do we need for a slam as South? We need... too much, I guess. Yeah, 4 spades is practical. It's a precision 1 heart opener. Okay, diamond lead. So, we did not think very long about pitching a club on that trick, did we? I was going to say, we need to make sure that we can count enough tricks if we're going to rough the opening lead. And I don't think we can, right? Because we would need to score the ace king of hearts and all 8 spades. So we'd need to rough 3 diamonds in the north hand, as well as get transportation back to the south hand to continue roughing diamonds. Yeah, this does not look like the right line of play to me. If we pitch a club at trick 1, we get the king of diamonds as an extra trick to start with. And if they start pulling trumps, we might be able to set up clubs. Actually, I guess it's better to pitch a heart, not a club at trick 1. But yeah, I mean, pitch something from dummy on the first trick. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, so West can overruff this and return a trump to stop the cross ruff. So at this point, Declare has at least 1 club and 2 diamonds left to lose. And that's only if he guesses the diamonds. I mean, even if South had roughed with the jack of spades on the 3rd round of hearts, or had pitched a club or something, then you just don't get to score all your small spades. The opponents will be able to pull trumps against you. Alright, roughs with the jack of spades. So now Declare can pull trumps. But we'll have to lose a trick to the 10 of diamonds. Feels like played a little bit too quickly at trick 1 is the problem that happened here. Auction in the other room, they're on their way to 4 spades as well. And we'll have to see if Declare can manage a little bit better. At least this table's fast, but that might mean that we get delayed later in the play. 11 count from north. Do they open all 11s? If so, this would be a 1 diamond opener. No, this is going to be another one of these 1 no trump. Oh my god, it comes up on every hand. Every single hand. So no trump, pass, pass. East-West convention card says that... Well, they just say doubles penalty. But I was wondering if West is going to be able to make a penalty double in balancing seat with this. Probably. I mean, I would think so. Whoa! I guess they're strict about their 1 no trump is a good 11 to 14. And so 3 passes go around to West, who opens the diamond. Diamond, a spade, a no trump. I'll pass. North on lead. I would like to see a heart lead from North. Actually, I don't really think that there's any merit for an alternative opening lead to a heart on the North hand. Looking at their lead agreements, they say they would lead low from 10-3 here. But I don't know if they actually will. We'll never know, because North got off to a club lead. Pretty big error, I think. You have 11 high card points. So your partner's unlikely to have a ton of values. And even if you pick off partner holding the king or jack of clubs, which could be helpful, you're going to have plenty of time later to set up the club tricks and cash them, because you're only defending a no trump. So a heart lead kind of stands out as a passive lead against the no trump contract. And obviously it would look very foolish here if West just had king doubleton of clubs and your partner turned up with jack fourth. Then you would prefer your partner gets in, leads a low club through, and you cash 4 club tricks. You mentioned Capelli's taking a while to play to trick 1 and 4 spades, and he does well. He does pitch a heart from dummy. I think that is the standout play at the other table. Now, we don't know if he's going to make 4 spades after the start, but that play does net him an extra diamond trick. So he's in the running for being able to make that contract. And we'll see if he does bring it home. And so after the club lead, Declare fires 1 back, setting up an entry to the dummy. South not wanting to pitch a spade from 4, looking at dummy spades, and not wanting to pitch a heart from 4, thinking that his best chance at tricks is the good 4-card heart suit that he has, decides to pitch a diamond, which will make Declare's life a little bit easier. All right, now South can pitch a spade, given the spade pitch from East. Finally, the 10 of hearts comes, but it's a bit too late. Declare probably just ducks a heart, wins the next round, and plays a spade to the king. Maybe Declare ducks 2 rounds of hearts and then plays a spade to the king and takes a diamond finesse. That makes a lot of sense. So duck a second heart. Oh. Declare is ambitious. Wins the ace of hearts. Now it is a bit risky to... I mean, it's very risky to go ace of spades, spade to the king, and then take a diamond hook. If North wins, then North will be able to cash the spade queen and then play a heart over to their partner's hand. But West does pick off the diamond suit. Didn't take the spade finesse, so we'll still have to lose a heart in the end. This was kind of why I was thinking, I mean, why would we not duck a second heart? Because we were never scoring the jack of spades anyway. But 1-0 made 2. I guess North is very happy that he avoided a penalty by opening the weak no trump. Pass by East, and is South an aggressive preemptor? That is a serious question. Because second seat favorable, you probably don't want to be opening this hand. But we've seen some players make bids like this before. I expect South to pass. So West gets to open a no trump in third seat. I think this West will just open a diamond. All right, double by North. Update that Declare ended up not making 4 spades in the other room. And in fact, Declare went down an extra trick, which is why Reynolds actually picks up 2 umps. All right, a diamond takeout double by North. North has a 21 count, too good for a no trump overcall. A spade by East, a no trump by West. A second double by North. 2 diamonds by East. The South comes in with 2 hearts. Yeah. What do we do as North now? I think maybe just a comfy little raise to 3 hearts is probably enough. 4 hearts is okay. You know, there is a bonus for bidding a vulnerable game, but partner wasn't able to bid 2 hearts over a spade, so we do know that. South's hand is limited a little bit. All right, West on lead. Leads partner spade suit. And how is Declarer going to be able to handle the play on this one? The ace of diamonds is on side. You can rough clubs to get to the south hand for transportation. So you lose a spade, a diamond, and you gotta pick up the hearts. It does seem pretty natural to just run the jack of hearts against the opening bidder. If that loses, run the 10 of hearts on the next round. Well, long think from south. Ace of clubs. So are we going to go ace of clubs club rough, or are we going to go ace king of clubs, pitch a diamond, and then a club rough? I think just ace of clubs club rough is probably the way to go. You know, West is overwhelmingly likely to have the diamond ace, given both the opening bid and the failure to lead a diamond. So this is very dangerous, because now after playing a third round of clubs, if he started with 5 of them and we run the jack of hearts into a singleton honor in East hand, East will play a club back. I mean, I guess we can pitch a diamond on that trick, but then we have an issue against 3-1 hearts. So this was not without risk, this whole plan of ace king of clubs club rough, and now Declarer's kind of realizing that he's a little bit low on tricks. Our heart spots are good, but if we lose to 2 heart tricks as well as a diamond and a spade, we just go down, right? Because if East wins the stiff heart and then plays back a club and we rough and West over roughs, we've lost 2 trump tricks, even though one of the honors was on. So clubs 5-3 was a real problem. But as things have worked out, Declarer does manage to get back over and take the diamond finesse. And so gets to pitch a spade before the defense can pull trumps. All right, 4 hearts making 4. How do you get to hand? Ace of clubs in a low club rough. You don't need to cash the king. You cash the king if you're scared about the ace of diamonds offside, but you need to think further down the line. Well, we are halfway through this segment, playing through till board 24, and the teams are relatively evenly matched. Capelli's still up by a little bit. Pass by South, West gets to open a spade. Pass by North, East will bid a no trump. And if that one no trump is semi-forcing, West will just pass it out. If it's forcing, East-West might be able to land in a heart partial. So one no is forcing, meaning West cannot pass, so West will probably bid 2 diamonds. We'll see. Some pairs, even playing the forcing no trump, would like to use 2 diamonds to show 4 and 2 hearts to show 4, and therefore they would rebid 2 clubs with this hand pattern. But 2 diamonds by West. So over this, East will just bid 2 hearts, I think. The hearts are very good, so that makes a bit of a difference. If East hearts were like Ace 10 9 5th, then East would probably, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could pass 2 diamonds, but Queen of Diamonds lead, huh? Even though West bid diamonds? That seems suspect. Jack of Clubs felt like the standout lead on the South cards. 10 tricks is very much in the picture. If Declare can get 2 club ruffs, then they're in business for it. The defense, of course, can pull trumps at any moment. So now North may... Nope, I was going to say North may elect to pull trumps. At this point, Declare actually has a roughing finesse and clubs available. Yeah, cashing that second club doesn't make a lot of sense from North's perspective. This just gives Declare easier access to the cross ruff that they're hoping to set up. So Diamond Ruff. Try the 9 of clubs. They might cover. You never know. But if the 9 of clubs holds, then you can ruff the 8 of clubs with the King of Hearts, and you can try a heart finesse for your 10th trick. This does feel like an awful lot of tricks being made on this one hand. Oh my god, the 9 of clubs gets covered. So now Declare can win and ruff a spade back to hand. Not the strongest defense. The South really needed to not cover that 9 of clubs there. Big hand for East. 20 highs, 4x1. So 2 passes will go round to a diamond. West will bid a no trump. Oh, what? Did I miscount? No, it is only 20. Okay, good news, chat. I've finished eating. We're back. We're strapped in, ready for the action. I have no idea what East's plan is over any bid from partner. I mean, actually, that's not true. If partner makes a positive response in one of the majors, I know exactly what East is going to do. But other than that, I have no idea what East's plan is over the normal 2-diamond bid from West. Are they playing controls or something? West is taking a while. They are playing controls. Wait. Okay. So West is going to bid 2-no. I just looked at their card and I was just like, there's no way. 2-no trump shows an ace and a king in separate suits. I mean, I think technically it could be 3 kings, but this is 3 controls, not both in the same suit. This is wild. Slam has no play has been called. How sure are you? I know I say this a lot, but how sure are you? It does look like 6 diamonds is a little bit short of making. Not much, but a little bit. Okay, how many tricks does Declare have? 4 hearts, a club, a spade, and 2 diamonds is 8. Well, 8 is not enough tricks in 3-no. And the clubs do not split, meaning that Declare could duck a couple rounds of clubs. So club to the queen, a club comes back. We'll duck this trick as well. There's a problem if North switches to spades here. Yeah, Declare will have to guess. Declare does very well to pitch a diamond on this second club. Well, we can play small, but playing small in the spade only works if clubs are 5-3, right? If clubs are 4-4... Well, yeah, maybe there's nothing we can do if clubs are 4-4 and North switches to spades. Yeah, PJF, it's only 11 tricks. I counted. I'm pretty sure I counted. They might get to 3-0 in the other room, yeah. With East declaring. Then South, of course, on lead would be fairly unlikely to find a club from Queen third. Well, Declare was able to duck a diamond to South. Now the diamond suit comes home. Heart to the king. Cash the last diamond. And I guess we can take a spade finesse for free, right? No harm. South is out of clubs. I thought I saw an overruff, but it is a good question. I mean, that's the line of play, right? You pull 2 trumps and then take 4 hearts and start cross-ruffing the black suits. You might be right. Yeah, it looks like South doesn't actually get to overruff. So 6 diamonds is cold. See? We really did risk the spade finesse, didn't we? I think it's fine, but you know, a really spectacular play by South after getting in with the diamond would be to just passively, oh no, not this again. Come on, man. Okay. Let me get everything set up so that we can swap to the other table whenever this happens. I hope we're not going to have like technical difficulties or something, because it looked like in the previous match everything just broke. I don't know if they even were able to finish all of the boards. Which match are we in? We're in Reynolds against Capelli. Oh, we're back. We're back. We don't need to head to the other room. Next board has come up. Okay. Pass by North. East opens a club. That's a disgusting 13 count. South gets to overcall and no trump if he wants. There's still no board 12 in the history. Yeah, there must have been some technical error. South decides to make a takeout double instead of a no trump. I respect the decision. So diamond by West, North bids a spade. Support double by East. Support double. All right, pass by South. We have made our choice by overcalling double as opposed to a no trump. So it's going to be all up to North to decide what to bid with that 5-5 in the majors. Yeah, 2 spades is not the bid. Now, let's assume North-South do get to a major suit game. It's probably going to be 4 spades at this point. Is Declare going to pick up the heart suit? Because normally, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to run the Jack of Hearts on the first round of the suit. You know, you would lose to a singleton king or queen in East's hand, and you only pick off a singleton 10 in West's hand. But on this type of an auction, where East is the one showing most of the missing values, and West is showing kind of a preemptive diamond bid. Maybe Declare should be picking off the hearts here. All right, low diamond lead from East. I think it's pretty important to lead the king of diamonds in spots like this. Although I've been burned by that a few times, and I think it's okay to just never make this lead, king of diamonds. But I like doing it. Sometimes we need to be on lead to lead through dummy. Sometimes we get a signal from partner and then we understand how to continue the defense. Sometimes Declare thinks that we have more of the diamond honors than we actually do and misplays the rest of the hand. There's a lot of benefits to doing it, but many of them are kind of invisible. So diamond opening lead goes around to the ace. West has to find a switch at trick 2. Now, a heart is obviously nonsense, because West is never getting a heart ruff, with dummy holding the ace-king of spades. West decides to continue diamonds and Declare instantaneously ruffs. That's interesting. I mean, it would be pretty sensible to pitch a club as well. That makes a lot of sense to me. But this is okay. If spades are 4-1, we have a problem. And if spades are not 4-1, we can pull 3 rounds of trumps. And to make the contract, we're going to need the heart suit to come home. So it's reasonable to just assume we're making this and not worry about under tricks. It kind of feels to me like pitch a club, see if they decide to continue diamonds. Like if spades happen to be 4-1 and we pitch a club and they don't force us with the third diamond, we're pretty happy. Okay, Declare does try the jack of hearts. East not ready for this. Covers. And the 10 shows up. So this is going to be 4 spades making. Well done. Declare, of course, could have pulled 3 rounds of trumps before doing this. But maybe the thought process was, if it goes jack of hearts, queen, ace, and the 10 doesn't fall, then I'm just going to play back a heart. And then pitch a club on the 3rd round of diamonds, and that way I'm kind of protected against going down extras. So 8 of hearts. Declare gets knocked out the king, and eventually it loses a club for 10 tricks. Well done. And now we wait. Rob, thanks so much for the 30 months of sub on Twitch. Wow, that is 2.5 years. Appreciate all the support. Welcome back to the lounge. Yeah, I'll need to figure out how I get the text-to-speech thing up and running again, but I think at least this whole scene that I have up live is working. Pass a heart. Maybe we start the auction that way. North can make a takeout double if he wants. Seems like the right thing to do with this vulnerability. Maybe if North was unfavorable, you wouldn't make a takeout double on the North hand opposite a passed hand partner, because you're likely to get to a 4-3 spade fit. But here, I think it's got to be important enough that we could find a favorable sacrifice against a 4-heart game, or just compete for a part score, that we want to get involved. So I like the takeout double. Over to East. Mixed raise. Do they have one of those available? They have... It looks like no. For East, 3 hearts would be weak. So then I guess East's choices are to bid 2 hearts or 2 hearts. That's how you made a mixed raise in the old days. You would bid 2 hearts and then you would bid 3 hearts. Oh, fascinating. So 2 clubs is a mixed raise for them. That's neat. Oh, that's actually on their card. Whoa! Okay, this is kind of cool. South gets to bid 2 diamonds, though, which is nice. I mean, over a 2 heart bid, South would have had to decide if I'm willing to bid 3 diamonds. But now 2 diamonds, this is perfect. You can get your competitive bid in, show partner that you have some values, and then be done with the auction. Two hearts by West, probably just a minimum. Yeah, now it's kind of important for North to be able to distinguish. North passes, but I bet North really wanted to bid 3 diamonds. The problem is that North might have expected that that 3 diamond bid would show extra values. And that seems like an agreement you and your partner would need to make. I think North has alternative ways to show extra values, such as doubling a second time. But it does make sense to have, you know, the takeout doubler raising you show extras. So Ace of Diamonds lead. Singleton Queen does prevent a diamond continuation. Club switch, declare we'll try the Queen. That is unsuccessful. Now a spade hook. So the 9 of spades comes through. I mean, declare cannot feel very good about the way that this sequence of events has transpired. Oh, takes a spade finesse. Whoa. Okay. Doesn't Sash usually have 5 diamonds? Not like he's bid 2 of a major, so North should bid. I mean, you would really like to bid as North, but you can't really do it if you are showing extra values, right? Because your partner might bid on to 5 diamonds. Like, the question is just whether or not 3 diamonds shows is a game try on North's cards. And I think that's an agreement that you and your partner have to make. All right, club rough. Now we get to try the spade finesse again, and North-South get one more. You think it's a bad agreement? It might be. I mean, it definitely might be. That's why I was kind of looking at it. North would very much have liked to bid 3 diamonds. I guarantee that. Two more? Did I miscount? Oh, there's another trump trick. Yeah, there's a spade and a trump trick. Yep. Yeah, that spade switch, Declare just ducking nonchalantly. I don't know about that play, because if that was a singleton spade, North would be able to win and play back a spade, giving his partner a ruff, and still have a second spade trick. And because the 9 of spades was led, Declare could have just hopped up with the ace and guaranteed at most 2 spade losers. Anyway, it did not matter on this lie of the cards. Declare maybe could have taken a safer line of play. Did fancy stuff happen the last hour? Did I use that phrase? Did I say fancy stuff? I might have. I don't recall any fancy stuff happening. South has opened a strong club. 15 count. It's just a balance 15. But because their one no trump opener is like 12 to 14. This is where their no trump bidding lies. So club pass, North gets to make a positive response with spades. We've not had any fancy stuff yet, but we might get to fancy stuff if there ever is a break, because I was going to bring up the deals, examples of par contest deals, since we didn't really get to answer that question from earlier. North bids heart, 4 or more spades, 9 or more points, game forcing. They're playing like a transfer structure over their strong club. So I imagine that 1 spade would show hearts and very similar. 1 diamond would be the negative response. One spade, relay. Here we go. We got another relay system, precision-wise. So I think North's most common hand type should be stuck in the 2 club bid. You don't want North declaring the no trump. So you do not want North's most common hand type. Generally in these relay structures, you want the most common hand types to be bid up the line to conserve bidding space, so that only on very rare hand types do you end up losing space. But here I think we want to preserve the no trump for South to declare. So with a 5-3-3-2 hand, oh my god, that is a lot of bidding room that has been consumed. What is 3 diamonds? 5-3-2-3. Well, this cannot be the right structure. There's no way that this is good. I mean, this is a very common hand pattern. And if South then wanted to ask about controls or something, now you're going to zoom past 3 no trump. You know, controls and strength and other things like that. Yeah, South has to relay again. And they are just going to get to 4 spades, it seems. How's that contract going to do? Looks like it is down 2? Well, that's not great. That is very unfortunate. I guess this is what happens when you open a 15 count and game force a 9 count every once in a while. Is 3-0 better? Not really. I mean, it might end up playing better, but in 3-0 trump, they can set up clubs. I guess maybe in 3-0, if you can get 5 diamonds, a club, and 3 hearts, or even 4 diamonds, a club, 3 hearts, and a spade, yeah, maybe 3-0 is just better. 3 hearts, set spades, 3 spades is a minimum. So it looks like they can't get out in 3-0 anymore. South's 3-0 is probably either a non-serious try or a relay, meaning they are getting to 4 spades. They're going to have to lose 2 spade tricks. They're going to have to lose 2 club tricks. And they're going to have to lose the king of diamonds, which is offside. Okay, 4 spades. There it is. Well, this contract has some play, but not much. You're going to need honor 10 doubleton in the trump suit. Lead low towards the jack 9, and then if West hops up with like the king or queen, you can run the jack on the way back, picking up the suit. West leads a heart, not giving anything away. So Declare will definitely win the king, lead a spade up. West will win, probably play back a heart, and Declare will run the jack of spades, eventually taking a diamond finesse, and East-West will cash out in clubs. Oh, in the other room on, a couple boards ago when North was 5-5 in the majors with a pretty weak hand, South elected to overcall a no trump with that balance 16 over a club opening bid. And North-South have settled into 3 hearts. So they found the better major suit fit, but unfortunately they did not get to the right level. So this looks like it's going to be a swing going the way of Reynolds. All right, Declare is following the line of play that I mentioned earlier. Low spade towards the jack 9. To make the contract, he knows he's got 2 clubs to lose. He has to lose at least 1 spade, so he can't afford a spade, second spade, or a diamond loser. This is the only way to pick up, or this is the best way to try and pick up the spade suit, I think, for 1 loser. Wait, what? Low spade? Hello? Excuse me. Wait, go back. That... Oh, boy. Ooh, okay. I mean, if this was going to be our plan, we may as well have just gone ace and a low spade, because that would actually pick off a 4-1 split with East having a stiff honor. We might have more problems if spades are 4-1, because the defense can start forcing us with clubs, but I think we could have made it against that lie of the cards. But yeah, it looks like Declare played for King-Queen Doubleton, which you also could have done by playing ace and a low spade. Not sure what gave South the read that West had King-Queen Doubleton of spades, but he was kind of right. They are in the same room together. All right, diamond to the queen. West wins, finally cashes the club ace before that goes away. And East will take the club king. So 4 spades, down 2. This could be duplicated in the other room, but I think it's a lot more likely South just opens a no trump over there and North invites. They may end up in 2 spades if that's the invite that North goes with. They might end up in 2 no trump, which I think probably will make. I suppose they could reach 3 spades, but getting to 4 spades on these cards feels a bit ambitious. Okay, last board of the set in this room. Fortunately, we didn't have any more stoppages of the play. And because the other table is a few boards behind us, we get to follow the action over there once we're done at this table. Pass by West, pass by North. East gets to open a spade in 3rd seat. You could preempt. Your partner's a passed hand. There's nothing really wrong with preempting some number of spades. 2 feels like the most likely bid. But East opens a spade. South will pass. West can raise to 2 spades, and that will probably end the auction. North doesn't have the perfect shape for takeout double, so I think North is probably just going to pass this out. There's the pass by North. East has nothing more to say opposite a passed hand. So 2 spades is where they lie. South gets to lead a singleton. And how's this going to work for Declare? 3 clubs? What? That suit is jack high. I mean, this is going to work out great for North-South because they push East up a level, since East is looking at a 6 spade and club shortness. Wow. That is quite the bid by South. I know it used to be this old school style of like competition where you just never let the opponents play 2 of a major. I think it might even be in like Larry Cohen's match point bidding book. Obviously this is not match points. But even at match points, it's generally right to just pass out 2 of a major most of the time if you don't have the right shape for it. For like a balancing bid or a balancing double. And here South does not have the right shape for a 3 club balance. Okay, the Queen of Diamonds opening lead does get guessed from East, probably thanks to the 3 club bid. Now South is very likely to be short as opposed to long in diamonds. So spade to the jack, South gets to win. Elects to go after clubs, so that is going to give Declare the opportunity to pull trumps and take a diamond finesse. So this contract does appear to be making. Yeah, North could have been 4 clubs after 3 spades, but I guess North was aware that partner was joking with the 3 club bid. That is a great point. I'm a little bit surprised that North didn't compete to 4 clubs. I mean, from North's perspective, they could be making a club game, I guess. Partner has a stiff diamond and you have a stiff spade, and your partner has like ace, queen, 6th of clubs and the ace of hearts or something. Wait, what? We forgot to pull trumps? No way! What are we doing? Things have really gone downhill. I mean, Declare's in a position where it actually doesn't matter what he does. This has just gotten pretty fancy. Like, he roughs with the king, but even if he had correctly guessed to stick in the 10, South could cash a heart and play a club over and get another diamond rough. So it really didn't matter if he misguessed the diamonds. But I don't understand the heart play at all. I mean, certainly you want to play at least one more trump. I guess East was thinking the best chance was if South started with Queen, Jack, third of diamonds, and North had no entry, that East was going to need to set up a heart trick to pitch a diamond loser. That had to be what Declare's line of play was, or was geared towards. Wait, did we just give her rough slough? Oh. Do I have to commentate the entirety of the senior event? No, we will, but this is what we're stuck with. Hey, Jonesel. Okay, other room. Pass, pass, West opens a heart. Take out double from North. Do I remember this hand? Yes, this hand was a while ago. So this was the one that I was like, yeah, favorable takeout double, despite not really having the right spade shape. It still seems like a pretty good bid on the North hand. 2 diamonds was a constructive heart raise, so South was able to double to show diamonds. 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, 3 hearts. East-West have gotten to the heart partial, but 1 level higher than at the other table. All of the bridge is going to be entertaining. Yeah, all the bridge is going to be entertaining. There were some good plays, some less good plays. So let's see if West also ducks the spade switch. West also ducks the spade switch. This duck is just very surprising to me. Because to make 3 hearts, Declare needs the king doubleton of hearts on side, right? So on the 9 of spades switch, you just go up with the ace, club to the ace, heart to the queen. Ace of hearts. And then you knock out the king, queen of spades. And you have plenty of time to do so. Like, if that 9 of spades went to the queen and South started with singleton, spade comes back roughed, Declare still has another spade loser. I just don't really understand this play, but this happened at both tables. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot. Maybe we can hold on. Here's a petition from streamer to chatters. Can we just watch Mexstroth every round? Is that okay? Are we allowed to just like watch Mexstroth play every board? Can we do that? No, here's what I'll do. When I get overwhelmed with not being able to follow what's happening at the table, we'll go to Mexstroth's table. I reserve that right. Like once per day, I get to decide that we're just moving to Mexstroth's table. Fair? Should we shake on it? All right, shake on it, chat. Good? Good. 2 boards to go in the match. Reynolds up by 7. South has a strong no trump. Do we get to open a no trump in this room? I guess we'll find out. So what would we do with the north hand opposite of 15 to 17 no trump? It's a 9 count, so we have to invite. We could let YouTube vote. We could. But do we want to go through a sound invite, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 no, or do we want to go through a more mild invite, 2 clubs, 2 of a red suit, 2 spades? Can they get to 3 no? It's a good question. Is 3 no making? Did we determine whether or not it was making? Oh my god, we have just game forced. Okay. That's one way to play our no trump invite. Yeah, South obviously just going to bid 4 spades with the Doubleton club. So they get to the same spot. Player defend 3 no trump double dummy. I think we defend, right? So club lead to the king, spade, and now declares cooked. You duck the spade, West wins and switches back to clubs. They get 3 clubs and the king of diamonds and the king of spades. If South goes up with the spade ace, and then plays on diamonds, the defense gets 2 spades, 2 clubs, and the king of diamonds. All right, up with the heart ace. I mean, it looks to me like we wanted to win the heart king and play a low spade. That was kind of the line of play that I suggested at the other table. And Declare had started on that line. We do want to pull trumps before any funny business happens. But Declare over here has elected to work on diamonds first. Gonna need that diamond finesse. Gonna need that diamond finesse eventually anyway. Caught the sneeze. Heart comes back. Thanks, Nat. This heart continuation from West is dangerous, right? Very dangerous. All right, spade to the king. Now you gotta go ace and a club. I guess West was worried that if he went ace of clubs club, Declare might read him for king, queen, third of spades and try and strip the hand and end play him. All right, ace of clubs and a club. West still scores a spade. We have another push. Are we going to see the jack of spades run? Try to pin that king 10 doubleton? Yes, finally. Finally. Okay, good effort. It did not work. So we'll get the claim onto the last board of the set. And then we'll see if there's actually a break between this round and next round. On the schedule, it said the break was after 2, but I guess they have updated the schedule. Last board of the set. So two passes go around to east. We'll see 1 or 2 spades in the third seat. And I don't think there's any chance that South balances in 3 clubs at some point. But North may make a takeout double. We'll see. So pass, 1 spade or 2 spades? That's the real question. 1 spade by east. Pass by south. Please don't double south. Okay. I was getting nervous. The long tank before the pass card hit the table. So 2 spades. I've definitely seen players bid 2 no trump on the north hands in positions like this. I think that's a pretty bad bid as well. And double feels a bit more of a match pointy type bid. I don't think I would even make it at match points on the north cards, but you could do it. But yeah, this should just pass out. Don't even think about balancing 3 clubs. There's no way that you should be balancing 3 clubs with these south cards. Don't do it. Don't even think about it. Okay, good. Good, we're safe. Queen of diamonds lead. So Declare has two hearts, a club, a diamond, and a spade to lose, probably at most. There is a bit of a problem on this hand. I mean, if South works out to switch to hearts, Declare actually is in danger on that second round of diamonds from North. But I don't think there's any chance South switches to hearts. Very unnatural. Just win the king, return a club. Declare can then pull trumps. And eventually lose a couple of hearts, a club, and a diamond. Chat doesn't want to see Mexstroth appear on the screen, for then they've realized streamer has lost his mind. All right, ace of spades, jack of spades. No entry to the west hand to take a diamond finesse, so we are just going to have to lead cards out of the east hand. And as long as north-south do not play diamonds, declare I'll make this. Yeah, somehow East didn't manage to fumble the 2-spade contract that they got to. All right, there's the king of diamonds. South shows out. And this will be the end of play. Declare will just claim. So a nice final board for Reynolds as well. They take a victory in the match. I know that these were two of the teams towards the bottom of the standings, but it's still nice to get a win. So our scores now. Oh my. What do we have here? We have a new leader, Hammond, up in first place with 86. Wolfson has had a couple of bad rounds back to back, huh? They got crushed by Falk, who's towards the bottom of the standings, and then they just got crushed by Wildowski, also towards the bottom of the standings. So Wolfson has slipped into second. Wildowski has moved all the way up into third. Leonardon is in fourth. Lal has fallen all the way to fifth, and Lal continues to accrue penalties, minus 1 3/4. So that could be the difference maker. I mean, they're back by a little bit over 3.5 right now in the VP scale. Bramley is still in the mix with 73. They're not quite half a match behind, but getting close to that 10 VP margin, which is dangerous territory. Falk, Capelli, Goodman, and Reynolds sitting down here. I think all four of these teams are more or less out of contention, although a couple of big rounds towards the end of the day could swing things. Yeah, and somehow Simpson has no penalties still for Team Falk, which is special. But yeah, there is a pretty big gap between the 6th place teams and the 7th place teams. You know, going from plus 25 imps on the event to minus almost 50. But one table still in play, Hammond against Bramley. Let's see if we can catch the last board. They're in 2 spades, a spade, 2 spades, all pass. Same auction we saw at almost every table. Well, Declare in this room has elected to decline the spade finesse, but it's not going to end up mattering. Just has to pull the last trump, eventually loses a diamond, 8 club, and 2 hearts. So this will be a push for Bramley against Hammond, and Hammond wins the match by 27. Impressive showing. We are overtime just a little bit, plus 57 seconds on the round, but unlikely to be any penalties. What? What was this play from North? Hello? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, as I was saying, Hammond picks up an imp. I guess North thought that Declare might have 5 spades and his partner was getting 2 roughs. But man... Wait, that's not even possible. Declare pulled a 3rd round of trumps. No, oh, man, no. No. I don't get it. All right, 1 imp to Hammond. So now looking at the scoreboard, well, that's the scorecard for the match. Here's what we got. Hammond still in the lead. Wolfson in 2nd. Wildofsky in 3rd. Leonardon currently in 4th. Lal is in danger. They're sitting in 5th. Bramley in 6th. And then the bottom 4 teams are probably out of contention at this point. Falk, Capelli, Goodman, and Reynolds. We'll try and focus on some of these matchups if we can find them. If I can remember which teams are in the mix. Bramley, Lal, Leonardon, Wildofsky. And Wolfson and Hammond. Okay, do we have the next segment starting? Do we know when the next segment's starting? It looks like it is not posted, and on the USBC site, I know that this isn't exactly useful because this is what I was using earlier. Today is the 18th, so technically the next segment is supposed to start in an math. That is Central Time. So that's like 5:30 my time, 6 p.m. So we might have an hour and 10-minute break. We might have an hour and 10-minute break. But the problem is we were supposed to have the 75-minute break between the 2nd and 3rd rounds, so this schedule is just bogus. But if we go by this start time, it is technically starting in an hour and 10 minutes from now with the delay. That'll give us time to look at the par contest stuff, because I've looked at this stuff in the past, but we can also talk through it and talk about par contests since I was bringing it up earlier. First things first, though, let me try and clean up my food area. This might be a bit of an adventure, so it could take more than like a few minutes. Since the last time I went out to clean up my breakfast, the trash can had been removed. I mean, it wasn't like just the trash bag was gone. The entire trash can no longer exists. So I'm going to go on a quest, and I will see you back here if I succeed. Be right back. Quest completed. Trash can found and rescued. Okay. So, VuGraph Live, round robin, 6 of 9. Looks like there's still an error with that round. I wonder if board 12 ever actually got scored or if it just didn't. Oh, you know what I never realized on this site? They have a little picture of the Lovebridge tablets. So this is what it looks like if you're playing with screens at a table on the tablet, similar to what they did for the World Championships. Or the World Bridge Games, or whatever they call it. That's cool. So now you know. Yeah, they have a little bit of pictures in the background, but we can barely see it. But that's neat. Okay. I'm going to assume that we are on break for about an hour. Which means... let's take a look at this article. Now I can pin my comment. Yeah, now I can pin my comment. Okay, let me go to YouTube as well and pin a comment about this thread in case you want to investigate it yourself. There you go. So I'll leave that up in case people want to take a look yourself. But it's a very short thread back in 2015 asking about the Lille 1998 par contest. Oh, crap. No one can see. I didn't pull this up. There we go. Back about the Lille 1998 par contest by Sartaj Hans. A few years ago, I found a PDF on the internet with the par contest hands and their solutions. I can no longer find any links to that resource. Could someone who might have access to either the write-up or just the hands please share with me? Would appreciate the help. Blah, blah. And then we have this by Howard Sandler, retired college professor. So here's a link to, was this the conditions of contest? We can read through this again. World Bridge Championships, Lille, France, 21st of August to 4th of September, 1998. The 1998 World Bridge Championships have been concluded in Lille, France. Championships comprise the prestigious Vivendi Rosenblum Cup, the Knockout Open Team event, the Louis Vuitton McConnell Cup, the equivalent for women, the Société Générale World Open Pairs Championship, the Louis Vuitton World Women Pairs Championship, the JM Weston World Mixed Pairs, the Lipton Iced Tea Junior Triathlon. The what? Man, we had some real sponsors back in the day. The Lipton Iced Tea Junior Triathlon? Oh, man. I didn't know what bridge was in 1998, so... Louis Vuitton. I have not seen this name before. Is this someone who's famous? I bet it is, and I just don't know. I'm uncultured. The ELF World Senior Pairs and Teams Champ. What do you mean, the ELF? What is ELF? Yeah, I mean, is this the movie ELF? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. In the Mixed Pairs Championship, 598 pairs competed, while 233 teams took part in the Vivendi Rosenblum Cup, with 56 teams in the McConnell Cup and 29 in the Junior Triathlon. The Open Pairs senior pairs totaled more than 850. 66 junior pairs took part. Some 300 children played in a demonstration mini bridge tournament. Cute. The 1998 tournament is the 10th event of the series, and the reigning champions, the 1994 winners, are Rosenblum Cup, Italy. Massimo Lanzarotti. Alfredo Versace. Antonio Cimenta. Francesco Angelini. Lorenzo Loria. And Andrea Berardi. Okay. Yep. Cool. The Meccano Cup. The USA won. Silvia Taraneo. I have no idea who that is. Doris Fisher. No idea who that is. Maria Earhart. And Terry Weichert. I have no idea who any of these people are. World Open pairs. Michal Kweichin and Yat. Oh my god, look at Pepsi's picture. He really put on some weight, huh? Yo, that guy is slim. And the women pairs, Jill Myers and Sean Quinn. Well, I know who they are. Wait, those names are Austria's team? What do you mean Austria's team? It says USA. Anyway. World mixed pairs, blah, blah. Okay, so there's a bunch of info about this thing. This was just the event itself. But down here, there's links of the booklet hands from the par contest. So for whoever was asking, I think it was One Under Trick Wonder, if you're still here, this is basically what par contest hands look like. Let's see, is this readable? Let's do this. Is this better? This might be better. Those people are all Austrian. Maybe that's why I don't know any of them or recognize the names. That would make sense. Okay. So this is basically what you get for the par contest. Now, picture this, because Bramley and maybe Rosenberg or someone like gave me a bit more insight as to what actually happens when you go to the events to play. So they all got like the players from the championships, like Helgamo played in this. I think Helgamo finished like, I forget, like 17th or something. But like Bramley played, Rosenberg played. So Rosenberg won, Bramley was second. I forget who was third. And you show up, but what they had was they had a bunch of computers. I think these were like IBM computers in a room, and you're just all sitting like you're taking an online test, basically, like for university or something. You're sitting at the computer. It's like an online version of the SAT or whatever, where you just get questions, and so it's like a bridge problem, and you were allowed to play through the deals. So you were required to count everything yourself. It wasn't just you got to write up a solution to the problem. You had to actually play through the hands as the computer would like play the opponent's cards against you. And it wasn't exactly like Bridgemaster. There were deals, and we might see some of that in this explanation, where you're required to make assumptions about the opponent's bidding and play. And that leads you to the best possible lines of play, even if it might not be like double dummy best in every situation. So I think a lot of people have this misconception about par contests, or, you know, this idea that a par contest is basically just like analyze the best possible like percentage layout of the cards that you can use to make your contract and then perform the necessary steps to do that. What I heard was that's not exactly what was going on. What I heard is that you actually were supposed to make assumptions about the opponent's layout of the cards based on the auction, and also like potentially play for defensive errors. that could happen. But we can look through some of the problems and see just how complex some of these deals were. And the idea was you get to sit in front of the computer and you're graded based on number of errors that you make as well as time. Yeah, okay, great. Raj, is there a link to the bulletin article? This is what I wanted to read. Yeah, I wanted to read this. Here, Rosenberg wins the par contest. Rosenberg wins par contest. The winners are all smiles after being awarded their prizes for the par contest. Front left to right, Eric Rodwell, third place. Michael Rosenberg, winner. And Bart Bramley, runner-up. Pietro Bernasconi is the author of the problems. This guy was apparently a brilliant constructor back in the day. And then a bunch of other people. So we can see Bramley, Rosenberg, and Rodwell. They have not aged a day in the past 25 years, 27 years. Michael Rosenberg, USA, won the par contest, overtaking the leader, Cezary Baliki of Poland in the final session and holding off a strong challenge from fellow Americans Bart Bramley and Eric Rodwell. The Jean Best Trophy was presented to Rosenberg by WBF president Jose Daimani, along with the first prize of $35,000 at an awards ceremony attended by all the participants. Best's widow, Rachel, was also present at the ceremony. Awards were made to the top 10 finishers by Daimani, Jamie Ortiz-Pantino, and Pietro Bernasconi. The other major prizes were $17,500 to second, Bramley, $10,000 to third, Rodwell, and $6,500 to fourth, Baliki. The prize fund of 100,000 Swiss francs was provided by the Jean Best Foundation, which is chaired by Ortiz-Pantino. There's a lot of money required to set this stuff up. And so, that's one of the first things that I would kind of need to figure out is organizers. I would need sponsors to be able to organize an event like this. This was only the second par contest of the modern era. Eli Culbertson organized the first such event as long ago as 1932. Wait. Don't we have an Eli Culbertson in the chat? Sometimes? Wait. Wait a second. Hold on just a second. Wait a second. Okay, we'll get back to that question later. Thereafter, the event was staged every year by the USA until 1941, when it was abandoned. Australian experts Michael Sullivan and Robert Williams revived the contest in 1961, but the last time it was held using traditional methods was 1963. Yeah, Baliki and Zmudzinski, I played an enormous amount of both team and match point and border match bridge against them back in the day. It was it was so uncomfortable. The advent of the personal computer made it possible to use a new and improved format inaugurated at the 1990 World Championships, won by Benito Grazzo. Each player sits at, here's what I wanted. Each player sits at a personal computer terminal provided by Compaq Computers. This allows for ideal conditions with no outside disturbance or influence of any kind without the need for live opponents or tournament directors. Computer displays the details of the problem. As the players type in their plays, the computer makes the defensive plays, tells the contestants when they've made an error, keeps a record of the time taken, and keeps the competitor's score. Balitzi? The 34-strong field, plus Ginsberg's Gib, played through 12 tough deals by Swiss maestro Pietro Bernasconi. In a par contest, a player has to play in the theoretically correct manner. He cannot make a lucky guess to land his contract just because the cards happen to lie favorably for his chosen line. The competitors were allowed 3 lives on each problem. They started each problem with 2,000 points in the bank, and each incorrect play cost them points. The third wrong play on a problem meant 0 points would be scored. Also, the competitors were charged points for the amount of time they took to solve the problem. So the points listed in the final ranking table are what the competitors were left with after paying for their time and errors. Perfect score would have been 6,000 per session and 24,000 in all, assuming all correct answers in 0 time. Rosenberg was, of course, delighted to have won the competition, but commented that he understood Bramley to have made one less error than himself over the 12 deals, so that he had only won because he solved the problems more quickly than the runner-up. See, time matters. Could I tell something fishy was happening or what made it uncomfortable? I mean, I think people had their suspicions, and it was very similar to, like, the Italians and the Israelis, that if you have a strong suspicion that a pair is cheating but you don't know how, it's just very uncomfortable to sit against them at the table because it throws you off your game. You're now trying to be on the lookout for anything illegal they're doing, which you wouldn't normally have to do, and so that adds extra brain power and stress to what you're doing at the table. And then it's also just like, well, they might be conveying information that they don't normally have, so which of their signals should I trust? Like, should I trust their count signal in clubs here, or have they already conveyed that their count in clubs via a different method? So you end up just playing a completely different game against a pair like that. Rosenberg felt it was wrong that the competition should be decided on time. Oh, this is exactly what we were getting back to, what we were talking about with Craig, that experts back in the day were given unlimited time to make decisions. Ginsburg's Goran in a Box, GIB, program performed very well and was actually leading the event at the halfway point. Struggled a little in the third and fourth sessions, largely due to having problems using inferences available from the bidding given. Yes, computers still can't do this to this day. Nonetheless, Ginsburg was delighted that Gibb had performed better than he expected. He was also sufficiently confident that he was heard asking Zia after the competition how long he thought it would be before Gibb would be the best player in the world. Well, I wonder what Zia said. So I don't know if this was the original name of Gibb, Goran in a Box. It sounds like it is. But I think when I first heard of it, which was the early 2000s, it had been changed to Ginsburg's Intelligent Bridge Player, GIB. So I think that's what it was. Any other information? So that was basically it. Here is the list of final rankings. So Helgamo actually finished 7th, Hammond was in 6th, Tony Forrester in 5th, Robson in 8th, Mextroth in 9th. God, that guy's good. And so on and so forth. We have Irina Levitina actually in 14th down here. So we saw her playing in the mixed, but she had taken a lot of time off, but she's been around for a while. Garazzo finished down here in 17th. Wait, Garazzo's USA? He is? I mean, he was? Is the USA just like a common retirement place for a bunch of like world champions or old world champions? Like Kasparov retired to the USA. Yeah, Charles Martel down here. Christoph Martins is down there. Garazzo moved for love. Okay, so now we can look at some of the actual deals and talk about some of the problems. Interesting that a cheater scored so high, is it? Were Bilicki and Smedzinski ever convicted of cheating? I don't know if they actually were. Problem 1. Dealer South, vulnerable East-West. We in the South hand have opened a no trump. We have a nice 16 count with the 6-card club suit. Left-hand opponent overcalls 2 spades, natural. double by our partner, pass, we pass, so double apparently penalty, two no trump on our left by the two spade bidder. Partner decides no longer interested in going after penalty, bids 4 diamonds, transferred hearts, we bid 4 hearts. So the whole purpose of this auction was to let us know that our left-hand opponent has spades and both minors. That's basically what's going on. So in this document, so this is all we would be presented with when we get the problem. And so we would have this information to utilize for then deciding what to do. This write-up is the actual solution to the problem. So we could ignore this for a second, but just to kind of point out what's going on the hand before we read through kind of the solution. I do recall when I first came across this article, I went through and solved all the problems myself first. I think it's a fun exercise, but if you're not really an elite declarer, it's probably going to be well beyond your pay grade, would be my guess. But you're more than welcome to try on your own. That's why I've pinned the links in the comments. We'll just look through one problem. I don't want to spoil everything for everyone, but we can look through one problem or maybe 2 problems just so you get an idea. So you take a look at the problem and you assume that your left-hand opponent is 5-0-4-4 in shape for this auction. That's got to be step number 1. And so now that we're basically double dummy, how do we end up playing the hand to try and guarantee that we take enough tricks? We have 2 diamonds to lose on top. So it says West leads a diamond ace. After the ace of diamonds, West cashes the king and then exits with a small club. Is the double penalty? I mean, the whole purpose of the problem is just to show to the declarer that West is 5-0-4-4. That's it. It has nothing more to do than that. Yeah. The auction here doesn't make sense. They're just trying to set up a problem so that you have the information required so that you can solve it. But we have a hard double dummy problem here, because even though we only have 2 diamonds to lose on top, if we try and rough spades in the south hand, our right-hand opponent might be able to over-rough and start pulling trumps. If we were to rough the club and dummy, spade to the king, spade to the jack, our right-hand opponent would rough that trick, play a heart. Now we can win, rough a club, rough a spade. But if we rough too many clubs in the north hand, then our right-hand opponent is going to have more trumps than us. So the question is kind of how to solve the problem, given that it's basically just a double dummy problem. And sometimes this is what par contests are about. So you have to make inferences based on the auction, and the one inference that I have made, which they actually say right down here at the start of the solution, is that we must assume that our left-hand opponent is 5-0-4-4. And so we literally just get to solve a double dummy problem. And this is probably about half of what par contests are. Can you come up with a solution that guarantees you make 10 tricks when you can effectively see all the cards? So that's what makes this problem really difficult. So I'll read through the solution because I think they will be more efficient at explaining it than I will. So they take 2 diamonds and lead a small club. West's 2 no-trump bid is an attempt to bail out of a desperate situation in the hope of finding a fit in one of the minor suits. Such tightrope walking, when vulnerable, can only be justified if his distribution is 5-0-4-4. In real life, this might not necessarily be true, but that's the intent of what they do for the problem. So, you kind of have to read into the problem constructor's perspective here. Had West exited with a spade at trick 3, the contract would be easily won as follows. South wins the king, continues a spade to the jack, which must be roughed by East, who exits a trump. After roughing 2 clubs in the dummy and 2 spades in hand, dummy still has enough trumps left, 3, to draw East 2 remaining trumps and cash the ace of spades for the 10th trick. True. West's counterattack in clubs shortens dummy's trumps and thus foils the above line of play. However, it opens the way to another winning line, setting up the club suit. Solution. So this was not provided to the contest entrance. Even though solution is written down here, this was not provided to the contest entrance before they solved it. Like, if you were told to try and set up the club suit, maybe you would work it out. South roughs the club and dummy, comes to hand with the king of spades at trick 4, roughs a second club, and presents a small spade from the dummy. This is a really hard play to find, but this is kind of common in certain positions similar to this. Anyway, East must rough and return a trump, otherwise declare cannot be prevented from making his 9 trumps separately on a cross rough. So back to the diagram, because we don't actually get to play out the hand. Maybe I could set this hand up. Hold on. Let's just check in on Love Bridge and make sure that we're not missing something. Round 8 of 9. Yeah, we still have 40 minutes. I can probably set this hand up. Let's go ahead and do this. How long is this going to take? I mean, realistically, how long is this going to take? Go into BBO. Let's create a deal. So south, we had the ace, king, queen of hearts. We had the king, doubleton of spades. We had the queen, jack, doubleton of diamonds. And we had the jack, like this in clubs or something like that. West is going to be 5044. So west is going to be like queen, 10, 9, 8, 7 of spades or something. No hearts. They've got the ace, king, 4th of diamonds, and the ace, queen, 4th of clubs. Great. Our partner has jack, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 of hearts. They've got the ace, jack, 5th of spades, and they've got a doubleton diamond. Okay. So south, we open a no trump. Left-hand opponent bids 2 spades. It goes penalty double, pass, pass, 2 no. 4 diamonds, transfer, 4 hearts, pass, pass, pass. And now we have, wait, not yet. West leads the diamond ace. Then plays the king of diamonds. Can I export this now? And then plays a club. Right. So here's where we got to. Maybe this didn't take that long, did it? So we rough the club. We play a spade to the king. We rough another club. And now the point is, if we were to try and cash the spade ace, East could rough in and play back a trump. West can pitch a diamond. And so now we have 4 tricks in. We can cross rough 5 more trump tricks, but that's basically it. We don't get any more tricks than that. So, you know, I mean, we could rough a club, I guess, for example. Like rough a spade. Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, we can cross rough 3 more tricks, but that's all we end up getting. East has long trumps, and East has a bunch of good diamonds in hand. So that doesn't work. So the actual line of play, which is hard to see here, is, and I mean, we could click on Gib to just, like, prove this, is that we need to exit a low spade from the north hand. Now, it doesn't matter if the low spade we exit is the jack. The jack is kind of a red herring at this point. And this is kind of cool. This is like a neat little problem construction where a lot of declarers might think, oh, they've given us the jack of spades, so we must need to take a spade finesse at some point in the play. Not actually true. We don't need to do that. So the jack of spades just is irrelevant to the problem construction, which is kind of neat. So we exit a low spade, and if East tries the same thing, by roughing the spade, now we have the extra ace of spades in dummy. So a heart comes back. Let me stare at this for a second. I'm not convinced that I know how to make it from here. But I think we can rough a club and now lead the ace of spades. Is that correct? I'm staring at the position for a sec. It's not obvious to me how to solve the problem from here. These problems are hard. These problems are really hard. So let's see. If we rough a club and we lead the ace of spades, East has to rough. Otherwise, if we cash the spade ace, then we can just then make on a high cross rough. So if East roughs the ace of spades, we can over rough, but then we can rough the club suit good and pull trumps. Yeah. So we could rough a club here, and now we lead the spade ace, and East gets pickled. If they discard, we pitch a club, and now we just have a high cross rough. And if instead East roughs, we've now shortened East to the same number of trumps as South, and we can rough the club suit good. And then we lead a heart to the ace, pulling the last trump, and our clubs have been set up. So that's what happens if East roughs their partner's spade winner when we lead a low spade. If instead East were to pitch a, doesn't really matter, let's say club, West is in, and West doesn't have a lot of good options. Once again, if West plays back a club, we then get to effectively choose the same line of play that we just did. East will pitch a diamond, but now we lead the ace of spades. I guess actually we just have a high cross ref at this point. Yeah, actually, if West leads back the ace of clubs, we just have a high cross. I mean, we just have a high cross ref regardless of what West does. So that would be all 10 tricks. So the key play to the hand here really is just lead the four of spades, but the problem situation is what happens if East roughs and returns a trump. That's the issue. And if you kind of get to this situation and say, well, if I lead the ace of spades and East roughs and returns a trump, I'm a trick short, then you can kind of come up with the solution of leading a low spade. So these are the types of positions they give in par, or problems they give in par contests, is just like, here's a double dummy problem. Can you find the double dummy solution to the problem? They want to give declarer as much information about the opponent's cards as possible so that declarer can effectively just try and make enough tricks given all of the info they know about the deal. And so there were 12 of these problems. I mean, if we read through the solution, so South roughs a club, comes down with king of spades, roughs a club, small spade from dummy. This is what we just looked at. East has to rough and return a trump, otherwise declarer cannot be prevented from making his 9 trumps on a cross rough. Another club is roughed to reach the following position. Here we are. Declarer needs to make all the remaining tricks. The ace of spades is played, which East must rough, otherwise South throws a club and cross roughs the rest. South over roughs a 4th club, and returns to hand by drawing East last trump to cash the 2 remaining clubs. Here's the full hand. Wait, how did I do in terms of the spot cards? Did I do good? Queen 10, 9-8, 5th. Queen 10, 9-8, 5th. I mean, I had some of the spades in the north-south hands wrong. Ace King 4th of diamonds. Ace King 10 4th of diamonds. Okay, I was a little bit off on that. Ace Queen 4th of clubs. Oh, Ace Queen 10 4th of clubs. Yeah, I mean, West would not have bid this way without the 10s of both minor suits, right? So this is on me. My problem construction was not quite on par. but this is what the deal looks like, basically. And then, in addition, if West distribution, though unlikely, had been 5-1-3-4 or 5-1-4-3, the recommended line of play would have come to the same result. This is sometimes important in these par contests. Similar to Bridgemaster in a way, that you want to make against what you expect to be the distribution, but then if you can pick up anything extra just in case the opponents have a bit of a funny bid, then you do that. Supposing his distribution were 6-0-4-3 or 6-0-3-4, unlikely since he would have stayed in two spades doubled, the contract would be unmakeable, for East-West would have no trouble scoring two spade roughs and two top diamonds. True. West would lead a high diamond, East would discourage, get a spade rough, diamond back, spade rough. Okay, and then the second problem. I don't know, should we continue looking at these during the break? We have another 30 minutes. Do people want to see this, or do people want to look at the problems themselves? You have access to the article, so you can take a look. I'm listening to chat opinions. I'm not going to put up a poll or anything. Just yay, nay, continue on, or do something else. Problem 2. North opens a heart. South bids 2 clubs. Keep going. All right. Yay, keep going. We can do that. 1 heart by North, 2 clubs. Someone use analyze a hand? We could. I did just analyze the first, well, partially analyze the first one. A heart, 2 clubs, 2 spades. 3 clubs by South. 4 clubs by North, 4 spades, 6 clubs. So we got our way to the 5-3 club fit for a slam. You like it, but in your humble opinion, it is too hard for other viewers to follow because other viewers than yourself are dumb. Is that what you're saying, Nat? Chat, how do you feel about that? Nat's calling you dumb. You do understand, Nat, that you are part of the chat that you are calling dumb. I just want you to think about this circular argument that you've made for a second. West leads the Jack of Diamonds. The final contract is over-optimistic, to say the least. But let's try to win it anyway. To succeed with the slam, a set of conditions bordering on a miracle has to be fulfilled. So this is another thing that happens in par contests. All right, chat, I'm going to defend you. There you go, chat. You have been protected for a couple of minutes. No insulting my chat, even if you're part of my chat. So oftentimes in par contests, your objective is to try and construct a layout of the cards that will actually allow you to make the contract. We do see this in the Bridgemaster deals as well, a lot of the time, where it's you need to play for a devil's coup. Like the classic, you can't lose a trump trick, but you're missing the queen jack 5 times. So unless you get the miracle queen jack doubleton, it's better to play for the honors to be split and arrange a situation where you can start cross-ruffing and the opponents are going to have to explode their trump honors. So similarly here, we're in 6 clubs. We have a definite club loser. We need to avoid other losers. So we have to be able to deal with our small diamonds. We also have to be able to deal with our small heart. And we need to be able to manage the play. So how do we do all of that? Well, you watch Hikaru play Blitz. I've watched Hikaru play Blitz too. Hikaru is a exciting chess player. Hikaru is like the Zia of chess. Can I say that? Is that too much? That might be too much. Yeah, so in this sort of situation, we have to come up with what we need, to be able to make enough tricks, basically. 3-2 trumps are necessary. The second condition is to make 4 tricks in the spade suit by finessing the queen the right way. That gives us 8 tricks in the black suits, plus 2 red aces and a diamond ruff for a total of 11. Where can the 12th trick come from? Well, can we possibly ruff a third diamond? That's going to be the first question. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit challenging to do so. So try and picture this line of play. We win the ace of diamonds. We play, let's say we decide to play our right-hand opponent for the spade queen, okay, just for an example. We run the jack of spades, and let's say spades are 3-3. We play a spade to the king, we ruff a diamond. We play a club to the ace, and we ruff a diamond. Well, we have no way back to the south hand anymore. And if we then go ace of spades, jack of spades, pitching a heart, whichever opponent has the doubleton club is going to ruff in. And because our club spots are so small, there's no way that we can avoid losing 2 trump tricks from there. So our heart would go away, but we would still lose 2 clubs. I mean, the 4th round of spades getting ruffed, as well as a long trump. So that doesn't work. And similarly, if we decide to play left-hand opponent for the spade queen, I mean, a similar fate is going to occur. So that means we basically can only ruff 1 diamond, which is what they're alluding to. 2 red aces and 1 diamond ruff gets us up to 11. Where can the 12th trick come from? Well, a second diamond ruff. So this is the first question that we would ask ourselves. That's not going to work because of entry problems. Declare can come to hand once with the king of spades and once with high trump, but will not be able to get off dummy after roughing the last diamond. Here's the position after having made the right guess in spades. This is exactly what I was just talking about. So that's not going to work. What's the next possibility? B, establish the heart suit after discarding the losing heart on dummy's 4th spade. Okay, interesting. Now we're on the right track, but serious entry problems again get in the way. 3 entries are needed. 2 to rough out the hearts in order to set up the suit, and a 3rd to go back and cash the master heart. But only 2 are available, the ace of hearts and the diamond ruff. So, for example, if we were able to guess the queen of spades once again, let's say ace of diamonds, let's suppose somehow magically we just play 4 rounds of spades and get rid of a heart, and nothing bad happens to us. Then we could go ace of hearts and a heart ruff. We could ruff a diamond and ruff a heart, but the problem is we have no entry back to the north hand anymore to cash all of the hearts. Okay? So that doesn't quite work. It's therefore necessary to visualize a combination where an opponent will solve Declare's entry problem by having to lead the master heart himself. For that to happen, West must hold 2 blank honors and hearts. 3rd condition. We're there. Thus, the ace and the first heart ruff collect West 2 honors. Later, Declare picks up East's honor by pushing dummy's 10 through for a ruffing finesse, setting up the 9 and leaving East with a small heart. The only thing left to do is to strip East of all his other cards and throw him in with the 3rd trump, and thus force him to put dummy in with his remaining small heart. So the point that's being made, and this is something that you try and exhaust all of the reasonable options before you come to these lines of play, like at the table, is that you can't do it if you just take a normal line of play. You can't ruff 2 diamonds. If you try and ruff the hearts themselves, you're short one entry to the dummy. And you can either see that by just counting or planning out a line of play. Either one works. So the point being that they're making is that the only last way to make that happen, to set up dummies hearts and get an entry, is if the opponents help you by giving you an entry. And for the opponents to help you by giving you an entry, that means that one of them has to have 4 hearts. Otherwise, once you set up the hearts, no opponent is going to have a heart to give you an entry. So the heart suit itself is going to have to provide an entry, and that'll only come if we can end play one of the opponents. So that's all they're saying here. So then we have to strip East of all their cards and throw them in with the 3rd trump and force him to put dummy in with his remaining small heart. 4th condition is that 3 trumps held by East, obviously, because East is the one that we're going to throw in to give us an entry. Finally, East must also hold 4 spades, 5th condition, otherwise he could ruff the 4th spade and exit with a diamond. In other words, East's initial distribution must be 4-4-2-3. Are we there yet? One final question remains. Where should declarer look for the Queen of Spades? Obviously, probabilities strongly favor finding it in the hand holding 4 spades. In other words, he should finesse the queen through East. East hand has to be Queen 4th, Honor 4th of hearts, Doubleton, 3 small clubs. All the above considerations lead to the only successful line of play. Well, let's go ahead and build the hand. New. So what was our hand exactly? Our hand was King 3rd, Doubleton, 3 small, Ace King, 8, 7, 5th. Whoops. Don't need that one anymore. King 3rd, Doubleton, 3 small, and Ace King, 8, 7, 5th. You believe I would do well in a par contest? I mean, I would like to participate in a par contest. This is not my forte when it comes to declaring. I'm very good at it, but I don't think I'm as good as Rosenberg. Like, I think I would be competitive with Rosenberg, but I don't think that I would be better than him. This is not really my style when it comes to declare play. I tend to put the opponents to guesses as opposed to just trying to like take the mathematically best chance on every hand. What did we come up with West's hand? So West has small Doubleton. Honor, Doubleton, and hearts. West has, so diamond, East has to have 2 diamonds, so West has to have 7 diamonds, right? They led the Jack, so let's give him King, Jack, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, and a small Doubleton club. We'll say like 10 Doubleton of clubs. Partner has 3 small clubs. Partner has the stiff ace of diamonds. Partner has the ace, 10, 9, 7, 5th of hearts, and the ace, Jack, 10, 9 of spades. So we are dealer. Let's say we just open 6 clubs. I'll pass, and we get the jacket. Well, we can just export this. So did everyone follow that? Oh, I just realized we can't see the bottom of the screen. Well, for now, let's actually just turn this guy off. This and this. Okay. So West on lead, leads the Jack of diamonds, up with the ace. And so our objective here is going to be to ruff 1 diamond, strip East of all of their spades, and throw them in with the 3rd round of clubs after we establish the hearts via a ruffing finesse. And looking at all of the hands, once we've made this construction, the line of play is very, very easy. Like, once you realize what you have to do, there's almost no effort required to make the contract from here. So we've decided that we're playing East for the spade queen. So we will take a couple of spade finesses. We will, let me just make sure that I'm doing things in the right order. I guess now we can pull 2 rounds of trumps. So we pull 2 rounds of trumps. We now unblock the king of spades. West discards. We can cross in hearts. Oh, we have I done a boo-boo? No, I'm okay. I'm okay. All right. I thought I did a boo-boo, but we're okay. We cash the ace of spades. Now we ruff a low heart, extracting West's honor doubleton. We ruff a diamond to get back. And now we lead the 10 of hearts for a roughing finesse against East. If East discards, we get to pitch our diamond loser. If East covers, we get to ruff. And now East is down to just a club and a heart. We've achieved our stepping stone ending. 8 of clubs comes back. East is in. They exit the 8 of hearts. So the difficulty on this deal was not so much in finding the line of play once you had the construction. It was in going through that like mechanical problem-solving process to come up with, this is the only layout that I can make the contract against. And that's a lot easier said than done, because you can often second guess yourself into thinking, oh, maybe this other lie of the cards I actually can do something, but the defense might have a counter. So that's just an example on the second hand that this is the construction that you have to come up with. And then once you have the construction, you do need to carefully play through the board, but the line of play you just saw was relatively straightforward once you have the construction in your mind. So that was the second hand. So here's the solution. At trick 2, declare leads the jack of spades from dummy and lets it ride, then follows with the 10 and lets it ride. 2 rounds of trumps are drawn. King of spades is unblocked. Dummy re-entered with the ace of hearts. The ace of spades is cash. South throwing his heart. Small heart is rough to reach the following 4-card ending. This is exactly what we just got to. A diamond is roughed in dummy. The 10 of hearts is led, covered by East and roughed. Now declare leads out his last trump to throw his right-hand opponent in, who has to concede the last trick to dummy's 9 of hearts. That's what we just did. Oh, I guessed King Jack Doubleton. They had Queen Jack Doubleton. My fault. I also guessed 10 Doubleton of clubs. They have Queen 9 Doubleton. Yeah. Man, my construction skills were not so good on this one. I also guessed King Jack 10 7th of hearts, but it's just, or of diamonds, it's just Jack 10 9 7th. Well, we do have about 10 minutes. We can maybe get through problem number 3. We'll keep going. Problem number 3. Dealer south, that's us, vulnerable north-south. We get a lot of bidding once again, so we're going to have to construct the opponent's hands. We open a heart. We have a Flannery hand. 2 no trump on our left. Double by partner. Supposedly. Pass, redouble. Pass 3 clubs. Pass, 3 hearts, pass 4 hearts. So the only reason we went through this whole double sequence is so that the redouble could happen and East could bid 3 clubs. So now we know that the opponent's minor suit distribution is 5-3 in both hands. Because if East had just bid 3 clubs directly, we wouldn't know. West could have 6-5 in the minors for this sort of action. But because West has redoubled rather than bidding a 6-card minor, we know that West has 5-5. West leads the 10 of spades. West's 2 no trump bid shows a minor 2 suitor, and the redouble asks his partner once again to choose between diamonds and clubs. Thus, one may conclude that West's minor suits are of equal length, since faced with his partner's non-committal pass, he would have bid a 6-card suit if he had one. East bid clubs to show where his values are. Also important. The spade lead, certainly a singleton, completes the picture of West's shape. 1-2, 5-5. So the declarer is now faced practically with a double dummy problem. Great, we're here once again. South, with 5 trumps and 2 in each spades and diamonds, can think of different ways to bring home the 10th trick. So we can take a look. I think in general, our objective when we see a hand like this, the first thing that I would be thinking about is, can we strip east of the minor suits and then lead a spade to the 9? Is that possible? Because if we're able to do that, then east would get thrown in an end position and have to and have to abandon the spade suit. So one possibility is to go like ace of spades, ace king of diamonds, diamond ruff, heart to the queen, diamond ruff, and east might end up getting squeezed on this trick. Anyway, we'll get there. I'm seeing some options. Anyway, so I guess like that's the first thing that I would look at. Is there a way to strip east or our right hand opponent of all these suits? Of course, the problem with returning a club to try and rough a club in the dummy is that east might be able to give his partner 2 spade ruffs. So if we were to, say, win the spade ace and then duck a club, east could win, spade ruff, club over, spade ruff. We want to avoid that. Okay, south of 5 trump tricks in, and 2 in each spades and diamonds can think of different ways to bring home the 10th. Play a club right away, intending to ruff the 3rd club and dummy. This line will fail because east can give his partner 2 spade ruffs. B. Draw 1 round of trumps before attacking the club suit. This leaves west with only 1 trump, and as roughing one of declarer's losing spades does not jeopardize the contract. But this time, east counters by playing a heart at every opportunity to prevent dummy from roughing a club. Try to create a position where east is end played and has to concede 2 spade tricks. It is easy to reach the fall. So this would have been my first attempt because I could see that the other lines would have failed. But let's take a look at where we end up getting to. It's easy to reach the following position. So we can do this by pulling 1 round of trumps and then playing clubs because east will be forced to lead hearts, and we get to effectively this exact spot. Declarer leads the ace and king of diamonds, roughs a diamond, but of course, east throws a spade, keeping the club for the setting trick. The idea was fine, but the timing was wrong. To come down to the winning end position, east has to be forced to part with his club, and this maneuver is possible only if he's forced to discard while he still has a trump left. In other words, the right-hand opponent is subjected to a squeeze in 3 suits, spades, clubs, and trumps. This unusual form of squeeze is called a knockout squeeze. We're going to see what I was talking about earlier, ace, king of diamonds, diamond ruff. Let's see what happens. After winning the opening lead with the ace, south plays a diamond to the king and roughs a diamond. Draws 1 round of trumps, keeping the queen and dummy, and exits a club. The defenders have to return a trump. So this is very similar to... this will be very familiar to Squeeze aficionado. I can totally hear Franco saying that. I would like to see Franco in a par contest. I don't actually know if he's any good at playing hands, like declaring hands himself, but he is a very good squeeze technician. So I would be curious if he can actually execute the squeezes that he's able to construct in his problems, or if he's more just a like post-mortem squeeze analyst type person. But that's someone that I would really like to compete with in one of these events. He would probably beat me, but you never know. Yeah, so the defenders have to return a trump. Declarer wins the queen, cashes the ace of diamonds, throwing a club, and comes down to this position. North to lead. Trump. Sorry, not trump. 7 of diamonds, that's the one. I highlighted the 7 of diamonds and called trump. I mean, we're going to trump the 7 of diamonds. The 7 of diamonds is led. East cannot afford to ruff. Therefore, East discards a club. Well, South ruffs, exits a club to reach this position. Okay, we have erred in the diagram. Did I set up this deal? I did not. I don't think we have time. We only have 5 minutes. So a trump is gone from the south hand, right? We've exited a club, and so the defenders are in. Let's say West is in, and West plays back a minor suit. We roughen dummy. If East lets us score that trick with the 5 of hearts by pitching a spade, we ditch a spade from hand, we cash the spade king, East gets a spade, but we get the last heart. So we make the contract. If instead East overruffs the 5 of hearts with the 7, we ruff with our last trump, and then we play a spade to the 8. East wins the jack, and East is end played. So that's what happens if East pitches a club on the diamond. So alternatively, East could discard a spade. We ruff the diamond, play the king and a small spade, and we get to this end position. Now East is on lead. So if East exits the trump, that pulls the last trump, and we have established the 4th spade because East was forced to discard one. If East instead exits a club, it becomes similar to what we just saw. West can win the club and play a diamond, giving us kind of a rough sluff. We ruff with the 5, East will overruff with the 7, we overruff that with the king of hearts, and then our spade is a winner. So East discarding a spade doesn't work. And of course, if East under roughs when we play a diamond, then we just get to exit a club, and there's just a typical end play. So if East effectively discards a trump as we rough the 4th diamond from dummy, then we just have a normal end play because there are trumps in both hands. Couple of comments. If the opening lead is won with the king of spades and dummy instead of the ace in declares hand, then East can let his partner ruff the ace of spades instead of a small one at a later point in play. There's like a little bit of detail to work out, but that's a thing. If the second diamond honor is cashed too early, South will face an insurmountable discard problem. If South pitches a club, East will be able to let his partner ruff North-South's losing spade, but he'll still have another spade trick with a queen jack. If South discards a spade, when East is later subjected to the 3-suit squeeze, he can resist the pressure by pitching a spade. So this was kind of the position where we wanted to go king of spades spade at a previous point in play, and we can no longer do that once we've pitched a spade from hand, because that would cut communication in the spade suit. Declare can establish a spade trick without cashing the king, playing small, East counters returning a club, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So that would have been part 1 of 4, and they get, I forget how much time, but like probably an hour or something to solve 3 problems. Maybe it's like 40 minutes or whatever. I think it might have been explained in the conditions. So that was part 1 of 4. They have part 2, part 3, and part 4 in the article that is linked, which I guess has been unpinned on Twitch. I will go ahead and unpin it on YouTube. We got a couple of minutes before the senior trials start. Or senior trials resume, I mean. Cute problems. I do like seeing declare play puzzles and stuff like that. I'll go ahead and put this back up. Oh, great. Every time I turn it off and on again, it adds the decimal points back in. It's fine. We've made our goal. If I could make this into some sort of like rainbow colored thing, I would probably do that to highlight that we did reach the goal for commentary. Thanks again to everyone who contributed. And this is always a fun event to do. I have enjoyed doing the commentary for the whole thing. One minute to go. Let me refresh just to make sure that it's actually 1 minute to go. But then we'll take a look at the scores. So Hammond, Wolfson, Wildofsky, Leonardon, Lal, and Bramley, mostly, are going to be the teams competing for 4 slots in the USA 1 semifinals tomorrow. And it's kind of close. I mean, Bramley is well behind the pack at 73. But Lal is in the mix. Of course, they will probably be in the running for it. Let's see, who have they played? They've already played Reynolds and Falk and Capelli and Goodman. So they've played all of the teams towards the bottom. They're going to need to beat up on the teams in their last couple of matches. Maybe we should check out Lal. Lal Wildofsky. This could be a pivotal match. There's Hammond Wolfson, which those are the top 2 teams. It would be fun to watch that match, but let's watch Lal Wildofsky. These are 2 teams that let me just take a look at which tables we could watch. We could watch my new best friend, Mark Lair. He doesn't know it yet, but we're best buds. Or we could hang out at this table. Let's watch Levin and Rodwell up against Daub and Wildofsky. The Club by North. 1 Heart by 11. 1 Spade by Rodwell, unbalanced. 2 Clubs by 11, natural. So they're not playing like a 2-way new minor or anything like that. Or XYZ, I mean. Let me pull up the other room. So Rodwell will pass this. And that may well end the auction. East didn't feel like coming in earlier. There's no reason for East to come in now. Actually, we once again see a player that's afraid to come in with a 5-card spade suit. I didn't realize. At the other table, Zia overcalled a spade on the West hand. Of course he did. And so East-West have ended up in a no-trump over there. Which does not look like the spot that East-West wanted to land in. But it does depend on the opening lead. In the meantime, against 2 clubs, North-South are going to have no trouble whatsoever in this contract. Daub leads the Ace of Diamonds. Sure. I mean, it's the only unbid suit. So I guess you do lead the Ace of Diamonds from Ace Queen 4th. It doesn't feel great. I mean, I would never lead a black suit from the East hand, and I suppose you could lead a low heart. But Ace of Diamonds seems all right. So Ace and a Diamond. This will put Rodwell to the test a little bit. He does go up with the King. You can just pull trumps here. Eventually you'll ruff a spade and use the Queen of Hearts to pitch another spade. So unless clubs are 4-0, you have no danger in just pulling trumps on this hand. But Rodwell has other ideas. He's thinking, let's try leading a heart to the King. Maybe I can steal a heart trick if West isn't careful. So ace of hearts, queen of diamonds. Queen of diamonds. Cash that trick that you worked so hard to set up. Declares like, no, I've been bamboozled. Who leads the ace from ace queen? This guy. And looking at his hand, it's kind of the most natural lead, I guess, on an auction like this. We can play back a heart. Gotta go up with the queen here. It doesn't even help us if the 10 of hearts wins, so just play the queen, use our dummy entries to lead clubs towards the north hand. It's not really going to matter. Even if he makes an error of trying to ruff the third round of spades in the south hand, he's still rough with the queen and declare whether he elects to cash the ace of clubs or try and cross in spades again to take another finesse. The king of clubs is going to fall. So this does look like two clubs making two. At the other table, Sam Lev is struggling through the one no-trump contract the Zia forced upon him. And he's in a position where he's going to have to guess the spade suit, and he does to get out for down 2 in that contract. So good start to the match for Team Wildowski. Picking up 200 points in the other room. Yeah, Declare just gets to claim now. Giving up a spade and a club. So 3 umps for Wildowski to start the match. On to the second board. So these 12 board matches, they do go by relatively quick. Can't really get settled and get a feel for your opponents before the match is over. In the longer 120 board matches, they'll have more time to settle in. Pass by East in first seat. Lovely 2-spade opener, if I do say so myself. South has 23, it looks like. 2 clubs by Levin. You come in 2 hearts with Wildowski's hand. You don't have to, but I think it does get in the way just enough. It might not get in the way enough if South has spades. Maybe there's just no point in coming in 2 hearts now that I'm thinking about it. Like if South has spades or no trump, which are South's most likely hands, he can still bid 2 spades or 2 no over 2 hearts. Maybe this 2 heart bid is just bad. I guess it's okay if your partner can find a raise. But then you might be a little bit nervous about going for too many. Anyway, 2 hearts comes back around to South. He does balance with 2 no. 22 to 20. Let me just take a look. Yeah, I mean, this is probably 22 to 24, something like that. Rodwell bids the game. So 10 of hearts lead, promising the jack. Should East play the queen at trick 1? That's an interesting question. I think the answer is yes, and East is thinking about it. Yeah, he does play the queen at trick 1. I like this play a lot. So we want to play the queen for a couple of reasons. One, what if partner has ace jack 10 fifth? If we play low, declare might actually duck trick 1, and the heart suit's going to be blocked. And so our partner might like cash the ace of hearts and exit a heart or something, and then partner never gets heart tricks. So if we play the queen at trick 1, declare can't really duck, we'll play heart back through, and then we have communication in the suit. But secondly, this will help partner out if partner like did start with ace jack 10 fifth or 6th and gets in at some point. Because if we play low at trick 1, it might seem like declare could have king queen 3rd, and partner might be afraid of cashing the ace, setting up an extra trick in declare's hand later. I really like the queen of hearts at trick 1. I mean, as the hand has played out, declare has taken a spade finesse, run a bunch of diamonds, so it looks like 11 is probably just going to cash out. 2 more diamonds, the ace of spades, the ace of clubs. Unfortunately, the count has not been rectified for a squeeze against East, because East is going to be able to retain a heart. So, like, even if East happened to have the king of clubs, there would be no squeeze on this hand, because we could throw East in with a black suit, but East would just have a heart to get over to his partner's hand. Wildavsky, on the other hand, can get strip squeezed, and maybe this is actually a better plan for Levin, is to play west for the club king. So we cash 2 diamonds, we cash the spade ace, and because Wildavsky is going to be pitching a lot of hearts, it's actually safe for us to exit a heart, oddly enough. Wildavsky's thinking. But yeah, like, imagine Wildavsky pitches a club on this trick. Fine. We throw a club from dummy. We play another diamond, but Wildavsky starts pitching hearts then. It kind of looks like he has the club king at that point. Otherwise, wouldn't he just pitch all of his clubs and let partner know? Save all of his heart winners? But then once we cash the ace of spades and West throws another heart, now we know it's safe to exit a heart. West could cash at most 4 hearts, and we know West is out of spades once we've cashed the ace. So West is just down to hearts and clubs. We basically just have a free chance at an end play. Oh, what a terrible play that Queen of Hearts was at trick 1. Now, Doug doesn't get to take his partner off the end play. The strip squeeze is working. Oh. Levin pitched a heart from dummy. Not that it matters. Yeah, the 9 of hearts is a little bit too big of a card, is the point that I would be making. Levin's staring at the 7 of hearts play from Wildavsky, so now he's going to get another heart play from Wildavsky. And if he's been counting, he now knows it is completely safe to exit a heart. Important match for Team LOL. They do need to pick up some ground if they want to make it into the top 4. And Wildowski's one of their competitors for that. So every over trick matters. He does exit a heart. Look at this guy go. That Bobby Levin is one good bridge player. All right, a heart pitching another spade. And a club comes back. He does guess to put up the queen. It's somewhat amusing. He had a little bit of a guess in that end position. If East had the club king, West would have been suicide squeezing his partner on the run of hearts. But technically, West could have just not cashed the last heart and exited a club if East really did have the club go. Oh my god, that is a big hand over there in the East seat. Oh boy. Well. 3 heart opening bid. Pass. 4 hearts by Rodwell, I think. 4 spades? Oof. Maybe 4 spades is not enough with the East hand. Oh my. Can't make a slam? I mean, they might. Oh, I did not get the TTS up and running. I'm sorry, Shift. Maybe I can try and do that right now. Hold on. No, we're going to have to do it after stream. I'm sorry, I can't figure it out. Okay, so what are East choices? Well, obviously we could just bid 4 spades. That will hopefully make. It would be real sad if we lost a spade, 2 clubs, and a diamond. It would be even worse if we lost 2 spades, 2 clubs, and a diamond. It would be even worse if we lost 3 spades, 2 clubs, and a... Okay, that's getting a little bit into the fantasy land. But 4 spades is possible. You could bid 5 spades. You could apparently bid 6 spades. That's a way that you can bid this hand. Well, there's the Queen of Hearts lead. Oh, the other table bid and made 6 spades as well. Aha, 3 hearts pass 4 hearts, 5 spades on these cards. And West took the push with the ace and a little bit of trump support. Yeah, 6 spades is going to make, regardless of how Declare handles the next trick. You pitch a club on this, and either you take a spade finesse, because you have a spade entry to the West hand then, protecting against 3-0 trumps, or you just take a diamond finesse and hope the spades split. I think either line of play is probably fine. But with both queens in the north hand and trumps 2-1, you're going to do A-OK on both lines of play. Leading a heart against the other auction is bad, is it? Shoulda led his doubleton. True. Yeah, truer words have never been spoken. All right. Dalb elects to just play a diamond to the jack. Sensible. Very pleased to see South falling with the spade, so king of spades. I hope we do not just run all of our tricks. Okay, fine. We claim 980. So the board's a push. Next hand, South picks up a nice 16 count. Will Wildowski open 2 diamonds? No, because they're playing Kaplan Scheinwald. So I guess you pass with the West hand. I mean, just because East has a heart void doesn't mean a heart is the wrong lead. Your partner did raise hearts, so sometimes a heart is just the most passive lead. Like, I don't think the king of clubs lead has any merit. A spade lead would allow the contract to make, but a spade lead's probably fine from South. I mean, if you're going to try and be passive with a diamond, you may as well lead a heart. Pass, 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 1 club. Now 2 diamonds. Yup. Pass by Rodwell. He's got an 8 count, but nothing to say. 3 diamonds by East. I like that bid. Yeah. Well, double? Pass? I mean, what do we do with the South hand? Our partner could have a hand that just doesn't have a lot of major suit cards. Levin tries 3 spades. I guess he's a bit worried about doubling and hearing a heart bid from partner. I think we can kind of reason out the South hand as follows. If we have a 4-4 spade fit or a 4-4 major suit fit of any kind, then we probably don't have a game, because partner would have made a negative double over 2 diamonds with a 4-card major if they had some values. So I think Bobby's only realistic game contract is going to be 3 no trump here, if his partner has a diamond stopper. So to that extent, I'm not sure I'm thrilled with the 3 spade bid. Doubling 3 diamonds opens up the possibility of defending that contract, which must be okay from our side, if partner can sit. But here we go. We are in 3 no trump, and East is on lead. Right. Ace of diamonds. Sure. So this could be down 3. Declare, of course, can just cash out for down 2, but Declare is going to try and make it. Maybe. I guess not. Declare should probably just cash out for down 2. Yeah, the opening lead of the Ace of Diamonds feels a little weird to me. I also like the Jack from the East End, but Ace is okay. He did lead the Jack. You called it. There's not even a good way to play to make this, is there? Like, we know for a fact that West has an ace. East and third seat passed. So East cannot have ace jack of diamonds, ace of spades, ace of hearts. Which means West must have an ace, which is an entry to West diamond suit. So I think Rodwell is going to win this and play a spade. Now, okay, he's decided he's just going to cash out. I like this. This will be down 2. Hope they duck their aces twice. Yeah. Good luck with that. Well, I mean, like, might East duck when a spade gets led up toward the king-jack? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But is West going to duck the ace of hearts before cashing out? Not really. If he knew the result from the other room, he probably would have led a spade up towards the king-jack. Because I think East was pretty likely to duck from the ace of spades in that spot. No, wait a second. East would know his partner has the heart ace. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, metagaming here. Because if Rodwell had the heart ace to go with 6 clubs, he would just cash the ace king of hearts and 6 clubs and make his 9 tricks. So East should not duck the ace of spades. He should go up with the ace, heart over to his partner's ace, and run the diamonds. That would be down 3. So Rodwell has saved a trick here, and also saved 2 imps for going down just 2. They reach 5 clubs at the other table. North has an 8 count. Pass, pass. Pass. In third seat from Levin. 19 count from Woldowski. So he'll open a club. Not quite good enough for 2-0. A spade from Daub. 2-0. I'll pass. Play transfers over your club for this reason, I guess. That's the solution. North. Oh my god, a club went pass. You have an ace, buddy. Dude, you have an ace. What is this pass of a club? Hello? You don't pass partner's opening bid with an ace. Where did these guys learn to play bridge? Spade lead from Rodwell. Goes around to the king and ace. So what's Declare got? They've got 2 spades, 2 diamonds, a club, and a heart, at least. That is going to be 6 tricks. I guess Declare's best use of a dummy entry is to run the 9 of clubs. Because this will pick up Honor Doubleton in the south hand, or it will pick up 3-3 clubs. And you only have 1 dummy entry, so you can't... Like, I guess that's not technically true with North having Jack Doubleton of diamonds. You could play a diamond to the 10, and South wins, and then you could lead the King of Diamonds, Jack, Ace, and you have 2 entries. But, yeah, you don't realistically have 2 entries to lead up towards the King, Queen of Hearts twice. So I do like a diamond to the ace and run the 9 of clubs. Or the 7 of clubs or whatever, low club to the 8. It's all good. Yeah, this line of play doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe Declare's plan is to hopefully just cash his winners and then exit and hope that he gets 2 clubs in the end position, which I think is going to work out. So Diamond comes back, and now if Declare just goes Queen of Hearts, Queen of Spades, Heart, let's say, and the defense actually cashes 3 tricks, then he's going to end up with 2 clubs eventually. They're going to get end played into giving him a club trick. The defense can kind of counter this plan by leading clubs through West, but I guess in that case, Wildowski will be able to take his club finesses after all. So maybe this is a better line than what I was suggesting originally. I mean, this line is not very good if West forgets to cash the Queen of Spades and Queen of Hearts. But yeah, the problem basically comes if we go Queen of Hearts, Queen of Spades, let's say I exit a heart, South wins and plays a club through, we go low, 10, low, then a heart, like a diamond over, and then South plays another club through and it goes 8, Queen, small, and North still has King, Queen, 10, 4th of clubs, but then we were going to be in trouble anyway. Another issue with this line is if one of the opponents has a singleton somewhere. Like if we try the Queen of Spades and it gets roughed, that's not great. Then it would have been better to try and pull trumps ourselves. But yeah, this line of play looks pretty good. The other table, West got to 1 diamond. How are these guys staying at such a low level in the auction? God damn it, Zia. Don't give me any of your shit. You can't... Zia, please. Zia. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? He just opens a diamond in 4th seat. 3 diamonds, 4 clubs. What's the problem? Okay, cool. Cool story, bro. He made it. Precision? He has a 19 count. No, and Zia's not playing precision. He's just playing Zia. Strong diamond. Yeah, maybe Zia and Lev have adopted the Dinkin diamond system. I wonder if Zia was the first patenter of the weaker minor opening bid. He might be. All right, Queen of Diamonds, spade to the jack. And then North is unplayed until leading trumps. So Declare does get his plus 70. There's really not much for Levin to do. He does appear to have a full count on the hand. Maybe Zia made the hand a little bit easier. Yeah, so now club to the 10. Jack of spades cashes, but North is stuck. And we will have a push. I mean, the line of play in a diamond is probably the same line of play that Declare took here. Cash all of your non-trump tricks and just exit. And with, you know, ace 10 9 of diamonds opposite king third, when the defense breaks the diamond suit, you get 3 tricks there. So if Declare got 2 spades, a heart, and a club, and then threw the opponents in, they were going to have to break trumps for him eventually. Now Rodwell picks up a big hand. Pass by East. Levin, tired of this nonsense, is going to preempt in hearts. So 2 hearts. Pass by Wildowski. His hand is not quite good enough for an overcall, especially opposite a passed partner. New suits for them are non-forcing. So North can't bid 2 spades forcing. North is going to have to go through 2 no trump to, like, get more info. The other table got to 4 spades, making 6 on these north-south cards. I wonder if 6 clubs is a good spot. You think they could alert 2-0, tired of this nonsense? Stop preempting me when I have a 21 count and I'm void in your suit. 3 diamonds minimum. Okay. What do we do as Rodwell? They're never leading a heart. So if they lead a diamond or a spade, that's good for us in no trump. He might just bid 3-0. Yeah, he does bid 3-0. Bridge question mark. So 3-0, all pass. East on lead. I assume you lead a spade. Nothing else to do. Not really sure what the alternative is. A club? Why would we choose clubs over spades? It's not like the 10 of clubs is useful. It's probably even worse to lead a club than a spade in terms of being passive. Well, this does give Declare some problems. You hadn't noticed that Doug's hand was quite poor? Yeah, West has a 13 count and North has 21. Not spades, partner didn't overcall them. I mean, partner doesn't have values. But okay, fine. I see a little bit of an argument against a spade. West didn't double diamonds, that's true. All right, spade to the 9 and queen. And West can switch to the diamond king. Probably the diamond king, I guess. I mean, I suppose you could return a club. But the diamond king looks like the right play. If you return a low diamond, your partner gets in, and then your king of diamonds is finessable. So playing back the king to pin the stiff 10 makes a lot of sense to me. West has no idea that North's hand is so good. He's still thinking there's some chance to beat this. I mean, West wouldn't overcall 2 spades, unlike Queen Jack 10 fifth of spades and a 12 count. West would just pass. Their hand just isn't good enough to come in. I'm just thinking back to the opening lead again. West does play another club. So Rodwell's stuck in hand. Ace of spades and a spade, pitching a heart. West will be in. And I guess at that point, we should probably not switch to the Diamond King. I'm surprised Rodwell didn't clear clubs before exiting a spade. I think he wanted a club back. He doesn't really want a diamond switch. He doesn't want his ace-queen 9-8 of diamonds getting led through. Like, if he skits in again and puts a heart through, now it's real bad for him. Yep, ace of spades, whoa. Okay, now he does strip the clubs, but now the jack of spades. West can pitch the idle 5th diamond. There we go. That is a encouraging diamond from West. They play standard attitude, upside down count. So spade to the king, diamond through. So Rodwell can just duck this trick and claim. East-West are down to red suits. He could also put in the queen and claim. Equally good. But yeah, now Declare gets the ace of hearts. Pitch a diamond, club over. So 3 no trump, making 3. Ends up losing 2 imps to 4 spades, making 6 in the other room. They must have gotten a diamond lead, right? Otherwise, how is that possible? Like, diamond into the king and ace, diamond ruff, spade up, taking the hook. There's no way. 2 imps to Wildowski. Currently playing for a shutout. Those extra 2 VPs could come in handy. 14 count from Levin. Now, is this a no-trump opener? No. He opens a spade. Well, West has something that they want to say. I don't know. It looks like the other room probably overcalled 2 hearts. That's such a Zia bid. I mean, it is kind of the right colors to bid 2 spades if you want to. It's a bit thin. Only 7 highs. You have expected North to bid spades, so 2 spades was non-forcing for them. So if North wanted to bid spades, he could bid 3 spades forcing. But he didn't want to play in 4 spades opposite a small doubleton. 2 spades, hearts and a minor. Okay. Aggressive, but the right colors to do so. Well, North has 10. I think nowadays people are playing double as just negative over these Michaels bids. So North should be able to double, just showing generic values. It's no longer considered penalty towards West suits. So he still bid 2-no, asking about the minor. I do wonder if 2-no trump is forward going. It's not alerted, but I think frequently pairs over Michaels will have 2-no trump and 3 clubs both asking about the minor, and one shows a forward going hand and one shows a less forward going hand. 3 diamonds, pass, pass. Man, what do we do with Levin's hand? So he's got 14. I mean, Jack of Hearts is probably wasted, but the Ace of Diamonds is good. Partner suggested some values, so we figure this is our hand. But you don't really have a great bid. What would East pass be over the double? It's probably no preference. Question is, why change the double, no longer penalty? I actually don't know. This happened sometime during my hiatus, because back in 2015 when I was like playing, or 2016, right when I stopped playing, double was penalty over these Michaels bids. But then when I came back, I was told that double penalty doesn't exist, and I'm stupid for thinking that that was ever a convention that people played. So I don't know when it happened. I guess the rationale behind it is that it's hard to know if you have a penalty-oriented hand when you don't know what the other suit is for the opponents. So just having a value showing double or card showing double, or a negative double in some cases, is a lot more useful. You know, like, for example, the auction, a spade, 2-no trump, showing both minors. Is it more useful to have a penalty showing double or a negative double so that your side can still reach a 4-4 heart fit? I don't know. I've never played this style, but I think this is more kind of the modern treatment from what I've been told. No, Bobby has a real problem. Because with his maximum, he basically has a strong no trump, right? He has 14, but he has all of these honors and 10s and stuff. He might be thinking about bidding 3-no, just as a game try. See if he can make it. I mean, he's not really wrong, right? Imagine if West had their hand. So West has the King, Queen of Diamonds, King, Queen, 5th of Diamonds, and the Ace, King, 5th of Hearts. Well, Bobby has 4 clubs, 4 spades, and the Ace of Diamonds if he gets to knock out the spade ace. And the Jack of Diamonds protects the Ace Doubleton from an opening diamond lead. You have opened the South hand to no trump. I don't think a lot of the seniors will be doing that, but we might have seen that more in the open. It would be my style as well to open it a no trump. That does solve this type of problem. I mean, of course, we might end up in 3-no, but we also might end up in 3-no making. Nat is trying to balance with an illegal 3 clubs. I think you might get away with that at the local club game. Have I ever gone by Bobby? No, I have never. I think he's going to balance 3-0, actually, the more I'm looking at this problem. You know the opponents don't have hearts, right? So your partner has to have hearts. Okay, he tries 3 hearts to maybe get his partner to declare the no trump if he has a heart stopper. I understand this bid. I kind of expect him to have just bid 3-0 himself. So 3 spades, yes, I have heart stopped. Bobby's now going to bid 3-0. High diamond lead from West, and this contract is not going to make. Oh! Bobby passes! Okay, this contract, on the other hand, has play. So West will lead a high heart. And probably switch to the 6 of clubs. And that's probably going to be good enough to beat the contract a trick. They'll get 2 hearts. The ace of spades is club rough, and the king of diamonds. Declare will not have time to knock out the other high heart to pitch a diamond loser before they get a diamond set up. But Wildavsky elects not to try a high heart. Ace from ace king is the best lead in bridge for a reason. He instead leads his singleton club at trick 1, which is going to work out just fine. Hey, PJ. Alright, club opening lead goes around to 11 wins the ace, spade to the king, ace of spades, low club back. Hey, Koopa. Is Wildavsky one of the leading teams? These teams came into this match, I think, in 4th and 5th, maybe, if I'm right. So yeah, these are 2 teams that are kind of on the bubble for qualifying for USA 1. Yeah, there's the 9 of diamonds back. And Declare can pull trumps, but he still has to lose 3 red suit tricks, so 3 spades going down 1, with 2 hearts going down 1 in the other room, means Wildavsky's going to be picking up another 5 imps. They'll be up by 13. Yeah, at this point in time, it looks like Wildavsky is in 2nd on the scoreboard, and Lal has fallen to 6th. But they're still... they're still going to be very close together in victory points, even though Lal has lost in this match. As of yet, there's still 5 boards to play after this one. The other table is waiting for everyone to finish the next hand. They just finished board 33 in the other room, so we're 2 full boards behind them. Zia's a fast player. Sam Lev is a fast player. I don't know too much about Lair or Gerard. All right, Wildavsky up 13-0 over Lal. This would be a pretty disappointing finish for Lal if they don't make it into the top bracket for USA 1. Gerard's slow, Craig says. Well, then Lair must be very fast. Yeah, welcome in, evening crowd. I feel like a bunch of people just showed up. PJ, you picked Lal to win. Three passes around to south, opens a diamond. One heart by Rodwell. I'll pass. Looks like the right action with the south cards. Once again, yeah, you're 4-3-3, but your partner could have 5 hearts. You would prefer to play on the 5-3 fit. And you also don't really want to encourage partner to bid a second time when you have such a weekend. Like, you bid a no trump, partner invites. You get to play 2 no trump instead of a heart. That just never feels great. So 1 heart was the contract in the other room as well. Probably the same auction. And I think this might end up being the same result here. 1 heart went down 1 in the other room. Diamond opening lead. Almost everything's offside. So diamond lead up with the king. West will win and switch to clubs, I guess. Declare is going to have to lose 3 trump tricks naturally if he plays the suit himself. He's got this diamond to lose, a club to lose, and a spade to lose. And he can't really avoid a second diamond loser. Why not a diamond ruff? Because West would be sacrificing one of his natural diamond tricks. And it would also compromise the opponent's trump holding. So if it goes diamond to the king and ace, diamond back ruffed, Declare could eventually get to his hand and lead a heart through the ace doubleton. And then pick off the heart suit for only 2 losers. I guess Wildowski could duck this trick. That doesn't seem to hurt. If his partner has led from 3 small diamonds, which seems pretty unlikely, but if it happened, then that would preserve a major tennis sitting over the minor tennis in diamonds. Like, he would hate to win the ace of diamonds and then find out later in the play that he gets thrown in to lead a diamond into the queen 10. You would rather just duck, let Declare be the one to mess around, and have Declare lead a diamond through the queen 10 later into your ace jack. There doesn't seem to be any harm in ducking, and eventually he does decide to duck. Their leads are 3rd and 5th, so he knows that the 2 diamonds is either singleton or from a 3-card holding. So club to the queen, East wins the king, and East now needs to find a continuation. So spade comes, Declare can duck this round to the king, and Wildowski can get out a black suit. Probably a club. And how's Declare doing? If we continue by trying to pull trumps, we just end up setting up 3 hearts for the defense, and eventually we're going to have to lead a diamond into the queen 10, well, into the ace jack in West's hand. And if we don't pull trumps, do we have any hope? Like, what if we cash 2 spades and lead a diamond towards the queen? If East pitches... Okay, apparently we've cashed the queen of spades. And a spade. And the jack of clubs. We're up to 5 tricks. So yeah, what happens now if we just exit a diamond? And Bodell says diamond ace and a ruff, and then a spade sets up 2 ruffs for 1 diamond, 4 hearts, 1 spade, and 1 club. I mean, like, yeah, maybe double dummy on this line, but you can also just do this, right? This is good enough. And you would look pretty silly if partners led from 3 small diamonds, going ace of diamonds, diamond. You would also look pretty silly if your partner didn't get an extra diamond ruff, because Declare had the heart ace. It's generally not a good idea to have partner ruff one of your winners on defense. I'll put it that way. So normally, if you have a trick that you can cash on defense and instead you're letting partner ruff that trick, you don't want to shorten your side's trumps. You have such a limited number of trumps already. So if Rodwell exits a diamond, Wildofsky can go jack of diamonds, ace of diamonds, diamond. And his side will take at least 3 more heart tricks from that position. And if Rodwell exits a heart, then the defense can cash. Well, let's see. What happens if he exits a heart here? Plays a heart to the jack. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What if we play a heart to the jack? I think Rodwell's thinking the same thing I am. So East is in. But now if East plays back a heart, yeah, Declare is just making this, right? Because now West is end played into leading a diamond away from the ace. I don't think there was anything the defense could do on yeah, I don't think there was anything the defense could do. So could they have done something better earlier, I guess is the question. North is a pretty good Declare. I will give him credit for that deal. That was pretty hot. Defense is hard, yeah. Yes, they said on the Ace of Diamonds rough line, are you trying to get timed out? I mean, Ace of Diamonds diamond is not a defense on this hand. Ace of Diamonds club switch is a defense. But Ace of Diamonds diamond is not a defense. He couldn't even be top 2 in the par contest. Fair. Real criticism of Rodwell. Couldn't Wildofsky just play the 10 of hearts when it goes low heart to the 10? It doesn't matter, because East would be the one to get end played into giving a rough slough. So if it goes heart 10, jack, ace, 9 of hearts, low, low, low. Now what do we do as East? Wait, maybe this is good enough. No, it's not. No, it's not. I worked this out. If East plays a black card, we pitch a diamond from dummy. No, it's not good enough. Oh, I think you're right. The heart 10 might actually beat it. What a fascinating end position. Anyway, we're on to the next board. We don't have time. No time to think about that problem. We can look at it later. 1 spade, takeout double from Daub, 14 count. 2 hearts, constructive spade raise, 9 to 11 supposedly. He, in fact, does have 9 to 11. 2 spades, 3 spades, trump lead. This trump lead is going to pick off the spade suit. So what's Declare's plan gonna be? Ace of spades, heart. You didn't think Wildowski would willingly get end played? I mean, the 10 of hearts is a very unnatural play. But yeah, it might have actually worked. Makes 3 all day has been called. The heart splitting is really helpful. Richard DePaula says, why do I think older players are not as sharp? Well, I think that's just a natural consequence of age, right? That the neurons in your brain fire slower. I don't know if not as sharp is the way that I would phrase it. I think they're not as quick with coming up with the lines of play as some of the younger players. They have a ton of experience, and it's not as if, players like Hammond, who just won a national championship event, albeit it was the Silidor pairs, not one of the major team events, are that much lower than the other top players in skill level. But West could have given his partner diamond rough. Is that what you're saying all along? That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, there were a lot of alternative lines of defense on that previous hand that could have been worth considering. Well, East kind of panicked, but I think East naturally should be panicking when the hearts get set up like this. So he switched to a diamond, which may well end up costing him a trick. But I think Declare was always going to make this. There's a spade, East will duck. Declare does guess the spade suit. Round to the 9. West wins the king. Diamond can come back, but Declare can pull trumps and run the hearts. Eventually lose a club. 170. I think after the opening lead, this might have just been 170. Declare able to set up hearts, and with West never getting in until it was too late. It makes 4 all day has been called. So this will be an imp going the way of LOL. They do need it. The standings are going to change throughout the round because they get updated live with the current VP scores. So if you're following the scoreboard, it might all change in an instant. Well, if East continues spades and plays... West gets in and plays a diamond throw, Declare just goes up with the ace, pulls the last trumps, runs the hearts, pitching diamonds and a couple of clubs, and then takes the club finesse. So 170 was guaranteed as long as Declare played the hand that way after the opening trump lead. East opens a no trump, 10 to 12. Is this the reason why these guys are not going to make it into the top bracket? I guess we'll find out. One no passes around to North. This is a hand that I think illustrates a little bit of the strength of a strong no trump. Because East-West are making, well, one no trump. They have 3 hearts. Hearts don't split. They have 2 clubs and 2 diamonds. They might end up making an extra. But North has a hand where he's got a 10 count. He's balancing. And his partner might have like a 12 or 13 count over there. He has a bit of shape. If his partner has a heart fit and some values, he could make a game. But if West is the one with all the values, then he balances and he gets penalized for 800. So these are the types of hands that the strong no trump just adds variance to. Sorry, not strong no trump, the weak no trump. If I said strong, I meant weak. You know what I mean. It was 12 to 14. Stronger than 10 to 12. Diamond opening lead. So Declare gets to stick in the 10. Well, look at me. That's pretty lucky. That holds. Now we can try and duck a club if we want. Or we could just try and cash out. If we duck a club, they'll probably switch to spades and cash a bunch of spades. So I think it's just going to be diamond to the ace. Oh, he does duck a club. Now, this isn't going to really help him on this lie of the cards. Because even if... Oh my god, Bobby, the jack of clubs, look at that spade signal. Oh, and Rodwell doesn't pay attention. No! How could you do that? I mean, he might think that the jack of clubs was just singleton, I guess. It would be a pretty weird line of play. The 8 of clubs from ace king 9-8 opposite 4 small. You kind of expect them to go ace of clubs in a low club with that holding, just to pick off a stiff honor in the north hand. Anyway, Levin tried to tell his partner to lead spades. He's continuing to try to tell his partner to lead spades, but it's not going to work. Rodwell getting squeezed. He can pitch a heart on this trick, but then club to the ace, king of diamonds, and he's going to have to throw a spade from ace, queen, jack. Is he going to work out to do that? This might make a second over trick here. He should always pitch a heart here. Maybe, well, okay. Let's think about this. Okay, he does pitch a heart here. Could he have beat the contract if his partner's king of spades was the king of hearts, though? He might have been able to. They might score 4 hearts, 1 club, and 1 spade? Maybe not. Okay, I take it all back. Rodwell does correctly work out to pitch a spade. King of clubs cashes. And Declare can try the hearts, but that is going to be 1 no trump making 2. All right, 6 imps to Wildowski. The other table, East-West got to 3 clubs. It has not been a good showing in the other room for Team LOL in this match. They got 2 boards to turn things around. East-West got to 4 spades on this hand at the other table. So 2 passes, Rodwell will open a heart in 3rd seat. 2 hearts, spades and a minor. We did see Wildowski make that bid favorable with a fairly light hand earlier. Oh! East here elects to just overcall 1 spade. Doesn't think his hand is good enough for a 2-heart overcall. If we can bid 3 hearts with the south hand, I would like to do it. Yeah, 3 diamonds, mixed raise. 3 spades from West. You have a fit, you have a couple aces. Seems like a pretty good bid. Four spades not making is actually really difficult at the other table. It takes a diamond lead to beat it, basically. Oh. I take it all back. It does not take a diamond lead to beat it. Well, 3 spades by West, 4 clubs by North, 4 spades by East. Looks like this is going to end the auction. Rodwell has 1 chance to save favorable, but he basically made that try. He bid 4 clubs. His partner knows that he has clubs and hearts, so his partner decides, I want to defend 4 spades, not sacrifice. Queen of clubs lead. Okay. I think Declare should be making this after a club lead or a heart lead on this auction. With North showing extreme shape with hearts and clubs, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to take a diamond finesse against North. What happened in the other room, South led a heart. Declare went up with the ace and played a spade to the king. And I think the plan, they had the same auction basically at the other table. So North was known to have heart and club length, extreme shape. I think Declare's plan was, if I can score the king of spades and duck a spade, now I can just fall back on the diamond finesse to make my contract. We lose 2 spades, we lose a heart, and I use my last entry to take a diamond hook. But if North has the diamond queen's just falling, because we know North has at least 10 cards in the round suits. So I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think instead we should focus on picking up North's spade holding in the most likely way. So we may as well just play a spade to the 10, and then use our last entry to lead a spade up and fall back on the queen of diamonds falling in 1 or 2 rounds. East makes the same play. This to me seems just very ill-advised. It's definitely percentage in a vacuum, but when you consider this 4 club bid from North, yeah, I don't know. I do not like this play. And it is, of course, not going to work here. Wait! Sorry, I'm like 1 full trick behind. Oh my god. Bobby. Oh my god, Bobby. What a player this guy is. So Bobby wanted Declare to waste an entry to take another spade finesse. That was Bobby's whole plan. He ducked in tempo because he's like, well, Declare certainly has king, queen, 10 of spades, right? So I want Declare to waste their last entry to the dummy to take a spade finesse instead of a diamond finesse. Because Bobby doesn't know that East has spades and diamonds of this extreme shape. He might be able to somewhat work it out, but he... And I mean, this is a pretty sensible play from South. Wow. Well, this is going to work out spectacularly poorly for Team LOL. Because now Declare will use the heart entry to take a diamond finesse. And even if Declare makes an error of leading the jack of diamonds, because the 9 of spades won't be pulled from dummy, he'll eventually get to ruff the 4th round of diamonds with the 9 of spades. Whoopsies. So another game swing going in favor of Team Wildofsky. LOL could be in some danger. This is the second to last match. They're going to be playing through board 48 today, which will be the 5th match of the day. And then we're going to determine our top 4 and our bottom 6 teams. It is not looking good for Team LOL. Rodwell in with the queen of spades. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. LOL playing Hammond for the last match. Okay, we might have to watch that, but let's see what the matchups are. Rodwell does switch to the king of hearts. 3 diamonds did show mixed raise, so there's no danger in switching to the heart king here. Like, if Declare could have had jack 3rd of hearts, that heart switch could have been dangerous. All right, diamond to the queen. So Declare is actually just going to make an over trick in this contract. Gross. This is just disgusting. Now we pitch the heart and ruff a heart in the west hand. Oh, this is so disgusting. Yeah, only 4 teams make it into the USA 1 top bracket. So those teams will all have a second chance of relief if they end up losing one of the matches. They'll drop into USA 2. The bottom 6 teams are going to be 1 loss away from elimination. And they also start up around robin again tomorrow. The bottom 6. Could have made a beer card. I think he's a little bit too old to drink. The 13 M's to Wildofsky. Last board. Is there a chance for redemption in this set? The other table's finished. They bid to 4 hearts on the east-west hand, and they made 5. Pass by West. Rodwell will pass in second seat. East gets to open a heart. 19 count. Yeah, spade to the king wins if South is willing to duck ace jack 3rd. So heart in 3rd seat, 2 hearts by West. East will just bid a game. PJF just searching for another timeout. I think 26 is approximately too old to drink. You know, that like 17 to like 25 age range, you can definitely consume all the alcohol you want. To no forcing, so East was going looking for a 3 no trump game with a bunch of queens to protect, but West just bids 4 hearts. So South on lead, we'll get the Jack of Spades lead. And with the club suit frozen, declare, and the diamonds 2-2, declare should be able to pull trumps, unblock the diamonds, cross in clubs, run the diamonds to pitch black suit losers. Levin actually leads a trump. So if this push holds, let me take a look at the standings. We'll get there in a second. But one match to go, and our current standings are Will Dofsky up in first place. They are almost 13 VPs clear of fifth. They're pretty likely to be moving on. Hammond up in second. They're about 10 VPs clear of fifth. Wolfson and Leonardon round out our top four. They're about 5 or 6 VPs ahead of fifth place. Bramley is in fifth, and Lal has slipped. They're over 10 VPs out of fourth. So they're going to need basically a blitz in this last match. They're going to need to pick up the full 20 if they want to qualify. I don't know who they're playing against. I could probably figure this out. Lal is playing Hammond in the last round. Okay. It's gonna be hard to blitz Hammond. Hammond's in first, but that is doable. Who does Wolfson have to play? Wolfson up against Bramley. That's probably the matchup we should watch. Bramley's on the bubble in fifth. Yeah, Law could use some of the penalty imps back that they've tanked. All right, Declare has pulled some trumps. Looks like Declare tried to sneak a spade to the king and ace. And Rodwell is going to... I don't know, play back a club or something? Knock out that club entry to the diamonds? Either way, Declare has the rest. I mean, I guess East could misguess the club suit. Normally, you just play for the club suit to be frozen in these spots because the defense theoretically could have done something earlier. Although that earlier might have been Levin's opening lead. And it's not so obvious for Levin to lead a club from, like, Jack fifth. But yeah, if Rodwell exits a diamond or spade, Declare just gets to win, pull trumps, unblock the diamonds, cross to the club ace, pitch all the black suit cards on the long diamond. I suppose it might even technically be better to go Queen of Spades, spade ruff, and then cross back to the diamond ace before you do all this. Let me think about this for a second. And just in case the diamonds are 4-0. Because, like, let's say North returns a spade and you win the queen and you pull a trump and then you cash the ace of diamonds and diamonds don't split. Now we just have 2 unavoidable black suit losers. Not technically true. The clubs could still be frozen. So I guess, yeah, there's only a small chance of anything going wrong. Rodwell is really deep in the tank on this one. Are we frozen? Nope. Rodwell's just been thinking. It looks very natural to just play a club back. So let's see. If East is 3, 5, 2, 3 shape. I just don't think we can play back a diamond. If we play a diamond, let's say East is 3, 5, 2, 3 with the Ace King doubleton of diamonds. We return a diamond. Declare unblocks the Ace and King. Plays a heart to the 10, pulling the last trump. Roughs the diamond suit good, and then plays a club to the ace and uses the diamonds to pitch black suit losers. I think we really need to get rid of this club ace. I mean, we basically need to take an entry off of the dummy immediately. And the club ace is the most likely one that we can remove because we just don't have a heart. So that's why a club back feels pretty natural. We might not beat the contract if that's the hand. And we play a club, it goes like club, low, 10, or club, queen, king, ace. But now Declare just goes spade to the queen, spade, ruff. Diamond to the ace, king, and pulls trumps. So Declare does end up losing. Well, I guess Declare would still lose 2 clubs from there. Yeah, I think a club switch does feel pretty natural. Now, maybe Daub's line of play doesn't make any sense if that was his hand. That's another thing we would have to think about. I don't know. I probably would just like already played a club if I was at the table. I suppose I would have spent a bit more time thinking about possible layouts where I could beat this thing. But look, we just found one, right? Does Declare's line of play make sense? I don't know. Declare tried to pull trumps and, well, partner pulled trumps, and then Declare tried to get a spade ruff. He let a spade up to the king. I guess if Declare had that hand, he would unblock the ace king of diamonds before playing a spade. Okay. I don't know, man. Just let's knock out this entry to the diamonds if we can. That has to be the play. Like, I guess if Declare has ace queen doubleton of diamonds, we switch to a diamond. Goes queen king. Partner plays back a trump. No, but then it just goes ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. Partner wins the king, plays a trump. Dummy wins, diamond ruff, setting up the suit, club to the ace. No, we can't play anything other than a club. I don't know what we're thinking about here. Just play a card, dude. And it better be a club or I'm going to be upset. Like, could it be the case that we need to play a spade and tap dummy? Like, what if partner has the queen 10 of spades? But then declares line of play just doesn't make sense. No, 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 no. Come on, Eric. Club. Play club. Oh my god, this play doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. What are we thinking about? Hopefully that 10 of diamonds was just a panic in response to like a flashing light about his time expiring. I don't get that diamond switch at all. It really didn't matter. There was nothing he could have done. Okay, well, this was the scorecard for the match. 32-5 and a 17-3 victory for Wildofsky. These are all the matches. Bramley and Falk is still ongoing. One board to go. But this is where our scores stand. Wildofsky in the lead after that huge victory over Team LOL. Hammond in second. Leonardon in third. Wolfson in fourth. And we do see a bit of a separation there between our 5th and 6th place teams up to 4th place. Wolfson is not safe. But, so I think we're going to see Wolfson up against Bramley in the final round. I don't know exactly who all these teams have to play. I think we have LOL up against Hammond. So LOL is facing up against the number 2 seed, or current number 2 seed. Goodman, Falk, Capelli, and Reynolds down here are going to be going to the lower bracket unless... Well, yeah, actually, they're guaranteed to be in the lower bracket. None of them can pick up enough to hit the 4th place mark. But Wolfson against Bramley, this is going to be the match to watch. Yeah, it will be tough for LOL to pass both. Oh, it might be mathematically impossible, right? Let's see. They're ahead by 6.4 plus... 12.84. So that's 19.44. So it's theoretically possible for LOL to pick up 20-0 in terms of VPs and pass both of them if they achieve a near perfect result. So if both of these teams end up at, you know, approximately 101 VPs, then it's doable. But LOL needs to avoid more time penalties in the process. Because if they lose any more time penalties, what did I come up with? They have like 0.56 VPs to spare. LOL can pass Leonardon. Oh, wait. Let's see. Is that possible? So, like, if all 3 of these teams pass Leonardon... Oh yeah, LOL can blitz Hammond past them. So actually, LOL only needs to pass one of these 3 teams. I mean, they are going to need to blitz Hammond in the final match. But then they'll be able to pass one of the other 3 teams. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mbodell says LOL against Hammond. Wildofsky against Capelli. So that's not going to be the most interesting match to follow. Leonard and Goodman, again, not the most interesting match to follow. Wolfson Bramley, we'll watch that one. And Falk against Reynolds, competing for some brownie points at the bottom of the standings. I don't think it matters what place you get in 5th through 10th. I think it really does just matter 1st through 4th, and the difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th does matter, because that becomes your seed going into the USA 1 bracket. So there are some contingencies then later if you get knocked out of USA 1 that you have a better draw in the USA 2 bracket when you drop in if you're a higher seed. So that's really all that matters for the seeding in the top of the bracket. Also who your first round opponent is. So currently Wildofsky would face up against Wolfson if things stay the same. I don't think there's any carryover as well. Round 9 of 9. We got 11 minutes to go. Oh, Bramley and Falk are still playing. Oh my god. Guys. How? They need to be penalized. They can't do this on every round. Thank you, Mbodell. So that's all of the penalties that we see. Lawless had a couple of slow play and a late arrival. Bramley had a late arrival, and Hammond has had a bit of slow play. Yes, please ban this behavior. Playing this slowly. Playing a precision system. They get to hearts. On the Jack of Spades lead, this is a little bit easier for declare, given that diamonds are 2-2. You just get to rough a spade in the west hand before anything funny happens. Surely this time Simpson loses some imps. Wish Lovebridge showed us the time use per pair. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, yes. We need that implemented. That was one of the things that I really liked on the Bridge Champ site, was that it showed time usage of all the players. Can I show the results? I can. Yeah, we'll take a look after this hand gets completed. Whatever the play ends up being. We can click on the board and get the results at every table. It seems relatively impossible to not make 5 east-west. So I think... Hey, there's the club switch. You know what? I don't even need to pull up the results anymore. Here's a pair that didn't make 5. This is a pretty weird play. A heart, just queen of spades, spade rough first, and then play a heart. But I guess it's fine. All right, now we play a heart. North cashes the jack of clubs. I guess it doesn't even matter if North cashes the jack of clubs. I suppose North should actually exit a spade. Hey, Simpson is claimed. Look at that. They realize they might be a little bit behind on the clock. But here are the results for this board. Actually, quite a few pairs got to 3 no trump and ended up making 690, 660. One of them went down 1 in 3-0. Sontag on opening lead, hearing his partner overcall spade. Jack of spades lead. Man, how do you handle 3-0 on the jack of spades lead, right? Help. Jack of spades. You have 6 diamonds and the ace of clubs as well as a spade trick, but North is just going to get in. North-South have 4 spades and the ace of hearts. There's just nothing you can do. I mean, it would be a different story if we could unblock the diamonds and run all the diamonds. I guess it actually wouldn't, because we would need to end in the east hand for the frozen club suit to take effect. Well, that's too bad for Team Reynolds. Leonardon defeats 3 no trump there. But here are our standings once again. So, lol, oh my god, lol got penalized again. Oh, this is just getting worse and worse for them. I don't know what this penalty's for now. It was 1.75, but now it's even bigger. Is that another slow play penalty? I mean, Rodwell is pretty slow. That's rough for them. I can't believe that Simpson has not been penalized. There's just no way. Law got another slow pay penalty. That's crazy. Just what are they doing there? Don't they understand that this is actually costly at some point? Actually, maybe they're making a point. If they qualify, then something really needs to be done about the slow play penalties, because they've been slow over and over and over again. Supposedly, I didn't see it. But they have been, according to the time clocks. And they're still in contention to make the top 4. Okay, we've got 5 minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. I will be right back. We're back. Oh yeah, we did see Rodwell sit there for like 10 minutes trying to figure out what to return, which was pretty funny. So, what did we say? Bramley against Wolfson is going to be a pivotal match. Bramley has the chance to overtake them if they win by... How much do they need to win by? Let's try and figure that out. Let's try and get a VP scale out here. VP scale. Okay, I assume something like this is going to be used, but I don't actually know. Yeah, if they get 20-0, then they're in. This is the WBF scale. Wait, so what's the difference? It's currently 7.9. Okay, where's the tipping point? So for 12 board rounds, the USBF has their own scale. Oh my god, please don't make me do this. It's on the USBF site. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll figure out what their scale is. Victory point scales on the 12 board victory point scale. Okay, here we go. So there needs to be more than a 7.9 VP difference is what we're looking at. 12 boards, Blitz is 52 imps. Where is 7.9? Here. So this is the cutoff. 13 imps. is what we need. So if Bramley wins by 13 imps or more, they overtake Wolfson. And if Bramley wins by 12 imps or fewer, or if they lose, then Wolfson is still ahead of them. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Wolfson would be in, because we have those weird scenarios where, like, Hammond overtakes everyone. But, or not Hammond, where Lol overtakes everyone. 6.2, not 7.9? Chat, you cannot gaslight me on math. I am actually good at math. There's no way. There's a 7.9 VP difference. We are looking for the breaking point between one team winning by more than 7.9 on the scale. So here, with 12 imps, this would be a win by 7.43 imps, which is less than 7.9. Here is a win that gives them an extra 7.94 imps. No, not imps, VPs. God, I keep saying imps when I mean VPs. Hopefully everyone understands what I'm talking about. So 13 imps would equate to a 7.49 VP differential between the teams, which would mean that Bramley... Oh my god! Wait, I was looking at LOL versus Bramley. Is that what you meant? It's actually 6.2? Okay, 6.19, 6.19. Oh my god, 6.19. Hold on. Is it here? Did we do it? No, this is 6.8. This is 6.22. So it's 8. It's 8. 8 imps. There we go. Okay, 8 imps is the cutoff. Great. We're back. Let's get into the action. We are on... this match, Wolfson, Bramley. We're going to follow Mexstroth because, you know, he's Mexstroth and I want to watch good bridge. No, that's not right. But it's all right. Fine. I did some quick math at the end. I think we got there. 8 imps. Maybe someone else can check my math. North opens a no trump. 16 count. Pass by East. Beatty has, I guess a slam try in hearts, right? How do we slam try in hearts? Are we going to... Oh, is Texas a slam try? That's the real question. Or is he planning to bid again over his Texas transfer? That's also the question. Double by West. All right, I got both tables up. A 16 for a no trump is too many points. 7 diamond save incoming has been called. It is favorable. I'm getting convention cards up so that we know what's going on. Camel and Mexstroth got their card. And we have Beatty for Team Bramley playing with Jeff Aker. All right, here we go. 10 imps, Bodell did the math. Okay. I'm going to trust you for a second. You know what? I'm going to redo the math on my end. What was it? 6.19? $5.8. Yeah, 10 imps. So they do need to win by 10. Okay, Camel has a hand over 4 hearts. I guess he can bid 4 spades, right? There's no harm in bidding 4 spades. He passes. Maybe he's worried that the opponents are actually going to bid a slam if he bids again. I mean, Beatty must have had a plan when he transferred to 4 diamonds, because otherwise this hand does look kind of perfect for a slam invite. 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 4 hearts. Okay, Beatty is going. Key card, he's gonna hear exactly what he wants. 2 key cards with the trump queen, in fact, which he's gonna be very confused about. So 5 hearts by North, 2 key cards with the trump queen. North has a known 10-card heart fit, so he can show the queen of trumps. That doesn't exactly help South's hand, but the penalties are escalating, Raj says. Yeah, we're slowly ticking up to where the penalties might actually make a small impact on the event. Oh man, same start to the auction in the other room. Bramley on these cards did bid 4 spades over 4 hearts, as expected. Okay, 5 diamonds shows 2 with the queen. Is this the right... Wait, what? Wait, what? No, it doesn't. Jeff, no, it doesn't. Guys, count your keycard steps. 2 with the queen is always 5 of the trump suit if you're playing kickback. So if you have 2 with the queen and you play kickback, it's always 5 of the trump suit. If you're not playing kickback over 4 no trump, it's always 5 spades. Doc asks, why show the queen without it? Why not just show the normal hand? Well, the point is that sometimes that you really you generally don't want to bid a slam off 1 key card and the trump queen most of the time. And so if South was worried, you know, if South picked up Jack 10 9 6 of hearts and whatever else, and then asked about key cards, and his partner showed 1 fewer than necessary and no queen of trumps, he might expect his partner could have a hand that's like ace doubleton of hearts or whatever. And so they would most likely be off 2 trump tricks. So normally you want to show the queen when you have a 10-card fit to, you know, make your partner less worried about it. The other room didn't show the queen either. This just seems very wrong to me, not showing the queen. Yeah, like for example, let's say you have 10 trumps and you're missing both the king and queen. Well, you expect the trumps to split 2-1, so you only have 1 trump loser. If you have 9 trumps missing the king and queen, then trumps are actually expected to split 3-1. And so you'll probably have 2 losers, or you'll have 2 losers a lot of the time. And of course, you might just be off a cashing ace, and then you'll have to guess the trump queen in a contract. And if you only have 8 or 9 trumps, you're not that likely to guess the trump queen. They did get to the slam in both rooms, so we start out with a push. Oh, we do not start out with a push. East-West saved in 6 spades, and they got smashed in that contract. Oh, boy. Well, that is exciting. All right, we're on to the next board, though. I'm sorry. There's too much to focus on. South leads the king of hearts against 2 spades. False preference auction over the forcing no trump from West. Mexstroth not treating his hand as a sound raise to 2 spades. Heart goes around to the ace. Declare going to go about trying to set up a cross ruff, exits a diamond. Jack of diamonds goes around to the queen in North's hand. Gotta identify they're playing for cross ruff, switch to a low spade. Okay. How many tricks do we get if we go up with the spade ace here? Ace of spades, diamond ruff. Heart ruff, diamond ruff, heart ruff, diamond. We still have the ace of clubs, and we might even get another heart ruff at that point. Okay, well, Camel decides to duck the spade switch. So now his plan has to be win the spade with the queen, club to the ace, diamond ruff, ruff a heart, pull trumps, and try and knock out the diamonds. So it looks like he's going to end up losing 2 more diamonds and a club. Is Bramley going to win an imp? Oh, is it really 1400 at the other room and 6 spades doubled? It might be, right? How many does 6 spades doubled go down? I do not know. But we'll stay updated once that result comes in. I'm sure we'll see some imps on the scoreboard one way or another. Oh, Declare can't actually play a club to the... I thought Declare actually had enough trumps. No, he doesn't. Club to the ace, diamond ruff, heart ruff. Pull the last trump. We exit a diamond, but then the defense starts forcing us in hearts. So that line of play doesn't work. Is Camel going to go down here in 2 spades? He's in a bit of a pickle after the spade switch. I mean, given that he decided to duck rather than cross ruff. Yeah, maybe the best plan is to ruff a heart, ruff a diamond, ruff a heart, pull the last trump, and then just exit a diamond and hope that they're end played. And is that going to work? Let's see. South does retain his diamond king. So heart ruff. 1 imp to Bramley, 1400 for 6 spades doubled in the other room. That's funny. Pull the last trump, pitching a club, I guess. The 1400's par on that first board. Well, they found it. Now we exit a diamond. So South is in. South gets to cash the Jack of Hearts. And then South is going to play a club through. And North has the club king. So this is down 1. Camel could have probably made his contract by going up with the spade ace earlier on the spade switch. And this is an end position that North-South probably should have gotten right earlier if the club honors were switched. North could have dumped the king of diamonds as a diamond got ruffed. And so then North would be the one to win the second diamond. cash the ace of diamonds for South to pitch a club, and then North could lead a club through the ace, with South still having the king of clubs protected. North can be unplayed. Oh, you mean if Declare had pitched a heart here instead of a club? We could pitch a heart. South would cash a heart, play a club through. No. Wait, where are you talking about? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, chat. No. No. Oh, you said trick 14. Okay, I get it. All right, I understand. I finally read the rest of your sentence. Was that too aggressive? Should I not be attacking my viewers after, before reading their full comments? I don't think that was too aggressive. I think that was fine. My apologies, though. All right, Beatty gets both jacks at tricks 12 and 13. Two spades goes down one. Oh, but of course Bramley and Woolsey are just self-destructing in the other room, so it kind of doesn't matter. Bramley opened a spade, Woolsey bid 2 spades, and Bramley has now made a game try with 3 diamonds. Good cinema. Do I have that emote? I don't think I have the cinema emote. Pass. North has a 16 count. Gets to open a heart in third seat. Pass by Camel. I don't think we have a mixed raise available, do we? It doesn't look like it. So as South, we have to make a decision. 2 clubs Drury or 2 hearts, not Drury. I don't know what Beatty's going to do. I guess this is why mixed raises are so good, that if you have a mixed raise, you can make a mixed raise. 2 clubs, 2 clubs, 4 hearts, mixed raise or better. Oh, that's perfect. They found a way to shove the mixed raise into their Drury bid. So North will probably bid 4 over this. I mean, North will probably do something that's forcing and eventually get to 4 hearts. What's Drury? As a passed hand, 2 clubs, showing a limit raise in hearts so that you can get out at the 2 level when you have, kind of a weak third seed opener opposite like a 10 or 11 count. You can just play 2 hearts. King of clubs lead. King from ace king for us. Also king from king queen. Trump switch. I mean, I guess you could switch to a spade from the east hand. Hope that your partner has like ace, jack, 8, 4th or 5th of spades. The clubs do look a little bit threatening. All right, so spade switch. Declare wins the jack. Ace of hearts, just to be safe. And now what? Are we just cross-ruffing? Ace of diamonds, diamond ruff? No, apparently we're pulling trumps. We're trying to be very safe. So Declare is going to take the roughing hook and clubs to pitch all of his diamonds. He's going to make 10 tricks here. You know, oddly enough, in the other room, in 3 spades, Bramley has taken effectively the exact same line of play at the other table as Camel took in 2 spades over here. So we should see 3 imps going the way of Wolfson on that one for staying a level lower. All right, club comes through, gets roughed. So does Acre actually have the time now to rough out the ace of clubs? It looks like the answer is, in fact, yes. Ace of spades, spade to the king, club rough, ace of diamonds, diamond rough, club rough, diamond rough, and the last club is good. Mexstroth needed to play a diamond through, right? Yeah, that club back ends up costing a trick. Why would one over trick ever be important? I don't think it would be. Actually, did it matter? Was there some way that we could, like, squeeze east in the minors? Like, would 2 rounds of spades have somehow squeezed east because we have roughing threats in both hands? I don't think so. I think a diamond back would have broken up the squeeze, but it would have been interesting to think about it. West opens a diamond. So Acre has what looks like a 3 heart preempt, but he does overcall heart. His trump suit is pretty weak. 1 spade by Camel. South will probably give a 2 diamond limit raise. Likely to be a limit raise with 3 trumps. Beatty's thinking over a spade. It looks like north-south are on their way to 4 hearts, but east-west might be able to compete to 4 spades over that. Two spades. Okay. Maybe 2 diamonds for them is natural, in fact. A lot of times players would play the cubids that are above your trump suit, show 4 cards. But I guess Beatty and Acre do not have that agreement. Most modern experts would play 2 no trump as the 4 card limit raise. 3 diamonds would be mixed. So maybe 2 diamonds natural and 2 spades is the 3 card limit. It's a little bit awkward though, because you don't really want to get to the 3 level when you have a 2 card or 3 card limit raise. 3 spades by Mexstroth. Acre will definitely bid 4 hearts. Okay. Camel has no wasted heart cards. He has a 5th spade. Of course he bids 4. Beatty probably doubles this, and this might go all pass. No. Beatty does not double. Well, Aker's gonna have a hard time doubling because he has so much heart length that he's not really expecting to take many tricks on offense or on defense there. His King of Spades and King of Clubs are like okay. But even if he gets a diamond ruff, it's not great. Wow, he just bids 5 hearts. Jeff, the 5 levels for the opponents. Oh, there are 2 Jeffs at this table. I need to be careful which Jeff I'm talking about. Camel is just like... I know the 5 levels for the opponents. This double is not for me. I think Beatty really needed to double this thing. I don't know if he's confident he can beat it, but he does only have 3 trumps. His partner freely bid a game. King Jack 9 of diamonds doesn't look all that great sitting underneath the diamond bidder, but your partner has to have value somewhere. Can't just be King Queen 6 of hearts and out, right? They would have preempted with that hand. All right, diamond lead. Ace of spades. Lol's up by 18. Oh yeah, I should get a little bit of a scoreboard update for everyone in the other match. Currently, it's not reflected on the scores, but Hammond has slipped. Wildowski is up in first. Leonardin in second currently. Defense has to be careful. I mean, not really. Like, ace of spades and a spade is fine. Danny goes, trust me. Oops, take that back. Alright. King of hearts cashes, heart to the ace. King of diamonds, pitch a club. 5 hearts is down 1, but 4 spades was not going to be pretty for East-West. If the defense got all of their tricks, they might have scored a spade, a heart, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs to beat that 3 tricks. Pretty big error for North-South, pushing on to 5 hearts there, and a costly one. Aker could have tried harder. He could have, yeah. He could have tried to lead a club through one of the cards and then maybe rough out the diamond queen. Pass by North. 2 clubs by East. That is a full 23 count. Beatty is favorable, so I wonder if he's going to come in 2 hearts here. I think we've come to the conclusion, didn't I work on this earlier, that overcalling 2 clubs with 2 hearts has nothing going for it. We came to that realization earlier, didn't we? I don't think I've ever really theoried out whether you should be overcalling 2 clubs or not. But Beatty chooses not to with this hand. Probably a good decision. 2 diamonds by West. So Camel has a choice between 2 spades and 2 no, probably. He chooses 2 no trump. Leonardon still on the bubble. Wildofsky, Wolfson, Hammond, Leonardon. Bramley is about 7 VPs back. 3 diamonds transferred to hearts. So Camel bids 3 hearts. They don't have anything fancy over these transfers. West bids 3 no. And this hand is kind of a perfect example of why you should basically always correct back to 4 of a major when you have 3 card support. Because, you know, West has an unbalanced hand with a singleton. Even if East was 4-3-3 with, you know, a 4 card minor or something, or even 4 spades, it would probably be better to play this hand in 4 hearts. What should South lead? South has 10 high card points. I think we go passive and lead a spade. You definitely don't lead a heart. So spade looks kind of stand out to me. Hammond is phantom saving. Uh-oh. That's dangerous. All right, Declare has 5 spades, 2 clubs, a heart, and a diamond off the top. So always 9 tricks, gets to try club finesse for a 10th. That was unsuccessful. South is in. 2 of clubs, 10, Jack, Queen. That is a standard carding 10, it looks like to me. There is reverse Smith on the card, but I do wonder, given that the Jack of Spades won trick 1, I think it should be obvious what North Spade attitude is. So Beatty, of course, can't play a heart. He gets the clear signal about please don't play any more spades from his partner at trick 1. Leading a diamond away from the king looks pretty suspect, so I think you just play a club back. I got you, Danny. Don't worry. I will try and give the updates on the scoreboard as they come through. Oh, man. Wolfson is going to pick up some imps on that previous board. Let me tell you, Larry Cohen, he knows what a 3-heart preempt looks like. With that king 7th of hearts, he was instantly in there with 3 hearts over a precision diamond, and Berkowitz raised to 4 hearts. East-West never found a spade fit. They never got to 4 spades. Declare actually ended up making 11 tricks. So Wolfson picks up 11 imps. They're on top by 12. And Bramley and Lal are separated. Well, they're actually in 5th and 6th. Never mind. I take it all back. I was going to make a big announcement, but Bramley and Lal are pretty close in the scoreboard, but their positions don't matter if they can't overtake Hammond. They're each about 9 VPs out of 4th place. Meanwhile, the action in front of us, Beatty has gone about playing another spade. So Camel now, for his second magic trick, is gonna try and exit ace of hearts and a heart. it seems. I have no idea why he cashed the Ace of Hearts if he wasn't going to play a second one. That actually must have just been a misclick, right? There's no way that you would just cash the Ace of Hearts and then cash 4 spin, now play a heart. Yeah, I think he's been misclicking his hearts and spades. He better click the claim button before anything else goes wrong. I'm very nervous for Camel here. Oh my god, he got Beatty to cash the King of Hearts. Well, that works. Now the Jack of Hearts is set up. Shift asked, does the bracket use round robin for who plays whom? It does in USA 1. USA 2 is going to have another round robin tomorrow. And then I think in the USA 2 bracket, after that round robin, there is a carryover. Or there's at least something that happens based on your results from those teams. Pass by East. South will pass. Mextroth, 4th seat, or 3rd seat. Probably a pass. So Acre has a 18 count and 18 count. Open club. Pass out, you think? That might not be such a bad result for North-South, actually. Because in a spade contract, they're going to lose 2 hearts, a spade, the offside singleton king of clubs, and a diamond. They're going to make at most 2 spades, and possibly only 1. Yeah, in the USA 1 bracket, I do believe that it is 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3 tomorrow. I think I saw that in the conditions of contest. All right, Camel, takeout double over a club. He's got 11. I think we just pass as Beatty. And our plan is, okay, we could do this as long as it's weak. But I was going to say, I think our plan is to just pass and then bid 2 spades at our next opportunity. Or 1 spade, if possible. And then partner will know that we're very weak with a long spade suit. So partner can compete however they want. But I suppose if this is what your hand shows, or if 2 spades shows this hand, then you can do that. So 3 hearts by Mextroth. Acre has to decide what to do over 3 hearts. I mean, I guess if Beatty's hand really is this bad, maybe you do just pass 3 hearts. That feels very wimpy. Yep, cock. The conditions of contest. Which apparently don't matter because the directors have just been rescheduling everything all the time, however they feel like it. All right, 3 spades from Acre. So this is going to pass out, I believe. There's no way that Mextroth takes another call. He's already felt like he's done more than enough with 3 hearts. So Mexstroth on lead. Schmeeble! Thanks so much for the sub for 7 months in a row. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge. Glad to have you back with us. Club lead. Okay. Now, is Declare going to make it after this lead? No. But Declare might pick off the stiff king. I think Declare easily could pick off the stiff king. Like, Mexstroth would never lead a club from king 10-9 here, so this has to be from 10-9 whatever. He will if he goes up with the ace? Not so sure about that. What's your line of play? Because if we cash the ace king of spades and then play club to the jack, club to the queen, club ruff, there's no way to get back to the north hand to make use of the long club to pitch a heart loser. So the defense can get in and pull trumps and cash 3 hearts and a diamond. And if we instead go ace of clubs, exit a heart, then West can get in with a heart, give partner club ruff, get in with a diamond, give partner another club ruff, and then they get to cash another heart. Take the ace in a low club, but East will then ruff, heart to the ace, club ruff, diamond to the ace, club ruff, or, you know, whatever. East would get 2 ruffs, 2 hearts, and the ace of diamonds, so that would just be down 1. So I don't think Declare actually makes it if they go up with the ace of clubs, but I also think it is, like, there's just no way Mexstroth is leading away from the club king. So I think that's my point. King of hearts. Good play by Camel. Just make certain that partner gives us a club ruff now. 6 of hearts, suit preference for clubs. Mexstroth is going to be all over this. He has been paying attention to Camel's cards. He knows that his partner wants a club ruff. He might be a little bit confused why Declare didn't hop up with the club ace at trick 1, but you got to trust your partner here. Come on, Jeff. Show other Jeff what bridge is all about. Bramley has actually picked up 3 1-imp swings on this match, haven't they? They really have. They're winning the Borda match 3-2. But they're slightly behind in the imp margin. There it is. Club. That guy's good. Club ruff. 2 of clubs asking for diamonds. So now Camel will return a diamond card. He plays back the 9. Please continue giving me club ruffs. Eight of clubs. He'll ruff with the queen just in case Declare has a club void. And that's going to be 2 down in 3 spades. A nice result for East-West. So we were talking about a pass out on this hand. I think it would have gone pretty well for North-South. Yeah, the King of Hearts switch from Camel was really nice, but also kind of marked. His partner, having bid 3 hearts freely, has to have both of the red aces. South in first seat. We're halfway through the match. Bramley is going to need some pickups if they want to make it back into the top 4. Pass by Beatty in first. Mexstroth gets to open a club. 13 count. Still, Wildowski, Wolfson, Leonard, and Hammond, top 4 spots. Bramley and Lal sitting about 7 or 8 VPs behind. Midway through the set. 1 spade by Camel. Mexstroth can rebid a no trump. And Camel can go through 2 diamonds as a game force if he wants to. He could also just bid 4 spades or even 3 no. Wouldn't be the strangest of calls. Ace King 10-6. As long as the suit splits 3-2 and your partner has a doubleton. You can duck a spade and run the spade suit even if your king of clubs isn't an entry. I mean, the normal thing to do is to game force and show your 6-card spade suit. So he could bid 2 diamonds. Mexstroth will bid 2 hearts or 2 no trump, depending on his hand. And then Camel can bid 2 or 3 spades, depending on their agreement, to show 6. And then Mexstroth could decide whether or not he wants to play in the 6-2 spade fit or play in 3 no. So Camel does bid 2 diamonds. Artificial game force. Mexstroth will bid 2 hearts with this hand to show his 4-card heart suit. They might still have a 4-4 fit. And then what does Camel do? Probably 2 spades to show 6. Because if he has 5 spades, let me think about this. If he has 5 spades, you could bid 2 no trump here to show the 5-card suit. Because otherwise, with like a 4 spade and no trumpy type hand, you wouldn't go through 2 diamonds. You would just bid 3 no or 4 no or whatever your values are. So this should show 6 spades in a game force. But the question is, do these guys have that sort of sophisticated agreement? You probably wouldn't want to do this undiscussed. I mean, 2 spades is fine undiscussed, but you might not be convinced that you've showed 6 yet. Mexstroth is, though. He bids 3 spades, confirming the fit. And also kind of nice. He has 3 aces and controls. So if his partner really does have extras and wants to go slamming, he's going to be very happy to cooperate. 3 no by Camel. Is this a non-serious try, or is this... It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they don't have non-serious on their convention card, so this might just be an offer to play. That's kind of what Camel's hand looks like, especially opposite a 4-card heart suit. Yeah, Bramley's struggling in this match. Wolfson's a tough team to beat. Oh. Oh boy. East-West are having an accident, it looks like. Nope, just kidding. Camel passes. Camel is like, I heard that partner bid a 1 no trump, and we can't possibly have a slam on my 13 count. So there shouldn't be a problem for declaring 4 no trump. On these cards, the spades happen to be 3-2. Do we have the entries to do everything is the question. So diamond opening lead. All right, let's see how Mextroth handles this, because what he wants to do in the spade suit is, give me a second. He wants to I guess we run the 9 of spades on the first round. No, spade to the 10 on the first round, right? Because if spades are 3-2, we have no problem, so we care about the 4-1 splits. And we can pick off a small singleton in south by playing low to the 10. We can pick off a singleton queen or jack in south by playing low to the ace. And we don't want to run the 9 because we can also pick off a singleton in north's hand. Singleton honor. Oh, but we don't have entries to the east hand. Maybe 4-1 spades are a bit too much of a problem. So I just analyzed the spade suit itself, and I don't think we have the entries to the east hand to actually pick all that up. Like, if we play a spade and an honor pops up and we win the ace and then play a spade back to the 9 and it holds, we could go club to the king, spade, but then we would need a diamond entry, and the defense might not be friendly enough to provide us with one. All right, so Beatty sticks in the 9 of diamonds. Good play at trick 1. So spade, I think we do just play a spade to the 10. Oh, Mextroth goes spade to the ace. So let's see, what's the plan here? If spades are 4-1, I guess he's planning to revert to clubs, right? We could take 2 spades, 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart. That's only 9. I'm not sure I understand this line of play, not playing a spade to the 10. I mean, 5 spades, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart is 10 tricks, right? So if spades are 3-2, we always make it. The only thing we care about is 4-1 spades. But if spades happen to be 4-1 and we went ace, king of spades, I mean, so we've already worked out that we can't make it if there's a 4-1 spades with a singleton honor. It's just not possible. And I'm not sure what our fallback plan is. 2 spades, 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart is not enough tricks. This does look incorrect. Now, I guess there's the added consideration that, like, north with queen, jack, 4th of spades could, in theory, have split from queen, jack, 4th when we led towards the ace, king, 10. I don't know if they ever would, but if they do, always, then we're kind of in a difficult spot, because if we duck and then cross back to our hand and lead another spade towards the 10, we're in trouble. And if we win and play a spade towards the 9, then they duck and we don't have entries to set up spades. So, like, maybe Jeff, like, worked all of that out and was like, well, north should split from queen, jack, 4th to give me a problem, so I may as well just catch the ace, king. I have no idea. It looks like a weird play to me, but I'm sure he had some sort of reason. All right, spades do split, though. So now we get to cash a few more tricks in that suit. The defense didn't continue diamonds. Yeah, I guess if they duck a spade to the 9, we can go club to the king, cash the 3rd spade, pitch a heart, and then play on clubs and hope they're 3-3. so we could get 3 spades, 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart. That's true, but that has to be worse than just playing for 3-2 spades, right? Oh, but spade to the 9 works against 3-2 spades. Okay, so we can actually... Yeah, maybe... Okay, the hand's actually complex, right? It's pretty difficult to decide what the right play is on this hand. But Mextroth's line is going to work out just fine when spades are 3-2 here. Yeah, 11 tricks. Costs an imp. So, wait, how good is Bramley doing on the board match? They're now up 4-3 on the board match scores, but they're behind by 13 imps. This is not going very well for them. Bramley needs to find a new form of scoring to play for the next year's trials. Mextroth opens a diamond. North passes. Okay. Camel bids a heart. South will pass. 4 diamonds by Mextroth. The classic. I have solid diamonds and 4-card heart support, slam try. I guess maybe this hand isn't good enough, is it? We would really love to have King Doubleton of Spades for that bid, or the Queen of Hearts. Maybe this hand just isn't good enough for 4 diamonds. Maybe he has to just bid 3 hearts. I don't know. This is a tough problem. The diamonds are pretty good over there with the west hand. It is an excellent source of tricks. I mean, what do we need for a slam? I think we need too much. I think you can't bid 4 diamonds with this. And so therefore you also can't bid 4 hearts. Right? Well, maybe we can bid for... Oh, dude, I don't know. What what are we supposed to do with this hand? I mean, my metric for when to bid 1 major, 4 major in this spot, minor, major, 4 major, is opposite ace 5th or king 5th in the major. So give partner one of those, depending on our trump holding. How's our play for game? And here, opposite ace 5th of hearts, we're on 2-2 trumps for game. And sometimes even better. So this hand feels very close. Opposite king 5th of hearts, we probably don't want to be there. And out, you know, like 5-3, 3-2, and no other high cards in partner's hand. Because then they would pass a 3 heart bid, and we could miss out on a good game. Mextroth, I think, agrees with my reasoning. You can't bid 4 diamonds. Partner's going to misevaluate slam prospects, and so 3 hearts has to be the call. Isn't it usually 6 diamonds? I mean, it's just a slam try. You could do it if you were 1-4-7-1 as well. I don't see why it would have to be exactly 6. That seems like a preposterous requirement. Who told you that, in fact? No, you don't have to say in public. But you could just DM me who told you that agreement. All right, Camel has a 13 count. No fitting diamond on her. His partner's expected to be in like the 16 to 18 high card range, like 4x1. So like if we give Mextroth one of those 4x1 hands, 16 to 18 high card points, how good is slam? Camel's going to place him with a stiff club. Ace of spades, ace of hearts, ace king of diamonds. We're not quite there, but he does get to make a slam try. Oh, three spades asking the hand type. Oh, look at this. This is sophisticated. The other table got to 4 hearts, making 5. Alright, now what does Mech show? This might not have been a bid he was prepared for either, with the 3-heart bid. He might have done all of his reasoning about whether or not he wanted to be in a heart game and selected no, and then didn't really consider follow-ups. Because I don't know what hand type he's going to show with this. I don't know what his options are. But if it's like 4 cards unbalanced, then, I mean, what do you do when you're 4x1? Do you show this hand and that one the same way? Let's see. 3-no, short clubs. Yep, we could guess that already from East's hand. And the lack of a spade bid from the opponents. 4-club Q-bid. Mexstroth is not going to be pleased about that, but it kind of doesn't matter. He might still Q 4 diamonds, because... Okay, he does decide to sign off. He's not happy with the club Q-bid. He really has one of those 2 things you need for slam. He has a source of tricks. Not great controls in the spade suit or the trump suit. But the diamond source of tricks is pretty nice. Camel's gonna have to respect this sign-off. It's a little weird from his perspective that partner didn't Q 4 diamonds, though. He has to know that his partner has a diamond control, right? There's no way Mech could have a 3-heart jump without the ace or king of diamonds, looking at Camel's hand. You know, like stiff king of clubs, ace jack 4th of hearts, ace queen of spades, queen jack of diamonds. Is that really a 3-heart bid? Yeah, Camel does pass. Good judgment. Now we just need Mexstroth to somehow bid or make only 10 tricks so that Bramley could be up 5-3 in the board match and still be getting dominated in the ump score. Would 4 diamonds be a control or last train? Sorry, I'm thinking. I suspect it should be a... I don't know, you bring up a good point. Because what if West has a similar hand type but with good spades and bad diamonds, like Queen Jack 5th of diamonds and the Ace King 3rd of spades? West would not want to sign off over 4 clubs. They didn't have an opportunity to ask about spade controls as well because 3 spades is this asking bid. So I think it probably should be last train. But I don't even know if they're playing that last train. It's not written on their convention card, but that doesn't mean they aren't playing it. Yeah, as M. Bodell says, you do not want to be above 4 hearts on these hands. BZL says, the way I think of it, partner hasn't denied anything with Q-bids, so it's not last train. Sure, that's a reasonable take as well. I don't think I like Last Train. Just throwing that out there. I don't know if I've ever used it successfully, so I don't really know when it comes up. My style tends to be just like Cubids show controls in the suit. Cubids are required over serious slam tries. Cubids are optional over non-serious slam tries. But this sequence was a little bit strange. Pass. South passes in third, so West gets to open a diamond. Yep. 12 count, 4-4 in the majors. Pass by North. 1 spade by East, 2 spades by West. Rodwell just self-glazing himself with all the conventions he comes up with. Nice. Like, I remember back when my partner was so congratulatory of all of the bids that I made. That seems like a good thing to write in a book. All right, 2 spades, I'll pass. South on lead. Yeah, BZL says if someone denies a control in a suit and you don't have one, you sign off. So Last Train covers that scenario. But here, there wasn't any known spade control. They didn't have the opportunity to find out below 4 of a major. So it does make it a little bit weird. Rodwell does have a book called The Rodwell Files, which I have not read, but I hear that it is an excellent, excellent book. Well, Declare's got 2 spades, 2 diamonds, and a club to lose in this contract. Looks like there's really not much to the play. If spades happen to go foul, Declare would have some trouble. So Declare's played a spade to the 8. Oh. Rodwell has a separate book called Eric Rodwell's Bidding Topics. Gotcha. King of diamonds, ace of diamonds, and a diamond. I mean, maybe North continues a low diamond. No, he goes ace and a diamond. So East can ruff. And so now what? Okay, well, Camel just plays a second spade. This is going to make life very easy when the spades split. I was wondering if he really should have played a club here to try and knock out the club ace, just in case the spades split very badly. Because now if he were to knock out the club ace and spades were 4-1, the defense could cash a spade and play another diamond, forcing dummy. And he would end up going down. But 4-1 splits are hard to pick up anyway. East has a 17 count. Gets to open a diamond. Is South going to preempt in hearts? I do like a heart preempt on the South hand. With both majors, I think it's a little bit more attractive once the opponents have opened. They're very unlikely to have a spade fit when you have 4 of them, And so South's preempt would effectively be forcing them to find their minor suit fits at the 3 level. All right, well, North has 8 clubs, so North is going to bid. I think we just bid 2 clubs. Acre decides 4 clubs. I mean, North has a good hand. North has hearts stopped. If partner has a fitting club honor and a little bit of help in diamonds and spades, we could still be making 3-0 on the North-South cards. But 4 clubs has passed back around to Mextroth. Now, I think yesterday, or maybe a while back, we saw Mextroth elect to balance with like 5 diamonds in a similar situation. I think he'll probably do the same here. Okay, he balances with 4 diamonds. Similar idea. So he's found a diamond fit. And how is a diamond slam? Because Camel's going to push for it. I think Camel is guaranteed going to cubid something over this. Pause from South over 4 clubs? Well, yeah, I mean, I would also be pretty surprised when partner bids 4 clubs in this auction. Yeah, so how do we feel as East? I expect 4 hearts would be natural, so East can't do that. 4 spades is probably a cubid in support of diamonds. So I don't think West can pass 4 spades. The other table's in 4 spades. Completely different auction. Berkowitz on the South cards actually did make a 2-heart preempt. I love these guys. Man, Wolfson's like my favorite team. They do all the things that I would do. So North-South got to preempt in hearts, but East-West did find their spade fit. As East, we feel like partner should have doubled. Some players, as I've seen this actually from looking through a lot of the comments on the Real Bridge bidding contest, strongly believe that you shouldn't reopen double if you have a void, because you don't have a trump to lead. So, I mean, I know in this circumstance, partner's on lead and whatnot and blah, 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 but a lot of them just refuse to reopen double with void. I don't know if Mextroth shares that opinion, but I've heard that a number of times now. I am not afraid, but I do know that sometimes it works out very poorly if we reopen double with void. So East-West have missed what? Their Jones-Cold Diamond Slam? Is that what we're looking at here? I mean, how good is the Diamond Slam? It's like pretty good. Like on 2-2 diamonds, it's just cold. And then on 3-1 diamonds, you might need to bring the spade suit home, which is not great. Void just means the trumps are breaking worse than they think. No, a void really means that the opponents have an extra trump. So, like, it's definitely true that that sometimes partner has a lot of trumps over there, but usually what happens is dummy just has an extra one when we're void. I think there really is something to it. Chef says count 11 tricks on 2-2 diamonds. No, but we pitch 2 spades from the west hand and rough the spades good. We can rough the spades good with 1 rough. So we just lose a heart. I mean, it's not like it's cold. Yes, South could have started with Queen 10, 8, 7, 4th of spades. But when spades are 3-2, we have 12 tricks. And when spades are 3, 4-1. In this case, we do pick off the stiff 10 with the roughing finesse. That's what I'm saying, is that spades are 3-2 an awful lot. Shrill Host says this bridge hurts your eyes. Wait, why? What's gone wrong here? This has been great. Maybe you're behind. You might be talking about a different hand. YouTube is frequently behind. All right, club opening lead gets roughed. Declare plays a heart. You feel like it's criminal to use light mode on any website? Is there a dark mode here? I don't think there is. Yeah, there's no settings button for Love Bridge. East-West made 4 spades in the other room. Man, please, please, please only make 11 tricks. Because then Bramley will win yet another imp. And they'll think that they're doing so well on the board of match. A dark mode accessory for... Oh, you're saying that I could create or install some sort of plugin that lets me just be in dark mode on every website? You could just turn the brightness down on your screen. North in with the King of Hearts. Well, I'll tell you one thing North is not going to do. Play that 10 of spades. That is not a good play. So North might play back the club queen. North might play back the heart ace. I guess North could play a trump. That's not the craziest thing. Kit wrote the book on match points. No wonder he's winning all these 1-imp swings. Yeah, saving in 1400. Saving for 1400. Well worth it. Oh man. We have another board coming up after this one. Another exciting board. Board 47. Lots more distribution. Acre or Frozen? This is definitely Acre, I think. Yeah, Acre. Okay, while he's thinking, update on the scores currently. Wildowski in first, Wolfson in second, Leonard in third, Hammond in fourth. Lal is back in fifth. They're behind by about 6 VPs behind Hammond. Bramley currently sitting in sixth. Bramley's going to need a big turnaround in this match if they want to catch up. Lal needs 19 imps in 2 boards to knock out Hammond. What did we determine in this match? Was it 8? I've forgotten now. But if Bramley can win by 8, they would need to pick up 21 on the last 2 boards, or maybe 20 if they gain 1 here. King of diamonds cashes. Queen of diamonds. Club ruff, heart ruff, ace king of clubs, squeezing south in the majors. Seems like a pretty good line of play to me. That would be 420 for a push. He's worried about 3-1 trumps. All right, queen of diamonds. That holds. All right, heart ruff. Ace king of clubs, club ruff, and south gets squeezed. This is going to be 420. Yeah, Lal or Bramley both need big turnarounds in their matches if they want to qualify at this point. They need to pick up quite a few imps to make their way through. What boards is everyone on? Let me just take a look. Lal and Hammond have played through board 10. Lal just needs to pick up a few more VPs so that the penalties cost them. All right, club ruff, 10 of diamonds, and south gets squeezed in the majors. Or actually, this is even better. We just have a double squeeze. Spade to the king, 10, 5 of diamonds, pitch a spade, diamond. North can't hold on to the club as well as 3 spades, or 2 spades, so North has to pitch a club. We pitch a club. South can't hold on to the heart queen as well as spades, so South has to pitch a spade. Then just spade to the ace. Well done by Camel to collect his 12 tricks on the double squeeze. It's coming down to the wire. 2 hands to go. This was our first push of the match. And Wolfson's still on top. But this is a big hand. In the other room, they just finished playing it. 4 spades doubled in the East, went down a trick. Yeah, that's true. There is a missing board before lunch. That board 12, we don't know what happened, so there could be an adjustment somewhere. We'll have to check the USBF site at the end of stream today. Cheryl says, don't think this was a double squeeze. I mean, that's what the position's called. South had the heart guard and North had the club guard. So neither one of them can hold 2 spades in the end position. You don't need the opponents to both have spade length for it to be a double squeeze. I mean, it's just the position. How to declare hold this to down 1? Well, that is kind of an amazing question, isn't it? I guess South must have led the ace of hearts. South, in fact, did lead the ace of hearts in the other room. Club by South. 2 if 4-4-3-2. 1 diamond overcall, 1 heart by North. East bids a spade. Everyone has something to say. Support double, showing 3 hearts. Redouble by West. Apparently a support redouble in this position, showing 3 spades. Okay, good to know. Oh boy. We have some updates in the Hammond against Lal match. That match has gotten Hammond and Lal very close on the scoreboard. Lal is now only 2.5 VPs out of qualifying. And because they're playing against Hammond, if they pick up 1 1/4, then Hammond's going to lose 1 1/4. Yeah, they're out of it because of the penalties. And everyone's going to cite this, like, see, the time penalties are so excessive. So 2 hearts by North, we have a heart fit. 2 spades by East, we have a spade fit. Pass by Beatty. Acre's gonna bid again. So what do we bid with Acre's hand? Man, 2 hearts feels really conservative on that North hand, right? You have a spade void. You have a 5-card heart fit. You do have a 9 count. I mean, North has to bid again. So the question is what? North walking the dog. Yeah, I suppose. I'm not really sure what North is thinking about. North does bid 3 clubs. Okay. He's already confirmed the 5th heart. So now he's just showing some club support. I like this choice. The USBF has the running total, and you've gotten the spoilers. No spoilers. We will check it out after the matches conclude. 3 spades by Camel. He's like, yeah, I can compete to the 3 level. I have 9 of these. I'll pass. I mean, it looks like this is going to go down. Because there should be 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade. Singleton Diamond lead is going to put some pressure on Declare here. Because if Declare goes after a heart rough in the West hand, then South might score a number of diamond roughs. All right, Jack of Spades. Why did Acre devalue his hand so much? I mean, he's got a 9 count, right? He should definitely invite. So I'm not sure what the 2 heart bid is all about, but he does judge to bid 3 clubs. Not necessarily a double fit. Remember, partner could be 4-4-3-2. Well, they can't be 4-4-3-2, but they could be like 4-3-3 with only 3 clubs. I do agree that it is a little bit cautious to bid 2 hearts. All right, 10 of diamonds gets roughed by Beatty. And Acre has given him a suit preference 4 on that trick. Beatty needed to know which card to play to his partner's hand to get another diamond rough. Plays a club to the ace, but now what? Yeah, how dangerous are things getting? If Aker plays a diamond now, Declara can pitch a club loser. Beatty will ruff, and Beatty will be end played. Then Declara can just pull trumps and run the diamonds, pitching all the hearts. Okay, so a heart comes through. Camel realizes that he can't make this if the ace of hearts is offside. He would lose 2 hearts and a club. But the question is, can North have the ace of hearts? Camel says no. So the heart gets ducked. A jack of hearts. Ace of hearts. Aker can play the 4. Suit preference again for clubs. And is this going to get Beatty to underlead the club king? No. He cashes the king. Now he'll try and force dummy with a heart, but that will be unsuccessful. Camel can win the king. Take the spade hook. How'd they make 9 in the other room? South led the ace of hearts at trick 1. North-South had bid a heart game, so South just led his partner suit. It was unsuccessful. Last board. But 2 more imps to Wolfson there. Mexstroth gets to open a heart. I know, I also thought it was unfair that Gibb was on the Wolfson team, but you gotta pick a side. And Gibb has chosen. Currently, they're choosing well because Wolfson is leading the pack in first place. It is a very tight bunch. Oh my god! Lal and Hammond is unbelievably close. It is less than 1 VP. A heart, pass by East. South balances with 2 diamonds. Mexstroth does not want any business being in this hand anymore. He could have reopened with a takeout double, but with partner passing a heart, he realizes it is not his hand anymore. So Aker can bid 2 hearts, limit raise. 3 diamonds. Okay, buddy. Yeah, you do you. Yeah, only 3 diamonds. It does feel like North has decided games are not part of the imp scale here. Oh, the Lal Hammond match finished? Well, wait a second, Koopa. How confident are you that North is correct? I guess 2 rounds of hearts and then a 3rd heart defeats 4 spades. But 4 spades could make on the North-South cards. It's close. Yeah, the Jack-10 3rd of spades gets promoted. Okay, 10 tricks. The other room got to 3 spades down 1 North-South. 5 imps to Bramley, but Wolfson maintains the match win. The other table is already finished. Let's pull up the standings. Live tables, so there's 1 match, 1 board still going on. Wildowski against Capelli. I don't think that affects the overall scores. This is where things stand. Wolfson ends up narrowly defeating Wildowski in the round robin. They're going to be our 1 seed going into tomorrow. Leonardon in 3rd. Hammond barely over Lal after a very tough last match that Lal really fought hard to defeat Hammond. So Hammond is going to face up against Wolfson in USA 1 tomorrow. Wildofsky against Leonardon. And Lal narrowly misses out. Bramley also narrowly misses out. They had a chance if they defeated Wolfson in that last match. Falk, Goodman, Capelli, and Reynolds at the bottom of the table are going to be our USA 2 bracket. Let me check the USBF site, though. Don't go anywhere. I need to take a look at the results. Because USA 1 round robin, yes, it looks like it's confirmed. So this is the final totals. So Wolfson does win. Wildofsky in 2nd. These are not the same numbers, by the way, as we have on Lovebridge. So there was an error on that board 12. Leonardon in 3rd. Hammond does come in 4th. And Lal narrowly misses out qualifying. So Bramley, Falk, Goodman, Capelli, and Reynolds joining Lal in the USA 2 round robin that starts tomorrow. Wolfson against Hammond. Wildofsky against Leonardon. And I guess with that, we probably draw close to the stream. The losers bracket looks a lot like the open bracket setup that I liked so much. Yes, liked being the key word there. I really enjoyed creating content around the decisions of making a double elimination bracket in the open. You want the 4-5 to be decided in an appeal somehow? I mean, there could be one. You never know. But we won't find out about that until tomorrow. Anyway, thanks once again for getting the donations in for the commentary of the entire event. I do appreciate all of that, the support over the last 3 weeks or whatever that I've been covering this thing. So thanks so much. Hopefully my Streamlabs will keep itself together overnight, but I will try and do my best to get everything back up and running to the usual standards by tomorrow. And we'll be back for the start of the USA 1 Seniors semifinals. Hammond, Wolfson, Leonardon, Wildofsky. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a great day, and I will see you all next time.